Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fifth and final part of What If Naruto's Parents Were Alive? As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. After this video, feel free to head over there, where you can find about 30 other different stories to enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 24, Hunting the Snake. Konoha is considered by many as not only beautiful but also a peaceful village where people would come and be safe. Ninjas would scout the area, granting the villagers a considerable sense of security, even more so now that the Chunin exams were taking place. The thing was that from a villager's perspective, a sudden increase in security meant nothing more than this, security. From a spy's perspective, though, it meant an entirely different thing, as Yakushi Kabuto happened to be leaving the hospital after his fake shift, while he studied Konoha's sudden increase in scouting missions in daylight. It was a troublesome situation. The gray-haired shinobi frowned as he remembered who managed to infiltrate the exams that, according to him, were in its first test right now. He knew Orochimaru wouldn't let anyone catch his disguise, but he feared that the Hokage and his shinobi already had prior knowledge on what was to come and were preparing accordingly. With 3 hidden villages against Konoha, Kabuto knew the odds were very much against the hidden village in the leaves, but he also knew, from history alone, that Konoha survived 2 great ninja wars and even managed to surpass Iwa's both strong and numerous army with one guy that was now the village's Hokage. Like Namikaze Minato, Konoha was famous of their legendary shinobi. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Momochi Zabuza, former Kiri shinobi, and pretty much all the major clans were fearsome opponents to face. Certainly, Kabuto wasn't what you would call afraid of what was to come, but he certainly enjoyed thinking of all the possible outcomes, and certainly, he considered the possibility, even if almost zero, of Konoha emerging victorious from the invasion. Certainly, if his side was to win this war, they would have to focus on taking the elites first. At one of the training grounds. The noise of the small waterfall fell on deaf ears as 2 powerful shinobi clashed in the middle of the field. One was using a zanbatsu and the other twin trench knives. Each was trying to dominate the other, through sheer force alone. Ever since Naruto trained with Zabuza, his skills had improved greatly, though the only aspect of the blonde's focus was to improve his physical abilities. Although he wasn't on the same level as one of the 7 swordsmen, he managed to land some nice punches and kicks on the bandaged man. Suddenly, as Zabuza forced Naruto backwards, the blonde Chunin deliberately stopped the game of dominance, forcing Zabuza to lose his balance, before landing a fierce front kick on his chest. As Zabuza went skidding a couple of meters, it gave Naruto enough time to proceed with a series of hand seals for a jutsu both Zabuza and Haku helped him create. It focused on using Fuuten and Suten control, not at the same time of course, but it came pretty close. Fuuten de Ibufu, Wind Release, Great Storm Jutsu. As Naruto finished the seals sequence with the bird hand seal, the wind started picking up until it formed deafening gusts of wind, signaling the coming of a hurricane. Finally, as the wind speed became unbearable, Naruto changed the hand seal to the snake, slightly altering the jutsu's nature to water. The results were devastating as Zabuza was blown away with such force towards a thick tree that he would be unconscious had it not been for a water substitution jutsu. However, this fact didn't escape the blonde as he prepared his trench knives to parry the sudden zanbatsu strike that came from behind him. The problem was that the swing was packed with enough force that the blonde had trouble blocking it, allowing Zabuza to land a powerful punch to Naruto's face, sending him on a little trip through the air. Zabuza took this opportunity to send a couple of shuriken flying at Chunin. Naruto heard the projectiles approaching and snarled before doing a quick series of 2 hand seals. He managed to gather enough wind to form a small typhoon around his body, managing to redirect the projectiles far away as he skidded a few more meters. With a familiar hand seal, Naruto created 2 cage bunshines and charged at Zabuza. The ex-Kiri ninja smiled and sliced the head off one of the bunshines, before the others attacked him. However, the man didn't earn his reputation for nothing and he managed to dodge and evade most of the attacks. As an assassin, Zabuza didn't just stuck to defending, and in little less than a minute all the clones were beaten save for the real one. Zabuza didn't wait long before he landed a powerful kick to Naruto's skull, sending the Chunin to bitter unconsciousness yet again. You lack aggressiveness, Naruto. I already told you that, and yet you keep repeating the same mista. Zabuza was suddenly at a loss of words as the body vanished, indicating that it was also a cage bunshine. Suddenly, Naruto appeared running from behind Zabuza, while performing hand seals as he molded the necessary chakra. Raiden Raiko Dageki, Lightning Release, Lightning Strike Jutsu. The Kiri shinobi only had time to see lightning exhaling from the blonde's body before Naruto's lightning-induced kick landed right at his left cheek, sending the assassin ninja flying towards the incoming river. Problem was that because of the impact, Naruto managed to send thousands and thousands of volts into Zabuza's system, making his body go numb. Hence why upon hitting the water the Jounin's body would have sunk had it not been for the lake's depth. However, Naruto wasn't betting on it, as he took Zabuza off the water and landed his body on the lake shore at the same time Zabuza managed to regain control over his body. "So," Naruto said, calling Zabuza's attention as the man suddenly coughed a bit. "You were saying I was lacking aggressiveness, huh? I guessed I passed that test, right?" "It seems so. Your father was right, you do have a knack for ninjutsu. I heard only bits and pieces about your lightning manipulation, but I didn't know it reached this level. Now, I believe that is enough for today. In a few hours, the first exams will finish and I'm due to proctor the second part. That being said, we won't be doing this for a good 5 days." Naruto already knew all of this, so he nodded and bid farewell to his part-time sensei. "Don't sweat, I'll just bother Kakashi Niazan while you are away. See ya in 5, Zabuza. At the academy. Inside room 301, hundreds and hundreds of Chunin hopefuls were attending the first part of the Chunin exams, and Morino Aviki happened to be the proctor for the first part. His test involved 10 questions. It seemed quite easy to those that didn't understand what the man did for a living, but in the middle of the test Aviki would work his magic with some of the genins in regards to their resolve. Occasional genjutsus were casted in order to disrupt the Genin's focus, forcing some to fall on traps that the Chunins positioned on the room's walls, eliminating said Genin. This Chunin exam was special to Konoha because of the ones attending the exam. All of the village's major clans had their respective heirs attending. Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, Inuzuka and Aburame were present. All of the heirs were special and equally skilled on their clan abilities, hence why not one of them fell victim to Aviki's psychological warfare. In fact, a couple of them outright dispelled the genjutsu as soon as it was cast. Genins like Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino and Nara Shikamaru were considered the best among those from their graduating year. Looking at the remaining Genin, Aviki couldn't help but smirk at how easily he was able to scare some of them, leaving only 15 teams for the second part of the exams. Suddenly, a thick mist started to gather inside the room and carried enough killing intent that some of the Genin started to shiver in nothing but pure fear. A team from Kirigakura was affected the most, as they were aware of the history of the one that betrayed their village and joined the hidden village in the leaves. Aviki, for his part, only smiled at this equally effective method of scaring the Genin before the ex-Kiri shinobi decided to grace the room with his terrifying voice. However, it wasn't directed at the Genin as he masked his presence to them. "What's the situation, Aviki? Did you find anything odd from them?" Although Zabuza was merely a shadow behind Aviki, the chief of interrogation didn't need to turn his neck as he addressed the proctor of the Chunin exams next to him. "A few suspicious shinobi actually are in this very room, though I have yet to present some conclusive evidence to you. I'm sure your team will be more than adequate to follow them. The team from Suna, especially the red-haired kid, he managed to disguise it good, but I sense some strange aura around him. Also, I can't help but smell the scent of snake in the vicinity, and since Anko is not here, this means that there is a possibility that either he's here or a fellow henchman." Zabuza nodded as he took a look at the Genin in front of him. Indeed, he sensed the strange aura surrounding the kid from Suna, but he couldn't for the life of him sense Aviki's uneasiness regarding Orochimaru's supposed presence in the vicinity. It didn't matter though, because the Hokage placed a team of well-seasoned Jounin under his orders to make sure that the exams go as normal as any deadly Chunin exam should be. "Okay, I'll relay the information to my squad now. Let's proceed with the second part of the Chunin exams," Zabuza said as the mist suddenly dissipated and the room turned normal once more. The Genin were surprised to see the new Jounin in front of them, and the mist team snarled at Zabuza upon seeing him wearing standard Konoha attire. The bandaged-wearing shinobi smirked at this and locked eyes with them for a moment. Kirigakura was forever forgotten in his mind as the place he was born and raised. Konoha was much better for him in Haku, but that didn't mean he couldn't play a little with the mist genins. Increasing his killing intent for a while, he saw the three trying to make a tough front but failing miserably. By the time he saw a single drop of sweat coming from one's forehead, he subsided and laid a message to all the genins. "For those who passed this phase, my congrats, but this has nothing to do with the next stage that is in store for all of you. So, Without further ado, the second phase will begin. Everyone meet me the training ground number 44 and I'll explain the second part of the exam. At the Hokage's office . The Chunin exams were a valid way to increase a village's economy and resources, as merchants from all over the elemental nations came to sell their products and acquire some as well. Not only merchants, but important civilians also came, though only for the major event that would occur in 1 month's time. This happened to be Minato's main concern, as he saw a pile of letters sent by highly influential businessmen. The feudal lords of both Grass and Fang country had already sent a letter stating that they would attend the exams. A group of businessmen from Lightning country would attend as well. However, what concerned Minato the most was that a representative from Earth country's daimyo would also attend. Normally, both Iwa and Earth country wouldn't want anything to do with Konoha. Ever since the last great shinobi war, that part of the map pretty much cursed Minato's family with constant murder attempts as well as numerous attacks on the man's son. This went on until Naruto himself was placed on Iwa's bingo book, because so far, no one could defeat him in battle. Suddenly, an Anbu appeared in front of the Hokage as he kneeled in respect to the blonde Namikaze. Hokage-sama, the second phase of the Chunin exam started a few minutes ago and Zabuza Taiku requested this message to be delivered to you, sir. The Hokage nodded and picked a scroll with a smile on his face before the Anbu vanished within a swirl of leaves. As the smoke subsided, Minato turned to read Zabuza's report on the exam so far. As expected, Ibiki managed to narrow down the least qualifying Genin of the bunch, leaving only the most gifted shinobi to go for the next phase. Of course, gifted could also mean someone who is talented enough to infiltrate the exams undetected, as Minato's suspicion now indicated. Obviously, for a Sannin and ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, there wasn't much that he couldn't do, and that's what got the blonde Hokage worried, hence why he placed only the most seasoned jounin to attend the Chunin exams. Of course, it still may not be enough to prevent some calamity to happen within Konoha's walls. According to Zabuza's report, Ibiki was suspicious of a red-haired kid from Suna based on the fact that he sensed a strange aura around the kid. The hidden village of the sand became a suspicious place for Minato ever since his son Naruto managed to capture an Iwa jounin that wanted to kill the Chunin. It took some time, but the head of interrogation managed to work his magic and confirmed that Iwa was soon moving on Konoha together with the snake Sannin. Problem was that he mentioned some aspects of Suna that was unsettling. Although he had yet to confirm their involvement in the entire matter, just the mention of another village joining the attack made Minato shiver in fear for his people. Konoha sure had its many talents, and surely, quality beats quantity, but there is a limit to how much a gifted shinobi can kill before he gets overwhelmed by the enemy's number. The blonde Hokage could just hope that, like all wars prior to this one, the hidden village in the leaves would emerge victorious once more. Minato stopped his wonderings once he heard someone knocking on the door. The Sandaime Hokage entered the office with a smile on his face. Minato-kun, how is everything so far? The Namikaze considered himself a very controlled individual. Even in times like these he was considered to be very level-minded. However, in comparison to the man in front of him, he looked like a frightened child no matter how much experience he gathered behind the Hokage's table. So far, nothing out of the ordinary, from the reports anyway. Ibiki has some suspicions but nothing substantial. Zabuza is with the Genins now, explaining about the second test of the Chunin exams. That's good. Well, my student certainly won't make a movement now. My guess is that he'll choose a time where our defense is more vulnerable. Certainly, with your Anbu scouting protocol, he won't feel safe in attacking us yet, Hiruzen said, earning a nod from the current Hokage as he took another seat behind his desk and decided to handle some paperwork. The Sandaime Hokage made himself comfortable by asking for some tea and picking up a chair to sit on as he watched Minato deal with Akage's worst enemy. The never-ending piles of paperwork. With Naruto . Flying from tree to tree, Naruto suddenly stopped in a clearing as he looked around for a while. He was now on a scouting mission as he was patrolling the area near the East Gate where there had been the largest number of occurrences. 2 nights ago, for instance, an Anbu team found traces of a fight and 2 Genins were killed. While it was impossible to know who the attacker was, the Anbu team found traces of Doton ninjutsu and some projectiles embedded to the victim's chest, indicating Iwa's possible involvement. Just as he was about to move once more, a black wolf with white paws landed right in front of the blonde as he took a seating position. Report Gecko, Moonlight. Did you find anyone suspicious? The wolf in front of him was a master of illusionary techniques named Gecko. Compared to the other summons, Gekko only worked as a supplementary partner aiding Naruto from long range with his genjutsu skills. This time, though, Naruto decided to use him to scout the area for enemies. Normally, all wolves possess terrific tracking abilities, but only Gekko had knowledge of illusionary techniques, hence why he was aiding Naruto in scouting the area. Nothing so far, I'm afraid. If either my nose or my skills in detecting illusions doesn't work, then there is no enemy throughout the vicinity. I understand. You can go back then. I'll return to the village and file the report, said Naruto, before Gekko vanished. As the wolf vanished, Naruto took a moment to see as the sun was beginning to settle down on the horizon. As the beautiful scenery appeared before his eyes, Naruto couldn't help but feel that bad things would happen to the village he grew fond of. His eyes had yet to see the horror of what a war truly was, but he felt confident that when the time was up, he would defend his family and the village with the best of his ability. Now facing the village, Naruto let out a sigh as he could feel the wind landing a gentle breeze on his facial features, causing a nice feeling of utter relaxation, before he vanished towards the next set of trees towards the village where he was supposed to hand in the report of his scouting mission. Afterwards, maybe, he could find his girlfriend and see if she could join him for dinner after work. Training ground number 44 ===. As the gates opened, 15 Genin teams rushed inside one of the most dangerous sites there was in Konoha. The Genins were now participating in a survival test, where they had 5 days to collect both an Earth and Heaven scroll, before heading straight to the tower in the middle of the forest. However, in order to get the other scroll, one team had to take it by force from another team, meaning that at least half of the already participating teams would fail. Not to mention that the Forest of Death was gained its name for a reason, as both terrible and vicious creatures called the place home and had no qualms about feasting on the flesh of humans. Of course, this exam was to remain as neutral as possible in order for the Genins to prove themselves worthy of advancing to the last portion of the exam. However, throughout the area, were also located several seasoned Konoha Jonin in order to scout ahead and make sure that the enemy didn't do anything funny, especially the Iwa teams, as two managed to pass Ibiki's test. Right now, the team composing of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura and Sai were jumping through the 3 branches in search for the Earth Scroll to go with their Heaven Scroll. A couple of minutes earlier, they managed to locate a team from Mist and dispatch them easily with Sasuke's Sharingan and Sai's Ink Ninjutsu. However, that team possessed a Heaven Scroll, so it was pointless to take it. As Team 7 jumped through the branches, all 3 Genin were feeling strange. It felt as if they were being followed the entire time since first entering the forest. Sasuke, for his part, didn't like this feeling, as his Uchiha pride, arrogance to some, wouldn't allow him to be considered being the hunted. Activating his Sharingan, he couldn't sense any abnormality with the scenery, hence why he deactivated the Dojutsu in order to conserve chakra. As the team vanished towards the horizon, a sudden image flickered behind a thick tree and a woman appeared with long black hair and wearing Kuza headband. Soon, Sasuke-kun, your Sharingan will be mine, just you wait. The insane laughter, somehow, managed to carry through the entire foliage, speaking highly of how dangerous this man could be. Team 10 ===. Nara Shikamaru was considered a genius among the Genins for a number of reasons that he always considered too troublesome to remember them. Right now, his team managed to place some traps around the cavern they chose to rest in for a bit, considering that the moon was already up. One special weakness of the Nara clan jutsus happened to be the night itself, as without the sunlight, it became difficult to spread the user's shadow towards the enemy as effectively. So, if the team were to fight at night, then Shikamaru would step aside and let both his teammates do the fighting, while he covered them from the back with projectiles and long-range techniques. Growing fond of the silence that filled the cave, the entire team managed to relax a bit, knowing that if someone were to attack them, the traps will grant them time to prepare. However, the lazy genius for some reason couldn't close his eyes before a strange feeling loomed inside the cave. He couldn't place outright the source of this strange feeling, but definitely it wasn't just his mind playing tricks on him. Both Asuma-sensei and Naruto Taiku explained to him that a ninja's instincts are the key to survival out there on the field. So he began to focus on the environment in order to pinpoint the exact source of this feeling of dread. Closing his eyes for a moment and focusing his attention, Shikamaru suddenly widened his eyes as he sensed the usage of chakra on top of the cave. Doton Iwa Yato Kuzushi, Earth Release, Stone Lodging Destruction Jutsu. As Shikamaru looked up, he felt the entire cave trembling like an earthquake, before he rushed to wake up his teammates. Ino, Kuji, wake up, we need to get out of here right away. Shikamaru didn't even allow Ino to protest to the rude awakening before he grabbed her and ran for the cave opening. They made it out just as the entire ceiling collapsed on their sleeping position. As they left, the cave now was nothing more than pile-up of rocks and mud as three people stood on top of it, looking at Team 10 with mug looks on their faces. Shikamaru was the only one that managed to see the Iwa headband as the moonlight managed to reflect off of it for a second. "Who are they, Shikamaru?" asked Ino, drawing the leader's attention. "They are from Iwa, I'm afraid. Troublesome, but I'm afraid we can't rest as of yet. That technique was something I've never seen before, so it means that these three aren't regular genins. We have to proceed with caution, and if the situation is too much then fleeing is the best option." This sudden level of cowardice didn't fit Shikamaru at all in Kuji's opinion, and he felt like berating his friend for it. However, Shikamaru began to explain his reasons. "I'm not just running, Kuji, my clan techniques favor the sunlight as it's easier to control the shadow. Right now if we were to fight these guys for real we'd have a disadvantage concerning my shadow control. We can't just barge into a fight, Kuji, without considering our options." The pineapple-haired Jinan's explanation seemed to ease the bulky Akimichi, but not once did he stop looking at the enemy, proof enough of the family's bravery. The Iwa team though didn't care for pleasantries as they all attacked at once with kunai in their hands, before Kuji began doing hand seals. Doton Doryu Dengo, Earth Release, Mausoleum Earth Dumpling Jutsu. After the snake hand sign, Kuji slammed both hands on the ground, focusing the molded chakra and lifting the huge ball of earth as the team from Iwa charged at them. When the time was right, Kuji threw the ball of earth with all of the strength that he could muster, forcing the enemy to scatter towards the trees. Shikamaru looked up and cursed seeing as the Iwa team managed to surround them, leaving no room for escape. "Troublesome, I guess we have no choice but to engage. Ino, Kuji, listen to what I say." As Shikamaru explained the plan to his team, the Iwa team grew tired of waiting and charged Team 10 with a barrage of mud projectiles, forcing the group to take evasive maneuver. Ino was the first that managed to get into attacking position and proceeded with some hand seals. Sutenja no Kuchi, Water Release, Snake Mouth Jutsu. The lake nearby the fighting field suddenly sprung into action as the jet stream transformed into a snake that charged towards the closet opponent. However, the targeted individual just dodged the attack with ease and threw a couple of kunai at the still falling Ino, thus catching her by surprise. If it weren't for Shikamaru and some projectiles to meet the opponents, then she would have been taken out. Shikamaru, though, was caught by surprise by one who sneaked up behind him and finished a quick series of hand seals, gathering some mud on his mouth. Doton Doryuabi, Earth Release, Mud Serpent Jutsu. Seconds after the man spilled the deadly attack, the mud immediately transformed and hit Shikamaru dead on before the lazy genius could dodge, sending him flying towards the incoming tree. Kuji was near, so by using his family jutsus, he inflated his hand and stopped Shikamaru's flight before placing him on the ground. Ino just appeared before evading an array of shuriken. By this time, Shikamaru snarled while looking at the enemies carrying smug looks on their faces like his team were nothing but amateurs. "Shit, they're just toying with us right now. I don't know how, but they aren't ordinary Jinan. Something is wrong here," Shikamaru said, alerting the team's attention as he proceeded. "Their techniques and the speed in which they move as well as their coordination is far too developed for Jinan. Kuji, provide some cover for us. We can't take them as we are now. We'll wait for the sun to rise." The Akimichi obeyed without question and threw a couple of flash bombs up in the air to blind the enemy as Team 10 made a run to the other side. The Iwa team cursed, underestimating their opponents, as the blinding light was enough to let Team 10's escape. When their eyes went back to normal, the Iwa team cursed their own stupidity. They relaxed their guard and in the span of seconds 3 kunai found their targets, piercing the rock ninjas' backs with considerable force, killing the first 2 in seconds and leaving the leader in agonizing pain. "How? You 3 were just mere genins." The man's question of incredulity was enough proof to Shikamaru that they were indeed more than genins, but he explained nonetheless. "My clan happens to focus its skills in shadow manipulation, hence why the flash bombs weren't just to allow our escape, but also for me to use a jutsu that allowed me instant transportation through my shadow. With this technique it was easy to sneak up behind you. The only thing left was to aim the kunai right and add some chakra to them for a secure kill." Shikamaru's explanation only served to piss the man off, as he was not only beaten by a team of Jinan, but he was fooled by one as well. Nevertheless, there was nothing more he could do as the kunai managed to hit a vital organ and he was now suffering severe internal bleeding. It wasn't long before the light left his eye and he was dead. The lazy genius approached the Iwa shinobi and saw the scroll of heaven on his jacket pocket, meaning that his team could now go to the tower first thing in the morning. However, as Shikamaru was about to meet up with his team, who by this time already found a nice hideout for them to rest, a team of 3 Konoha jonin landed right in front of him. One of them Shikamaru recognized as Shiranui Genma, because of the bandana and the toothpick on his mouth. Before the man could speak, though, Shikamaru beat him to it. "I was wondering when you guys would appear. They would have killed us for sure if they had taken us seriously. Yondaime-sama made it clear that we're not supposed to get in the way unless the situation called for it. We knew they were just toying with you, hence why we thought that their intention was to collect your scroll and move on. The Hokage was wary of possible Iwa Chonin posing as Jinan to study our strength. Now, we'll take these 3 into custody and analyze as much as we can about who are we up against. Join your team immediately and head to the tower immediately." Before Shikamaru could even nod in acceptance, the group of jounin had already vanished from sight, earning some complaints from the lazy genius before he jumped towards the hideout his teammates found a couple miles away. He couldn't help but curse, as he wished that the shinobi world was a bit simpler so he could spend some free time watching the clouds. Of course, that was wishful thinking on his part, as seeing the profession he chose, there would rarely be times where he could just rest and watch the clouds passing by. Some minutes later, Shikamaru landed in front of yet another cave as he saw his friend waiting for him. He was quickly enveloped in a hug from Ino. "Don't you ever do something like that again, you hear me? Man, I don't know how you convinced me to do this. Those guys were way stronger than we are combined." "Troublesome, relax Ino, they're dead now." Ino continued the shouting though, but the only thing Shikamaru really wanted was to close his eyes and get some much deserved rest, as tomorrow they wouldn't need to worry about this forest anymore. With Team 7 . It was the second day of the exam and Team 7 was scouting the forest for some team that possessed the scroll they were looking for. So far there had been no such luck, as all the teams they encountered had the same heaven scroll, and Sasuke was beginning to get impatient, as was Sakura. Sai, on the other hand, was getting suspicious of the possibility of someone following them. He had been getting this feeling since they started the exams, but he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Finally, Sasuke's Sharingan detected movement to the northeast direction and charged with his team in tow, until they found a team from Suna washing up a bit near a small river. The group, for their part, upon sensing the sudden usage of chakra, turned their heads and saw Sasuke's team up on the tree ahead. Deciding to check things out first, Sasuke started a little conversation. "Okay Suna ninjas, what scroll do you possess?" The one who must have been the leader of the group held up their scroll, and the Uchiha smirked upon finally seeing the earth scroll in the man's hand. It was enough for the conversation to be over, and Sasuke charged the team head-on with his Sharingan active, while Sai covered his flank with his ink tigers. Sakura remained behind for cover as the fight began. 2 of the Suna-Jinan picked up a small sword and charged both Sasuke and Sai with the intent of kill quite visible. However, their speed didn't compare to Sasuke and Sai, as both dodged the incoming attack, before landing a powerful kick on each opponent's chest. Taking advantage of the situation, Sasuke began doing hand seals before gathering air inside his lungs. Katen Enden, fire release, great fireball jutsu. The 2 genins that were flying managed to flip by using the momentum, but they were ill-prepared to dodge the incoming fireball. Suddenly, a huge wall of mud erupted from the ground as the 3rd member of the group suddenly appeared, thus stopping the deadly fire technique. "You two pay attention. This guy is an Uchiha, so fight for real." As the wall subsided, all 3 were shocked to see both Sasuke and Sai charging with great speed, carrying 2 kunai in each hand. This forced the Suna group to fight for real, as all 3 of them threw shuriken in order to stop the charge. One of them hit Sai, but he suddenly melted, indicating that he was an ink bunshine. Meanwhile Sasuke, with a swing from his kunai, managed to cut the leader's arm badly. Suddenly, the man began to suffer spasms, earning the shock of his teammates until they saw that Sasuke was channeling lightning chakra into his weapon. "Your friend is out of the fight. Hand over the scroll or you two will be killed," Sasuke threatened as he saw that Sai was right behind the last 2 in case they did not surrender. Initially, they would stay and fight, but their friend needed immediate attention, so one of them delivered the scroll to Sasuke, before disappearing while carrying his injured friend. As Sasuke kept the scroll inside his kunai holster, the air suddenly increased and it became hard to breathe. Because of the mission in Wave Country, the entire team was made aware of how much killing intent a strong enemy could produce, but this didn't even compare to Zabuza's. This was stronger, and Sakura was struggling not to scream in fright, while Sai and Sasuke were trembling. That was some impressive fighting, Sasuke-kun. Your clan must be proud of the fine shinobi you turned out to be. The voice appeared to come from all directions, as the Uchiha snarled at once again, feeling like he was the one being hunted. The problem was that this guy knew him, and that was never a good thing. Who are you? Show your face, you coward, shouted Sasuke as he was getting used to the whole killing intent. A shadow appeared on top of a tree a few meters in front of the team. Appearances alone, the team was looking at a woman with long black hair and a kusa headband. They recognized her from the first part of the exam as Sasuke stepped forward in order to speak to her. Once again, who are you and how do you know my name? The woman smirked and, quite to the team's shock, put out her long tongue and licked her lips in pure delight at the prey in front of her, just like a snake would do. Needless to say, Sakura was on her knees shaking in fear, before Sai reached up to her and cut off the killing intent by yanking one hair from her, much to her protest as she screamed at her teammate for ruining her hair so much. Sakura, that girl was using a strange technique and was affecting all three of us by doing this. I managed to snap you out of it. The girl appeared to accept the explanation and remained quiet. Actually, though, she would remain verbalizing some insults to Sai, had this woman not appeared challenging Sasuke and her team. Back to Sasuke and the woman's conversation, Sasuke was barely managing to control his urges for some unfathomable reason. It was like this woman was goading him to charge at her with everything he had. Everyone knows the famous Uchiha clan and everyone knows your brother Uchiha Itachi. From what I saw, it won't take long before you two are on the same level. As for what I want with you is nothing more than to test your skills. Fuuten Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. The sudden vortex of wind blew the entire team away along with a few smaller trees. Sai was the first to get off the huge gust of wind as he landed on top of a tree thick enough to withstand the powerful wind force. However, the ink user had to brace himself as a 20-foot green snake appeared out of nowhere and charged at him with the intent of eating him whole. As he kept dodging the snake's destructive strikes, Sai was thinking of a strategy to beat this opponent in particular. His techniques were made for tracking enemies and assassination, not killing huge snakes. But he was considering the woman and the reason behind Sasuke being her target. Whatever it was, he knew time was of the essence, so he couldn't waste much time with this animal. Shit, this jutsu will take a considerable portion of my chakra, but I have to do it in order to protect the Uchiha like Dansu-sama ordered. As he kept dodging the strikes, he grabbed a scroll from his kunai holster and, with a pencil, drew what appeared to be a two-tailed dragon. Hefthon focused on molding the necessary chakra by using a one-handed seal. Ninpa Dai Kuju Giga, Ninja Art, Great Beast Imitation Jutsu. Suddenly, the ink dragon materialized outside the scroll before expanding to at least 10 times its regular size as Sai jumped on top of it. As the snake charged once more, the dragon lifted off, evading the serpent before it made a swift dive towards the ground. Suddenly, its wing became razor sharp and sliced the snake like it was made of paper, killing the beast. Right away, Sai stopped the chakra source as he landed on the ground, panting a little bit from the over-chakra exertion. Quickly inhaling a soldier pill, Sai charged to Sasuke's position, hoping that he didn't arrive too late. Oblivious to the fight of man versus beast, Sasuke was doing his best to avoid being killed as this lady continued toying with him. She was dodging his attacks like he was a little child with a temper. It was strange to the proud Uchiha as his wonderful Sharingan wasn't helping him at all. He managed to predict the movements, but what Sasuke was still due to learn about the Dujutsu was that the body takes some time to respond accordingly. Without having proper reflexes, it didn't matter if he could see the opponent's next move as he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Getting some distance between them, Sasuke pulled out special windmill shuriken, before he threw them around the tree that the lady was located. The wire strapped to the projectiles managed to trap the lady in place, before Sasuke landed on a tree a few meters away as he proceeded with a considerable hand seal series. Katen Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Instantly, Sasuke's body started combusting as the technique reached the wires, sending a strong blast of fire towards the trapped enemy. It hit her full force, earning loud screams from her as her skin was beginning to melt because of the technique's temperature. By this time, Sasuke's chakra was beginning to decrease heavily and he was feeling the effects of the fatigue. If this attack didn't work, then he feared that nothing would stop her from killing him and his teammates. Sai was nowhere to be seen and Sakura, well, the type of killing intent emitted by their enemy was enough to send her into bitter unconsciousness. And, a little note to those Sakura fans, I'm not diminishing her skills in any way, rather just copying Kishimoto's view of her during the event at the Forest of Death. Let's face it, she did nothing while Naruto and Sasuke fought the incredibly tough Sannin. As Sasuke decided to rest a bit, he heard a different voice from the woman's direction. This voice was carried with enough malice and bloodlust that Sasuke for the first time in his life felt scared. He saw with his Sharingan the woman's face, but the strangest thing was that the face was melting and another one was appearing, one with eyes that the Uchiha thought belonged to a menacing snake. Ku, very nice Sasuke, you're worthy of the gift I'll give you. It's only fair, though, that I tell you my name. I'm Orochimaru. The instant shock was enough to give the Sannin his cue to stretch his neck towards the Uchiha, but as he was ready to bite the defenseless Uchiha, Orochimaru saw the other Genin charging with a roundhouse kick aimed at his chest. It didn't matter, though, as the snake could stretch his neck even further, hence why even after being sent flying courtesy of Sai's kick, Orochimaru stretched his neck long enough to bite Sasuke's neck, injecting the gift into his system. Suddenly, the entire forest fell deaf to Sasuke's insane scream of pain as the corrupted chakra began to burn his chakra coils, causing him excruciating pain. The snake Sannin was laughing as his plan worked. He quickly acted on instinct, substituting himself with an earth bunshine, just as the Kyuubi Hushu came flying and sliced his neck. Next, a thick mist covered the entire area. Suddenly, a group of Jonin filled the area as they managed to save Sai, Sakura and Sasuke from Orochimaru's clutches. Zabuza stood face to face with the deadly enemy in front of him. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin and a S-ranked criminal of Konoha, you're under arrest for your crimes against the hidden village in the leaves. Normally, Zabuza wouldn't dare fighting a man such as Orochimaru. He was strong no doubt, but he wasn't stupid. What he intended was to fight him along with the Jonin who by now had already taken positions around the enemy. The snake, however, only laughed as if the threat was nothing. Momochi Zabuza, ex-member of the Kiri no Shinobi Katana Nananin Shu, 7 swordsman of the mist, now a shinobi of this pathetic village, I don't have any intention of fighting you nor any other jounin for that matter. I accomplished what I came here to do, so I'll be leaving now. Oh, and tell the Yondaime not to stop the exams, otherwise I'll burn this village to the ground. Orochimaru, afterwards, started to melt as Zabuza understood it was only an earth bunshine the entire time. He knew, though, that the snake did something to these genins, otherwise he wouldn't waste his time attacking them. Looking at the 2 members of the team, he sighed and walked to them. You two take care of the Uchiha, until he recovers and proceed with the second phase. We'll report what happened here to the Hokage. Sai and Sakura couldn't help but comply with the order as Sai grabbed the unconscious Sasuke and both vanished to a safe place until the Uchiha recovered from his unconsciousness. The problem was that Sakura saw the strange mark formed on his neck and wondered what happened since she was unconscious. Chapter 25, The Invasion Prelude. After the end of the second phase, 6 Genin teams managed to finish, quite to everyone's suspicion, including some of the genins. The Iwa teams were stronger, more skilled. Although none of them could be considered genins in the first place, not all of the teams were captured by the jounins inside the village, which meant only one thing. The hidden village of the rock was gathering information on Konoha's shinobi, perhaps even gauging how easy it would be to infiltrate the village without getting caught. As of now, Iwa already knew that a few of their shinobi were captured, which meant war was now unavoidable. If Iwa did not move against Konoha, Konoha would have every right to declare war on Iwa for tampering with the Chunin exams and attacking the clan heirs deliberately. Right now, the genins were lined up in front of the Hokage and a few jounins. Some of them looked tired. Others seemed on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion due to escaping mostly unharmed from the place called the Forest of Death. Konoha was the best represented village of the exams with 4 teams that managed to pass, with Suna passing only 1 and the new village of Sound also passing 1. Minato eyed the Chunin hopefuls with a smile on his face as these exams could be quite taxing. Nevertheless, it was required of Chunins to be in the front lines. If they couldn't handle 5 days inside a forest, how can they expect to survive in a full-scale war? Also, a Chunin is a born captain of a squad and as such, he would have to face dangerous situations, while at the same time keeping their composure leading ordering his or her squad. Congratulations to everyone for passing the second phase. The exams are tough, but nonetheless necessary for us to see whether or not any of you deserve to be promoted. As Chunins, all of you will be performing gruesome and challenging tasks in the name of your respective villages, so this test serves as guidance for the Kijis to determine how each one of you behave under stressful situations. Now, since the second phase is now over, let's proceed with the third phase. Minato stopped talking immediately as a strong and deep voice echoed throughout the gigantic gymnasium. Allow me, Hokage-sama, there are certain measures that must be taken care of before we can proceed to the third part. The Hokage smiled and nodded as he knew the voice had its merit. Suddenly, in the middle of the field, a considerable typhoon started forming until two presences could be seen inside. The wind was starting to increase, until the genins had to shield their eyes. After a few minutes, the wind died down as a carbon copy of the Yondaime Hokage appeared. On his side was a big wolf and it was wiping its tail while focusing its attention on the genins. The presence alone was enough for some to gasp as they had yet to see Namikaze Naruto after his transformation. Immediately, Ino, Sakura, Tamari and a Jinan from Sound Kintsuchi blushed at his looks. However, a second later, all of them had different thoughts. Sakura shoved the image away and focused on Sasuke's, Tamari focused on Suna's plan to invade Konoha as did Kin. Ino, though, was the only one who kept looking while drooling at the thought of what Naruto would do to her. Welcome to the third part of the Chunin exams. I'm Namikaze Naruto and the wolf next to me is Gecko. I'll be the proctor for the third exam, but first we are in need of a preliminary round. The Genin started mumbling between themselves at the absurdity of more fights. The Jounin senseis all smiled at their Genin's bad luck, while some observed Naruto with a smile on their faces. Both Kakashi and Asuma participated in Naruto's growth throughout the years and they could see how mature he looked as he stood in front of the Genins. Shikamaru was the first to speak. Why do we need a preliminary round in the first place? None of us are in any condition to be fighting. Naruto smirked at Shikamaru's question, but answered nonetheless. As it stands, there are 18 Genins here. The third exam consists of a showdown of one-on-one skills and nobles from all the elemental nations will be present to watch. Should all of you participate, it would take too long for the exams to end and it is possible that it would take more than one day for the entire tournament. Needless to say, people would be bored. As for you being incapable of fighting, that's not of my concern, it's yours and you had best deal with it. Naruto smirked even more once he heard Shikamaru grumble his usual troublesome, before proceeding with the explanations. As I explained, we'll now proceed with some preliminary matches to reduce the number of participants. The electronic board behind me will determine who will fight against whom. Also, remember that as proctor, my word is final. If anyone violates my orders, he or she will be disqualified immediately. Besides that, anything is allowed. Also, one other thing, if I see that the opponent is incapable of fighting, I have the right to intervene and stop the fight. Now, before I begin the preliminary match, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? As soon as Naruto asked, a silver-haired man by the name of Kabuto raised his right hand and vocalized his wish to withdraw from the test, earning a nod from Naruto. Son and father exchanged looks for a while, before Naruto acknowledged Kabuto's request. It was no secret that Kabuto had an amazing history with the Chunin exams as this was the 8th time he had failed to pass. Surely, it was suspicious, but right now there wasn't any evidence that Kabuto was playing for the other team. With that taken care of, the board's lights started to scramble throughout the Genin's names, before stopping. Uchiha Sasuke x Inuzuka Kiba. Both Genin smirked for different reasons. Kiba smiled because he would finally teach Sasuke a lesson in humility. Sasuke smiled as he believed his fight would be easy, granting him a ticket to the third phase. As he walked, though, a strange mark on Sasuke's neck started to glow red, forcing the Uchiha to bite his lips in sudden pain. Sasuke remembered both his brother and his sensei performing a strange ritual that managed to stop the seal's effects on Sasuke. However, it was their fear that Sasuke wouldn't be able to control the seal, thus, becoming another victim of Orochimaru's cursed seal. Itachi wanted nothing more than to rid his little brother of the seal, but he didn't know how to, and even if he did, he needed Sasuke to cooperate and he knew that cooperation with others wasn't in Sasuke's vocabulary. Instead, Itachi did something that in everyone's opinion was more efficient. Sasuke remembered all too well, because he could sense his brother's killing intent, which meant he wasn't kidding. Itachi allowed Sasuke to have the seal, but if his little brother ever betrayed Konoha, Itachi would have no qualms with slicing Sasuke's throat immediately. It was cruel, yes, but nevertheless effective as Sasuke's resolve around controlling the seal doubled. He knew how one Mitarashi Anko managed to grow strong without depending on the seal, and if she could do it, then for an Uchiha, it would be like a walk in the park. Sasuke was selfish and arrogant, but he wasn't foolish enough to challenge Itachi, but that his brother already knew. As the two combatants eyed each other, everyone could feel their anticipation regarding this fight grow. Naruto waited for a bit, until no one would interrupt him anymore, before he signaled for the fight to begin. As soon as he showed his hand, both Kiba and Sasuke vanished within a blur and exchanged a few punches against each other. Kiba, with his canine traits, had the upper hand in strength, but Sasuke was faster in the taijutsu department, hence how the Uchiha landed a fierce punch on Kiba's jaw, sending him flying a few meters before Kiba flipped his body and landed safely on the ground. Though he had to stop a while to clean the blood that came from his mouth, he was otherwise okay. Instantly molding some chakra, Kiba performed his clan's famous jutsu that allowed a human being to use all 4 limbs to move, instead of just his legs. Plus his canines and fingernails elongated. Sasuke saw Kiba approaching fast, but he didn't need the Sharingan to predict Kiba's movements as he evaded the Inuzuka's charge. Sasuke was caught by surprise once he saw a white little dog charging at him from behind, but he managed to punch Akamaru's face, sending the dog flying towards Kiba, who snarled at Sasuke for hurting his partner. Charging once more, Kiba took 4 shuriken and threw them at Sasuke with considerable speed, forcing Sasuke to evade them all, but it served Kiba's purpose as it allowed him to land a fierce slash on Sasuke's stomach, ripping his navy blue shirt. Sasuke felt incredible pain as he looked at his chest, only to see that 3 slashes were carved into his flesh and blood was pouring out of the wounds. Focusing on the battle, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and went through some hand seals, before gathering as much oxygen as possible inside his lungs. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. The fireball was considerably large, but Kiba and Akamaru managed to dodge by jumping to the air as Kiba gave a red pill to Akamaru. The dog suddenly grew in size and his fur was now fire red. Holding the ram seal, Akamaru jumped on top of Kiba's back. Juujin Bunshin no Jutsu, Beast Man Clone Jutsu. Akamaru suddenly transformed into an exact replica of his owner as the two charged together against Sasuke. At first, Sasuke smiled since he was seeing everything with his Sharingan, but the information given by his Dujutsu made him frown as he recognized the Inuzuka's next technique. Although Sasuke managed to predict Kiba's movements, he wasn't fast enough to stop them from performing the Gotsuga, double piercing fang. Both the real and clone Kiba started spinning, until both of them created a spinning drill, charging Sasuke with the promise of causing immeasurable pain to the Uchiha. As Sasuke saw the 2 spinning drills coming at him, he realized the weakness behind this technique. Because of his Sharingan, he could see the movement in slow motion and he could see both Kiba and Akamaru's right hands were extended, hence why the technique simulated a drill. So, Sasuke had to avoid being hit by the extended hand or even attack it, eliminating the threat. A smirk appeared on his lips as he started going through a number of hand seals. Raiten Beizu Rakurai, Lightning Release, Multiple Thunderbolt Jutsu. Immediately, 2 thunderbolts left Sasuke's hand, as each one charged towards each spinning drill, before the attack landed, stopping Kiba and Akamaru's movement immediately as thousands and thousands of volts ran through their veins in a minute. The dog was out cold instantly and Kiba was no better as his body was paralyzed. Even if he wasn't, the damage to his organs was too extensive and he was only seconds away from falling unconscious on the floor. Sasuke, though, wasn't aware of Kiba's condition as he charged with a kunai in hand. Kiba was unable to even move a finger to stop it. Suddenly, as Sasuke was a couple inches away from hurting Kiba, quite to everyone's shock in the room, Naruto managed to grab the Uchiha's wrist, saving Kiba's life. As stated before, I can stop the fight when the opponent is unable to fight. Winner Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto for a while, wondering why the hell he stopped Sasuke from landing the winning blow, while Haku's medic nin team arrived to take care of Kiba and his dog. Naruto knew Sasuke's smug feelings of superiority to others and looked at the brooding Uchiha with a smile on his face, before the board indicated the next fight. Yamanaka Ino x Kintsuchi. Uchiha, you can't be here, proceed to the upper levels. Now, the next fight shall begin immediately. Could the next combatants approach the arena? We don't have all day here. Sasuke snarled at the blonde a bit, before leaving the arena just as the ladies arrived. Somehow, he knew that he would be punished for what he attempted, but he didn't care. In his mind, he didn't do anything wrong. Kakashi's stern face, however, told him otherwise. He always drilled the word teamwork in the genins' minds and right now, Sasuke pretty much forgot that Kiba was a genin from Konoha just like him. Back at the arena, Ino and Kin eyed each other. Naruto already authorized the beginning of the battle, but neither made the first move as they were analyzing each other. Suddenly, Ino grabbed a kunai with her left hand as she charged against Kin, but Ino lacked the necessary speed for a direct attack, allowing Kin to dodge the attack and land a fierce kick on Ino's back. Kin followed with a couple of shuriken that impaled Ino on her back, quite to her team's shock as she fell on the ground dead. Kin was almost smiling at her victory, when the body turned out to be a tree log. The real Ino was behind her while doing hand seals. Sutenja no Kuchi, water release, snake head jutsu. The Auto Jinan was surprised by the sudden attack, but she was ill-equipped to avoid as the huge snake opened its mouth, enveloping Kin. Since Kin was close to the wall, Ino's attack propelled her opponent towards it, before hitting her head on the wall, dropping unconscious on the ground. The Yamanaka heir smiled triumphantly as Naruto declared her the winner. Suddenly the board sprang to life once more, before stopping. Sai x Sabaku no Tamari. As the opponents appeared at the arena, Naruto saw the battle fan on Tamari's back and smiled. In his first years studying wind manipulation, he learned that wind chakra is very tough to manipulate without a proper instrument like a battle fan or a metallized weapon. However, later Naruto learned that by using more chakra, a shinobi can manipulate wind without the need of a catalyst. Still, he was interested in what kinds of techniques this Jinan would show. As soon as he authorized the battle, Sai charged at Tamari with his broken sword, but Tamari defended with her battle fan, before twisting her body and aiming a reverse kick at Sai. The Konoha Jinan saw the move, though, as he blocked the rather weak kick with his left arm. He then surprised everyone by landing a fierce knee to her jaw, sending Tamari flying as she spit blood. Not wasting any time, Sai jumped in the air and sent Tamari flying with a strong kick on her stomach. Sai didn't want to waste any more time with this fight as he picked a blank scroll and his brush, before drawing some lions. Focusing some chakra, the creatures suddenly escaped from the scroll and charged the still flying Tamari. The woman, for her part, was dizzy because of the brutal sequence of attacks. However, her blurred vision managed to see the creatures charging at her. She knew that the battle would be over if she didn't do anything to stop them. Suddenly, opening her fan entirely, Tamari sent a strong whirlwind at the lions and gave a sigh of relief as they disintegrated. Sai was in front of her as he charged at her once more, but this time Tamari was prepared. Opening her fan entirely, she focused as much chakras as she could muster for one of her strong assaults. Fuuten Kamaitachi, wind release, cutting whirlwind jutsu. A gigantic tornado was soon charging at the surprised Sai, who was caught in the tornado, while his body was suffering major cuts and bruises from the attack. Tamari was confident that this attack would give her the victory, if not at least hinder him for her to deliver the winning blow, afterwards. However, she was surprised once Sai's body was replaced with a strange black substance as her attack ended. Suddenly she had the desire to simply close her eyes and fall into a peaceful slumber as Sai materialized behind her back and landed a poison dart on her arm. Tamari only heard the cute proctor giving the victory to her opponent, before the medic nins approached once more and took care of her. As the fights were progressing, Minato was very content with his genin's display of skill so far. He was certain that they would grow to become legends just like their respective fathers and mothers, though in Sasuke's case, Minato wished he could follow after his mother, instead of his father Fugaku. Looking at his son also made him smile as Naruto's authority was being respected without question from the genins. Suddenly, Minato saw something in Naruto's eyes that caused him to worry. Naruto was placed as proctor for the exam for the single reason that he could summon Gekko. The wolf had the skill of detecting genjutsu from a mile away. No matter how skilled an opponent is with genjutsu, the wolf could detect them immediately. Following Naruto's line of sight, Minato saw the jounin from Otogakure from the corner of his eye. Upon first appearances, the man was pretty much normal. Black long hair tied in a ponytail, pale almost white skin and wearing only black clothes. If Naruto was looking at this man in particular, then it was because Gekko warned him. Looking closely, Minato saw some resemblance to the Sannin Orochimaru and he smiled for a bit. For now, he wouldn't do anything. Clearly, Orochimaru liked to play games, saying he was here the entire time without anyone noticing. Also, if Minato acted right now, there was a chance that the snake Sannin had a backup plan to escape, thus ruining the opportunity to skin the treacherous serpent. For now, Minato would live with the knowledge that Orochimaru could hide his chakra and be aware of the usage of advanced henges. Looking back at his son, he signaled the Chunin to proceed with the fights, earning a nod. Nara Shikamaru x Haruno Sakura. Immediately as his name appeared, Shikamaru let out a groan in frustration for two reasons. First was the troublesome idea of having to fight once more after spending 5 whole days inside that damn forest, and the second was the idea of fighting against the opposite sex. He could say beating on a woman was his least enjoyable activity. Shikamaru didn't have time to ponder, though, as Ino pushed him over the balcony resulting in him falling hard on the floor. Upon looking at the troublesome woman, Shikamaru let out another groan in frustration before he picked himself up and cleaned the debris that landed on his clothing due to the fall. Placing both hands inside his pockets, the Nara heir walked peacefully towards the center of the arena where Naruto and Sakura were waiting for him. The blonde smiled at his lazy friend, since he knew that getting things done just wasn't Shikamaru's forte. Naruto knew Shikamaru would rather lie on the grass and watch the clouds pass by without a care in the world than having to fight right now, especially against a girl. As the two genins positioned in front of each other, Naruto looked from one to the other one last time, before authorizing the battle. Sakura didn't waste her time and charged Shikamaru with hand seals for a simple Bunshin jutsu. She knew Shikamaru to be smart, probably the brightest mind of their generation, but she was counting on the two clones to trick him. However, the Nara heir just stood there as the two Sakuras attacked him with their fists. They passed right by him, like he didn't exist, until Shikamaru blocked the real Sakura's punch with his right arm. "How did you know the first ones were clones?" Sakura asked, as the two were locking their arms for a second. "Ha, what a drag. Out of the three, only you had a shadow. My family's technique relies heavily on shadow manipulation, and if there's one thing every Nara knows to pay attention to, it's the enemy's shadow. It says a lot about the technique, or rather the enemy's position." Sakura grinded her teeth and backed away from her opponent. However, as she was about to perform evasive maneuvers, she was feeling weird. It was like she couldn't move her body, no matter how much her mind willed it to move. Looking down, she realized in shock the reason as Shikamaru spoke once more. "Another thing you should know, Sakura, is to never get too close to a Nara. We can control our shadow and bind yours, thus controlling your body movements." The moment Shikamaru stopped talking, he was already positioning a kunai inches from Sakura's jugular. Sakura was doing the same, but without a kunai. Naruto already saw enough as he gave the victory to Shikamaru, quite to Sakura's protest, since he had yet to land a finger on her, to which Naruto gladly explained. "If you were an enemy, you'd be dead right now. Shikamaru was holding a kunai within inches of your throat. One slice and you'd be dead," Naruto explained, much to Sakura's frustration at being beaten so easily by Shikamaru. However, as much as she tried to protest, in her mind, she knew Naruto was right. Shikamaru could easily kill her if he so wished to. It didn't mean, though, that her proud personality would acknowledge said fact. Sabaku no Gaara x Akato Yoroi. As the two genins approached the arena, Naruto and the others focused their attention on Gaara. All of they could feel the potent chakra this kid exhaled, and Naruto could see Gekko's apprehension as he followed Gaara's movements. Naruto knew this to be troublesome, seeing as to this moment, this was the first time he ever saw Gekko behaving like this. Clearly, something was off about this kid, and apparently his father was suspicious as well. Signaling for the genins to begin, Yoroi was quick to charge Gaara with a kunai on his right hand, but as soon as he approached Gaara, the man's instincts prevented him from being hit by the sand that erupted from the Sunajinan sand container. Now, as Gaara ushered his sand against the disguised Konoha Jinan, Yoroi kept dodging as best as he could but was failing as the sand was scratching his limbs. Suddenly, Gaara expanded the sand until it surrounded his opponent. Yoroi found little room to escape as the sand slowly buried him underneath, until his body was completely under the sand. Gaara, while extending his hands, was smiling like a maniac craving for Yoroi's blood. As soon as Gaara closed his hands, everyone could hear the shouts of pain from within the sand, before blood spilled everywhere. It was a gruesome scene as a couple of the kunoichi closed their eyes in fear at what they just witnessed. What was worse was that Gaara's face betrayed his emotions. He was smiling from ear to ear as the thought of killing another human being filled his mind with desire. Naruto was watching the entire thing, but he was ill-prepared to stop it from happening. Granted, killing was allowed in the exams, but doing so in such a gruesome manner felt odd to him. Looking at his father, Naruto was surprised to see that he stood from his chair and was fixing his gaze on the Sunajinan. Unknown to Naruto, Minato knew what he felt, and it wasn't human. He wasn't sure how, but this Gaara exuded demon chakra in that jutsu of his. It shouldn't be possible, unless, the fourth Hokage didn't want to complete his line of though. He always dreaded the existence of these particular individuals named Jinchuriki, or more accurately, demon jailers. Minato admitted knowing very little about this type of human being, but he knew about the history behind them and how the Shodaime Hokage provided each hidden village won by Juu as an act of good faith. The fight continued on as another Jinan from Suna engaged a Jinan from Konoha called Tsurugi Misumi. Although Minato admitted never hearing about this man before in his life, his mind was more concerned with the thought of having to deal with a Jinchuriki in the upcoming war. Minato paid little mind as the Sunagenon turned out to be a puppeteer, winning his battle by crushing Misumi with his puppet. Next in line was Kwuzu's kid Kyuubi against a Genon from Otogakur, but the fight ended as soon as it began. Kyuubi tried to run over his opponent with his meat grinder technique, but Dosu just dodged, before seeing Kyuubi colliding with the arena wall. All the man had to do was to place his sound-producing arm near Kyuubi and he was unconscious soon after. Aburame Shino x Hyuga Hinata. Back to Naruto, he called the last two genins of the preliminary match. The blonde was enjoying these matches greatly as a great level of skills was displayed by the genins. Now, two of Konoha's famous clans would once again face against each other and Naruto was eager to see who would win. The Hyuga's Dujutsu was a fearsome weapon to face, but surely the Aburame's bugs were not to be treated lightly. As the genins stood in front of each other, Naruto took his time to observe them. Just like any Aburame, Shino was reserved as he stood with both hands inside his coat pockets. Black shades prevented anyone from openly guessing his thoughts regarding Hinata, but from experience, Naruto didn't need much to tell that Shino must have considered every logical point of view even before the board indicated to whom he would face up against. Hinata, for her part, was looking at her opponent with a firm resolve, quite different than any Hyuga out there. Normally, a Hyuga would look at others with severe disrespect, almost on the verge of openly admitting the other as inferior, but not Hinata. Just like Neji, Hinata looked at her opponent with respect as expected from an honored shinobi. Smiling, Naruto wondered just who managed to mold such a personality into the little girl. Her father couldn't be, simply because Naruto knew how strict the man was to upholding the clan's costumes. Perhaps Neji or even her sensei Kurenai, to whom Hinata greatly respected not only as a jounin, but also as one of the top kunoichi of Konoha. Needless to say, this fight will be the best one from this exam. Within a second, Hinata already positioned her body into the famous Juken stance as she was prepared to give her all. Shino, though, remained with his hands inside his pockets, but Naruto just knew he was up to something. As soon as he signaled the beginning of the most promising match, Hinata vanished. She was in front of Shino, instantly much to the Aburame's shocked expression. He tried to dodge, but it was too late since Hinata already managed to land a powerful Juken strike to his main chakra tenketsu located near his stomach. The battle was over before it began as Shino slowly fell on the ground, unconscious. Suddenly, his body disintegrated into bugs, surprising Hinata, but her Byakugan was activate the entire time, hence how she managed to block the incoming punch that came from her back, until she twisted her other arm, attempting to land a Juken strike to his arm, but Shino knew more than enough of his teammates' abilities, hence why he preferred to take evasive actions. As he made backflips, Shino started making hand seals, quite to Naruto's surprise, since he knew those hand seals and was surprised to see a Genon with this peculiar ability. Fuuten Repiso, Wind Release, Gale Wind Palm Jutsu. The concentrated jet of wind charged at Hinata, but because of the Byakugan, she could see the wind approaching her position, allowing evasion maneuvers. As soon as the wind projectile passed by, Hinata charged at Shino with great speed, while dodging Shino's bugs from sucking her chakra dry. Problem was some bugs managed to have a feast with Hinata's chakra, but not enough to impair her and end the battle. As soon as she approached Shino, Hinata started to perform a considerable series of hand seals, as water began to gather around her. Suten Mai Zukadu, Water Release, Water Vortex Jutsu. Suddenly, Hinata started spinning like the kiten, as the water around her accompanied her movement. Shino just observed as Hinata started approaching fast to his position. He managed to avoid it by jumping in the air, but Hinata actually counted on this, as she threw a couple of shuriken at him. Shino looked at the flying projectiles and narrowed his eyebrows at Hinata's resolve on this fight. Summoning some bugs, they started swirling around him, defending him from the projectiles as he fell on the hard floor. Hinata, however, wouldn't let it slide as she fell into a familiar Hyuga stance. "You're in my field of divination, Shino." Not long after Hinata warned Shino, she was already by his side, as she delivered one of the Hyuga's most potent attacks. However, by the 16th strike, Shino's body suddenly disintegrated once more into bugs, halting Hinata's movement instantly. However, as she looked at the bugs surrounding her, something felt different. The lights on the stadium were starting to diminish and a heavy fog was starting to form. The Hyuga Genon's eyes were slowly closing as suddenly Hinata wanted nothing more than to sleep. She was so engrossed in the fog's effect that she didn't pay attention to what her all-seeing eye was telling her, until it was too late. Her chakra was all but sucked by the bugs. However, she didn't fell on the floor as Naruto was right there to stop her fall. It was an interesting match and certainly Hinata was captured in a genjutsu. Well, points for Shino on that one. Winner of the last fight, Shino Aburame. As Shino went up to the balcony, Naruto walked towards the middle of the arena and issued the end of the preliminary matches. A while later, the genin stood in front of Naruto, who happened to be standing in front of the Hokage and the rest of the attending jounins. To those who made it to the main match of the Chunin exam's third part, congratulations are in order. Minato eyed every genin that now stood in front of him with a smile on his face. 5 genins from Konoha, 2 from Suna and 1 from the Sound Hidden Village, frankly a better result than he hoped for, as the genins from Konoha managed to display a great level of skill and will certainly improve at the third exam, granted nothing happens that would force the village to abandon the exams for its own safety. Your main match fights will be shown in front of everyone. We wish for all of you to show off your abilities as your country's representative power. Therefore, the main matches will begin in 1 month time at the startled looks, Minato explained. The 1 month time is to conduct appropriate preparations. We are going to announce to the feudal lords and head ninjas of individual countries that the preliminary matches have ended. And time is needed to gather those people for the main matches. Every one of the genins seemed to understand the reasons, but Minato wasn't finished as he explained one more thing which was crucial to the upcoming matches. Also, this 1 month time will serve as preparation for you candidates. These preliminary were held in a way that none of you knew about the other's abilities. Now, though, every one of you knows how the other fights. Therefore, the 1 month time will serve for each one of you to train more and hopefully come up with new skills to surprise your opponents. Now, in order to determine who will be paired against whom, please form a line and grab a number from the box my son is holding. After the genins picked their numbers from the box, Naruto asked them to announce it. After looking at the white balls, everyone showed the number to Naruto, while announcing it. 3 said Uchiha Sasuke, showing a stoic demeanor, like he was sure to beat everyone he'd be faced against. 4 said Aburame Shino, while adjusting his glasses. Troublesome, I picked number 8, said Nara Shikamaru with a groan that could be heard a mile away. Ah, mine is 5, said Yamanaka Ino as she wondered what the hell the numbers were for. 2 Sabaku no Gara said. 1 Sai, already getting suspicious at his bad luck, even though he didn't know what would happen. 6 Sabaku no Kankuro said with clear boredom on his face. 7 Kinuta Dosu said, being the last one to announce. As Naruto was busy writing something on a piece of paper, the genins were becoming annoyed as they had yet to hear the reason behind the numbers and which order would be followed concerning the fights. The blonde proctor took his time to write every name, before he looked up to see the genins' faces, staring at him. Now, as Hokage-sama explained, the numbers determine your battle positions on this tournament chart, Naruto said, as he flipped his piece of paper so that every genin in the room could see. Sai cursed his bad luck once more as his suspicion was true. He would be facing Gaara of all people. Sasuke made a sound of boredom as his opponent was the Aburame. To Sasuke, the notion that his opponent came from one of Konoha's famous clans told him that he was in for quite a battle, and Shino was a tough one, even if appearance alone wasn't much from the Sharingan's point of view. Shikamaru, for his part, was just content as he wouldn't face a woman, although Dosu was a tough shinobi. Seeing as his job was pretty much over for now, Naruto released the genins to meet him at the arena in 1 month from now, earning a nod from the Chunin hopefuls. After that, every final participant left to their respective training regiments in order to incorporate new skills to their repertoire and increase the already existing ones. 1 week time skip 1 week had already passed since the end of the preliminaries and the genins were trying their best to improve their skills. It was now nighttime in Konoha as the moon illuminated the entire village with its bright white light. However, where is light there is always shadow. Because of this, 3 presences managed to find a place where they could hide from the constant Anbu surveillance scouts. The final matches were only 3 weeks away and the plan was in its final preparations. So, it appears that Konoha is already wary of a possible invasion, Baki said, as his face appeared from the shadows. He addressed a man with gray hair and ponytail as he fixed his glasses that were until now reflecting the moonlight, before the man's menacing eyes showed and a smile was evident on his face. Indeed, the Yondaime Hokage is tightening the village's security, but whether Konoha knows about the war or not, it's unclear to us. For all we know, the man is just increasing its security for the noble's arrival. I hear that some daimyo will attend the exams. The third shadow now appeared as the Iwa headband glistened because of the moonlight. His size easily doubled that of Kabuto and his bulky muscles were proof of Iwa's strength. He had brown eyes and his black hair fell to shoulder's length. A minor scar was located on his left cheek, probably caused by a kunai or a sword slash. Granted that Konoha managed to capture some of my ninjas, it's wrong to underestimate their efforts of protection. It's wise to remember that Konoha survived through the two last great shinobi wars relatively unscathed compared to Iwa. Iwaso was his name and his logic rivaled that of the Aburame clan, much to Kabuto and Baki's constant snarl. None of them liked him and the fact that he was constantly berating the alliance's plans was quite unnerving. To them, every damn Iwa shinobi was against Konoha plain and simple. Mindless drones, ready to lose their lives in battle, their shinobi should be thankful to Orochimaru for presenting them the opportunity to crush Konoha for good. Suddenly, a thick white mist started gathering around the three as Kabuto cursed Konoha once more. Luckily, he knew this to be only standard procedure in order to gauge whether or not they were planning something. If they attacked, immediate retaliation was in order; if they remained still, nothing would happen. Still, the three just vanished from their positions, earning a sigh in dismay from Zabuza as he wanted to decapitate someone today. It was the thought of how much he could kill in 3 weeks' time that convinced him to continue his scouting mission. Granted, no one made a move yet, but still Zabuza was ready. Little did he know, though, that every war has consequences and that he would find out the worst pain a father could suffer. The date of the exams On the date of the final exam, the entire Konoha stadium was shaking in excitement. This exam was very promising as the heir of the Uchiha clan would be participating along with the heirs from the Nara and Yamanaka clans as well. Also 2 of the Kazekage's sons would participate. Certainly, for the many bystanders, this exam showed great promise. However, to those aware of the possibility of an invasion, every second that passed was like torture. To many of the shinobi disguised within the audience, the feeling of dread only intensified at the thought of facing 3 villages at once. However, to the elite of the elites, fear was something they cared very little about. Konoha's pride was amongst its elites, and where talent wasn't enough, teamwork would fill in to better protect the village. As the chairs were starting to be filled, Minato had already arrived next to his sensei Jiraiya on the cage stand as they waited for the Kazekage to appear. The genins were already in the middle of the arena together with Naruto, who by the way was resting his hands inside his pockets, while waiting for the Hokage to address the crowd initiating the final matches of the exams. Back at the cage stand, Minato's attention turned to the presence of the Kazekage, who arrived with 2 of Tsuna's jounins. "Greetings, Hokage Dono, Jiraiya of the Sannin, it's a pleasure." Both Minato and Jiraiya were aware of the possibility of Orochimaru impersonating someone with great influence. It was the perfect cover, seeing as none of them would be stupid enough to question any high official personnel based on speculations alone. Certainly Orochimaru wouldn't underestimate anyone, either. He was a Sannin after all. "Greetings Kazekage Dono, thank you for coming. I trust the trip here wasn't too taxing on your part." "Not at all, it's I who appreciate the invitation. Certainly, the Uchiha will prove to be quite a show against my Gaara," said the Kazekage, which earned a slight smile from Minato and Jiraiya. Uchiha Sasuke is extremely gifted, but he is yet to win his first round against Aburame Shino. Also, Sai is no pushover. Indeed, these exams will prove to be quite entertaining, Kazekage Dono. Suddenly, a jounin materialized behind Jiraiya as he whispered something in his ear. The Kazekage eyed the two from the corner of his eye, while Jiraiya told Minato that the stadium was already filled and that he could give the speech, to which Minato nodded, before getting up. As the Hokage gave the audience a warming welcome, the Kazekage looked at Minato's figure with a smile on his face. But it wasn't the usual smile that he showed so far, it was carried with enough malice that showed nothing but the very intent to watch Konoha burn to the ground. "Indeed, the exams will be quite entertaining, but neither you nor Konoha will live to see the end of it, Minato-kun." Chapter 26, The Invasion Part 1. It was a sunny day in Konoha and the village was filled with tourists and merchants from all over the elemental nations. All of them were in Konoha for one single purpose, to see the final part of the Chunin exams. The stadium was filled with people, all but interested in seeing what this new crop of genins could do. One of Konoha's largest and equally famous clan, Uchiha, has one of its offspring competing. "I bet everything on the Uchiha to win," said the daimyo of Grass Country as he turned to his 2 ninja guards and nodded for them to place the bets. Other daimyos placed their bets on the Uchiha as well, since the boy was considered easy money, compared to the other contestants. Besides Sasuke, though, only the Kazekage's son Gaara had a considerable bidding crowd. Based on the kid's record, He's been through tough missions until now and returned unscathed. Surely that meant something as a few shinobis decided to vote on him to win. As everyone was taking their seats, one single presence could be seen in the middle of the arena. The son of the Yondaime Hokage stood with his arms crossed, waiting for the Hokage's signal to start the match. Next to him was his wolf partner Gecko seating in a relaxed position while taking a look at the ravaging crowd around them. To be honest, the wolf was intimidated at the sheer number of people attending these exams. Naruto, for his part, was looking at the audience while spotting the hidden Anbu amongst the crowd. Yondaime's best guess was that if an attack was to happen, it would be right here where all the daimyos and their respective dignitaries were located. That's why behind every daimyo, at least 2 Anbu members could be seen, in disguise. Now looking at the cage box, he saw his father discussing something with the Kazekage and his godfather Jiraiya, perhaps about the upcoming matches. Suddenly, he took a brief look at his father to see that he had just stood up to announce the beginning of the last phase of the Chunin exams. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Konoha's last phase of the Chunin exams. As soon as Minato spoke, the crowd screamed from their stands. The Hokage waited until the noise died down, before he continued. These fighters, before you, showed incredible skills thus far, but now they must face each other in a battle one-on-one. As you're probably aware, this last phase will work like a tournament. However, each fight will be accounted for regarding a Chunin promotion. A shinobi doesn't necessarily have to win in order to become a Chunin if he or she displayed enough skills to be granted the promotion. With that said, let the Chunin exams begin. With the signal to begin, Naruto called in the first 2 contestants before seeing them materialize in front of him. One appeared through a small storm of sand and the other through a swirl of ink. Okay. First match of this year's Chunin exams will be Sai of the Hidden Leaf against Sabaku no Gaara from the Hidden Sand. You two know the rules, there are none. However, I have the power to intervene in the battle. Taking a moment to look at the opponents to see if they had any opposition, Naruto signaled them to begin. Sai didn't waste any time and unrolled an empty scroll, before drawing and summoning ink lions at his opponent. The ferocious beasts all charged at Gaara the same time, but all of them vanished as Gaara's sand barrier protected him. The rude Anbu in disguise knew this was going to happen as he memorized every aspect of Gaara's file. He charged straight at the Suna Nin as he threw barrage after barrage of shuriken, hoping to confuse Gaara's defensive mechanism. One thing that wasn't clear in the file was whether Gaara was in control of his sand defense or if it was automatic, like some sort of Kekkei Genkai. All the shuriken were blocked by the sand, though 3 got stuck inside. Sai was surprised when a sudden sand replica of Gaara grabbed the shuriken, before throwing them back at the disguised Rudanbu shinobi, forcing him to use his sword to deflect them. While defending, he saw that the clone was charging him from his blind side. Using nothing but agility, Sai flipped in the air and landed a strong roundhouse kick in the clone's neck, dispelling him instantly. He, then, focused some chakra on his legs and charged Gaara with speeds unknown to a Genin, surprising the audience a bit. Upon arriving inches from Gaara's position, he evaded the sand that erupted from the ground and appeared on Gaara's back. The sand was ill-equipped to protect Gaara from Sai's quick punch and he was sent skidding a couple meters. The hit, though, only cracked his Suna armor a bit, but was enough to warrant a vicious smile on the kid's face. His opponent was strong and he would prove his existence by killing him. Focusing on a sequence of hand seals, as he saw Sai preparing to battle him in taijutsu, Gaara once again showed that vicious smile of his. I'll kill you and prove my existence, Sabaku Q, Desert Coffin. As soon as Sai stood a few inches from Gaara once more, he was surprised to see sand gripping his legs, holding him in place. The sand, then, started to envelope the rude Anbu entirely. Gaara was extending his hand open at Sai's position, laughing like a hyena as he would once again prove his existence. His mother would certainly be proud of him. Now die, Sabaku Sausu, Desert Funeral. The sand coffin crushed Sai, but instead of blood being sprawled on the arena, Gaara was met with a great ball of ink. The ink suddenly materialized into a great number of snakes, who wrapped around the confused Gaara as they started squeezing his body hard. As Gaara saw a few more cracks at his sand armor, he realized that a strategic exit was in order, before killing his opponent. Quickly using a sand kawarimi, Gaara appeared next to Naruto as he started looking around the arena for his opponent. Sai was hidden behind a few trees located at the far west corner of the arena. So far, Gaara proved to be invincible with that sand of his, and looking at his arsenal of abilities, he knew that the odds of winning this match were close to 0. His teachers explained to him that fleeing from a battle doesn't necessarily mean that you lost. Sometimes, when the odds are against you, the only available option would be to admit defeat and save the battle for some other time. Sai would surely wish he had a camera to film Gaara's face when he came clean. Surely, Dansu wouldn't mind what he was about to do. Suddenly, Sai materialized in front of Naruto and Gaara, before raising his right hand. "Proctor, I give up," Sai said, earning a nod from Naruto, and like the kid expected a conflicted face from Gaara. "The winner of the first round is Gaara of the Hidden Sand." As soon as Naruto finished speaking, the crowd erupted with cheer at the great display of skills. "You two please go back to the booth, now," Naruto said, but stopped once he saw that Gaara wanted to fight, sending his sand towards Sai, who was caught by surprise. Not having time to escape, Sai was sure this time he would die. However, Naruto quickly appeared in front of the incoming sand and focused some wind chakra, dispersing it instantly. "I already gave the victory to you, Jinan. Stand down or I'll be forced to take action." Naruto's tone was firm and he elevated his killing intent to prove his point. At first, Gaara didn't move. He stared at the blonde man in front of him, with an impassive face. However, he suddenly held his head in pain. Naruto was already waiting for something to happen, before Gaara removed his hands from his head and went to the Jinan booth as instructed by the proctor. The blonde knew something was wrong with this kid. Gaara was on the verge of madness, and all of a sudden, he just nodded and went to the Jinan booth like nothing happened. "Now, will Uchiha Sasuke of the Leaf and Aburame Shino of the Leaf approach the arena?" Naruto wanted to investigate this Gaara, but he was the proctor of the exams. As he saw the next contestants walking towards him, he started focusing on the petulant Uchiha. Naruto remembered how Sasuke behaved at the Chunin exams preliminaries, going all out on killing Inuzuka Kiba with the sole purpose of winning the match. Now, since Itachi and Kakashi taught him, Naruto was worried that Sasuke would want to show off his skills. The cage box The Kijis were impressed with Sai's skills, both physical and tactics, although Minato didn't like Gaara's attitude one bit. "Quite explosive your son is, wouldn't you say, Kazekage Dono?" Minato said, earning a nod from Jiraiya as he looked at Gaara with severe scrutiny. It was clear now that the kid was a Jinchuriki, a demon jailer. Which one, though, they didn't know. However, the mere fact that such an opponent may be used against Konoha sent shivers to Jiraiya's spine. The Kazekage gave a simple laugh at Minato's proclamation. "Yes, well, my Gaara gets a little bit emotional when facing such a strong opponent. Don't worry, though, Hokage Dono, it won't happen again. Now, I'm more eager to see what Uchiha Sasuke can do against the Aburame." If it was one thing that both Minato and Jiraiya could say about the Kazekage, it was that he was quite the politician. Back at the arena Once Sasuke and Shino stood face to face, Naruto eyed both of them, waiting a bit to give the signal. As soon as his hand went down, the fight started, but neither of the opponents moved, just confident in observing the other. Shino was accustomed to the rational side of fighting, which meant he would never be the one to start the fight. Sasuke, on the other hand, wasn't the rational individual, although he couldn't be called irrational up to the point of attacking head-on. Suddenly, as Sasuke saw Shino's bugs preparing to attack, he started a considerable series of hand seals just as the swarm of insects charged at Sasuke. Katengu no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique. However, quite to Sasuke's surprise, the bugs circled around the huge fireball and attacked him once more, forcing the Uchiha to scatter from his usual position. He evaded the swarm of insects using his bare speed and appeared on his back, aiming a solid kick to his side stomach. However, Shino trained his taijutsu knowing that Sasuke would be his opponent. Therefore, he used his arm to defend Sasuke's kick, before aiming a strong punch at Sasuke's jaw. The attack only met air, though, as Sasuke was already on the ground, landing a fierce kick at the Aburame's right leg. He, then, managed to connect a front kick on Shino's chest, sending him flying. Wasting no time at all, Sasuke went through another series of hand seals, firing smaller but consecutive fireballs towards his opponent. At first, the fireballs connected, causing Sasuke to smile. However, he frowned once he saw his opponent transforming into a swarm of bugs. Activating his Sharingan, he was able to follow Shino's trace of chakra. He managed to locate the Aburame, but he was too late, considering that Shino was just finishing the last hand seal for a very strong Fuuten Jutsu. Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. Sasuke was sent flying because of the technique, while cursing Shino. While flying, his eyes caught Shino's movements as the Aburame appeared right next to him, ready to deliver a solid blow to his chest. However, and only based on the image shown by the Sharingan, Sasuke managed to defend the kick, before flipping his body and punching Shino on the face, sending him skidding a few meters. As he landed on the ground, though, he realized that his body suffered some minor cuts from Shino's jutsu. Sasuke was surprised when the swarm of insects managed to reach his location. They started sucking his chakra dry, leaving him no alternative other than to use the replacement technique. The crowd was cheering for both of them as both displayed amazing skills so far. Sasuke then charged Shino in straight taijutsu, forcing the Aburame on the defensive with his bugs. Sasuke, this time, managed to dodge the incoming swarm and stood inches from Shino's position, not giving him time to summon another swarm of bugs. Because of this, the Aburame was forced to defend himself as best as he could. However, close combat was no match to the Sharingan and Sasuke managed to anticipate Shino's every move, countering them all with solid hits. After a strong kick, Shino took advantage of the distance created between them and took out a kunai, before channeling wind chakra through it. Sasuke was so self-absorbed in defeating Shino, that he didn't see the attack coming. It was because of his Sharingan that Sasuke managed to avoid the fatal slash from Shino's kunai as he flipped his body and landed a strong kick to Shino's neck, knocking him out. Aburame Shino is incapacitated. Winner is Uchiha Sasuke. After Naruto enunciated the winner, the crowd screamed. Some because of how much money they just won from betting at the Uchiha and others from revering the clan. From the crowd, everyone could hear how loud Sakura was cheering at her crush and everyone could hear the rest of the Rookie Nine sighing in exasperation at the girl's never-ending crush on the arrogant Uchiha. It was really annoying. Back at the arena, it was time for the third fight. Now it's time for the third fight between Yamanaka Ino of the Leaf and Sabaku no Kankuro of the Sand. Will both contestants approach the center of the arena? The fight so far proved to be quite a show to the audience as they were able to see some outstanding abilities displayed by the genins. Certainly, this next one would be just as entertaining. Proctor, I forfeit, Kankuro shouted, shocking the crowd as they expected another good fight. Ino, for her part, was about to leave the Jinan booth and head to the arena when she looked at her opponent, or rather the man to whom she was about to face against. She was expecting to show off her skills in order to impress the Chunin judges. Ino still was a proud member of the Uchiha Sasuke fan club, but as daughter of the Yamanaka clan, she was also a proud kunoichi. Damn it, one less fight to show them my skills, this way I won't be able to pass. Naruto nodded at the forfeit request, though he wondered the real reason behind it. Nonetheless, it was now time for the last fight before the semifinals. Would Nara Shikamaru of the Leaf and Kinuta Dosu of the Sound join the arena? After enunciating the final match, Naruto swore he heard Shikamaru muttering his favorite word, before being thrown by Ino from the balcony. Troublesome woman, why did you push me off the damn balcony? Ino just smiled before she started cheering on her friend and teammate, earning a sigh in response from the Nara as he got up from the ground. Cleaning his clothes a bit, he saw when his opponent passed by him, not even bothering to look at him, like he was sure of the victory. Putting both hands inside his pockets, Shikamaru took his time to reach the center of the arena quite like Naruto thought he would. Shikamaru was probably the most intelligent Jinan in Konoha, but he was just as lazy if not more so. After a while, the Nara heir stood next to Naruto as he eyed Dosu with apparent boredom, but inside, he was analyzing every bit of the situation. This guy managed to beat Kyuubi at the preliminaries and Shikamaru knew the man used some sort of mechanism on his arm, although he wasn't entirely sure what it was. One thing his father told him was to look out for this man. Considering where he came from and who the leader of the village was, Nara Shikaku was insistent on telling Shikamaru to seize every damn opportunity in the field. Shikamaru, for his chance, didn't need to hear it from his father. He knew how dangerous this guy could be if given the opportunity. As soon as Naruto signaled the go, Dosu managed some hand signs. Atonami no Jutsu, sound wave technique. Soon after completing the hand seals, Dosu focused chakra on his gray gadget and sent an almost invincible wave at the surprised Shikamaru. However, the boy knew enough to trust his instincts of survival, seeing as he couldn't see his opponent's attack. He jumped to the side just as the almost invisible wave of air passed through him, before he threw a great barrage of shurikens at the Sound Jinan. Dosu simply used his gadget and blocked the ones that were aimed at him, though, while watching the others passing by. Instantly, Shikamaru was at him with plain taijutsu, though for Naruto it was strange considering a Nara wouldn't feel the need for such close combat. He aimed a straight kick at Dosu's sternum, before the Sound Jinan managed to grab his leg with a smirk. Say goodbye to this leg of yours, Dosu said, before he lifted his left arm where the gadget was located. However, just when he was about to chop Shikamaru's leg off, his body went stiff all of a sudden. He was well aware of the boys' clan and knew about their shadow manipulation ability. That's why when he looked down he wasn't surprised that both shadows were intertwining with each other. The Nara heir, for his part, smirked at his plan. Kage main no jutsu, shadow imitation technique, success. It took me a while to understand your skills. I was hoping to see while you were fighting Kyuubi at the preliminaries, but it was over before I could understand what or rather how that little instrument of yours works. Your last technique, though, helped me in figuring out. By focusing chakra through it, it can emit sound waves, almost invincible to the human eye. If that attack hit me, I would probably be deaf right now. Very clever Konoha Jinan, nevertheless, you're in no position to count yourself victorious. From what I heard of your clan, after binding the opponent's shadow, both movements would be mirrored. What can you do in order to defeat me when I'm holding your leg right now, huh? Also, you won't be able to bind me for too long and when I escape your head will be mine. The smile on Shikamaru's face confused Dosu, though. He was considered a very logical individual and he knew that Shikamaru wouldn't be able to do a thing to him. When he saw a series of hand seals that he also started as well, Dosu narrowed his eyes. You should have read more about my family, before making a bold claim that all we can do is bind shadows. We can control them as well. Kage Kubi Shibari no Jutsu, shadow neck bind technique. Dosu saw the shadow crawling over his body until a hand-like shape enveloped his neck, frightening the sound Jinan. Without waiting long, Shikamaru executed the finishing blow, breaking the man's neck, instantly killing him. Some members of the audience gasped at this, including his teammates Kyuubi and Ino. Their teammate was probably the laziest human being ever, but to them he would never hurt someone needlessly. Dosu's body fell to the ground and his only visible eye became hollow. Naruto, then, approached the boy and placed 2 fingers on his neck in order to feel any lingering pulse, but he couldn't feel anything. He, then, looked at Shikamaru for an instant, before getting up in order to announce the winner of this match. Nara Shikamaru is the winner of the last match. Now, the competitors that managed to qualify will have 20 minutes to rest and save their chakra for the next matches. After he announced the break, he turned his back to Shikamaru and joined his wolf partner. Shikamaru, though, felt like Naruto was disappointed in him for what he did. Naruto-senpai. Shikamaru called, before he saw Naruto turn his neck. The Jounin could see some level of regret in his visage and he remembered the first time he took a life in order to protect his friend Neji. You don't need to explain your reasons, Shikamaru, at least not to me. Take a break and conserve your chakra for the next round. I have a feeling you'll be needing every drop of it very soon. Shikamaru nodded and left the arena as he saw the crowd talking amongst themselves while waiting for the next round of fights to commence. While walking towards the Jinan booth, Shikamaru wondered about his first kill. Nara Shikamaru knew about the shinobi line of work and he knew that killing pretty much came with a package. However, it was one thing to know about it and another to feel it. As he passed by the Jinan booth, he walked inside an empty hallway in order to get some water and cool off somehow. However, he was surprised to see his sensei standing there lighting a cigarette, as if nothing happened. Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru was afraid that Asuma would berate him for what he did, but after seeing the man's relaxed posture, he was surprised to see otherwise. After hearing his name, Asuma smiled at his student. He could see that the boy needed someone to talk to after what happened. Come Shikamaru, let's get a bottle of water for you and you can tell me everything. Shikamaru nodded and approached the Jounin, before sensing the man's hand patting his shoulder, in a very comforting way. 20 minutes after After the break, Naruto approached the center of the arena and announced the beginning of the semifinals. Okay, then, now for the first fight of the semifinals. Will Uchiha Sasuke of the Leaf and Sabaku no Gaara of the Sand approach the center of the arena? It didn't take long before Naruto could see the 2 fighters appear next to him. The Jounin could see the vicious smile on Gaara's face, as if the boy was carving for more blood to be spilled. Naruto didn't care much for the Uchiha, but the blonde was the proctor of this event. As such, if Gaara went overboard, it was required of him to step in and stop the fight. Sasuke already had his Sharingan active as he knew this fight would be different than the others. As soon as Naruto motioned the fight to begin, Sasuke charged Gaara with great speed, trying to land a few hits. However, the sand blocked every strike. The Uchiha, though, persevered and increased the speed of the blows, surprising Gaara. The blows were increasing in speed and the sand was having trouble blocking them all. Then, all of a sudden, Gaara received a strong punch that sent him skidding a few meters. Sasuke didn't waste any time and started a hand seal sequence. Katen Karyu Taiho, Fire Release Dragon Fire Cannon Technique. Sasuke exhaled a strong stream of fire towards Gaara. The Sand Genin, after seeing the approaching flames, managed a few hand seals, before slamming both hands on the ground. A huge jet of sand rose from the ground and stopped the fire technique, although some of the sand became glass because of the scorching hot technique. Gaara, then, sent another jet of sand straight at Sasuke, though he managed to jump away from the technique, before starting a quick series of hand seals. Raiten Rakurai no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderbolt Technique. The Uchiha's hand started to glow, before he sent the Thunderbolt Technique straight at Gaara. The Sand Genin knew about sand's weakness to lightning. Therefore, he tried evading, and barely succeeded. He, then, focused on a single hand seal, before a third eye appeared in front of him, much to his brother's shock. Also, sand started to gather around him, enveloping him inside some sort of cocoon. Sasuke saw the cocoon closing fast and charged, but before he had the chance to punch Gaara, a great number of spikes erupted from the fully formed cocoon, which would have killed the Uchiha if he didn't dodge in time. Outside the village walls. During the finals, Anbu personnel were busy scouting the entire forest that surrounded the hidden village in the leaves. So far, though, nothing out of unusual happened and Zabuza was beginning to get bored. The man didn't know why the Yondaime Hokage gave him the honor of leading this operation. A few years ago, Zabuza wasn't even a Konoha shinobi and now he was responsible for scouting Konohagakure's outskirts together with 3 Anbu squads. Zabuza Taiku. An Anbu said, before materializing behind the ex-mist ninja. Let me guess, not a single enemy spotted, Zabuza said, before seeing the Anbu nod with his head. Taki, take your team and scout near the gates. Our walls are strong, but our gates are vulnerable. Within seconds, Zabuza was alone once more as he used his experience in order to predict the enemy's movements. A few miles west of his position, an entire battalion made of Iwa, Suna and Sound ninjas stood hidden behind the trees. They were only waiting for the signal inside the village for the Iwa shinobi to act. Their plan was simple, yet effective. As soon as they received the signal, 4 groups of Iwa shinobi would summon gigantic wooden catapults capable of launching gigantic rocks at Konohagakure. The key to this attack was that inside the rocks, were battalions of ninjas ready to invade the village as soon as the rock shattered. Konohagakure wouldn't know what hit them. Back at the arena. Gaara was still hiding inside his cocoon and Sasuke was already getting tired of waiting for a reaction. He even tried to fry the Sunagenon with a grand fireball technique, but to no avail. This type of sand appeared to be more resilient to fire attacks. Thinking a bit, Sasuke suddenly smirked as he ran all the way towards the stadium wall. Afterwards, he completed a series of 3 hand seals, before focusing lightning chakra on the palm of his right hand. Chidori. This move was taught to him by his sensei Kakashi, although the man advised him not to use it unless in life or death situations. However, seeing as nothing so far worked on Gaara's defense, this would be his last attempt to win this fight and go to the final match of the Chunin exams. Naruto was surprised to see Kakashi's technique and wondered if perhaps Sasuke stole it with his Sharingan or he was taught by the creator. Nevertheless, Naruto figured that this technique would be able to pierce an earth-based defense. The young Uchiha looked at Gaara's position and started running towards the cocoon with Kakashi's technique at full strength. The peculiar noise of birds chirping echoed throughout the stadium as the Uchiha approached Gaara's position. As soon as he reached within inches away from the cocoon, Sasuke extended his right arm and attacked Gaara. The effect was instantaneous as both sand and blood was sprawled on the ground. The crowd, then, started shaking in fear as Gaara screamed in both pain and agony. He managed to capture Sasuke's hand, though, and he would certainly rip it off if Sasuke didn't use the Chidori once more. This time, though, Gaara's scream was stronger, more terrifying. Sasuke got his hand back and jumped just as a strange-looking arm appeared out of the cocoon. Naruto narrowed his eyes immediately as he felt Gaara's demonic chakra. However, he couldn't interrupt the fight. Suddenly, though, white feathers started raining and Gekko was on immediate alert, dispelling the genjutsu around him. Naruto did as well, before he looked at the stadium with narrowed eyes. Various enemies disguised as civilians suddenly left their seats in order to attack the daimyos and high officials, but were stopped by the disguised ambush. Naruto noticed that Gaara's cocoon vanished and that Sasuke's attack did quite a number on him, before the two competitors from Suna appeared in front of him. Gekko returned next to Naruto just as Asuna Jounin appeared in front of the Genins. "So, Suna betrayed us after all. I do wonder the reason behind such an open statement of war," Naruto said as he faced the Jounin named Baki, who in turn smirked at the blonde's proclamation. "You shouldn't worry about our reasons for as you won't live to know about it. Temari, Kankuro, take Gaara away from here right now." As soon as they heard their orders, all three of them jumped away from the stadium, startling Naruto, before he turned to see Sasuke facing the Jounin. "Sasuke, you need to go after them. Gather a couple of Chunins nearby and capture those three. Remember, though, this isn't a part of the Chunin exams any longer, we're at war," Naruto said, before Sasuke nodded and vanished towards the Suna Jounin's location. Baki tried to stop him, but had to evade due to a couple of shuriken thrown by Naruto. As soon as the blonde moved to strike, though, he saw the explosion at the cage stand and instantly became worried for his father. He could see two Suna nins being dealt with by the Anbu Black Ops shinobi, before they moved towards the cage booth in order to protect their Hokage. At the Hokage booth . No sooner had the cage booth exploded than four disguised Auto Nins started a series of hand seals, before slamming both hands on the building ceiling, raising a purple barrier. Inside, Jiraiya and Minato got up from the ground as they eyed the still-dressed Kazekage. However, something was off about him. It was probably the scent of snakes that both of them were feeling right now. "You know, you could disguise your appearance, but the scent of snakes is quite difficult to mask," Orochimaru, Minato said, with a smile on his face. Still with the Kazekage disguise, Orochimaru wondered how the hell they knew of the invasion. He knew about Jiraiya's spy network and he knew how it worked. So, he sent shinobi to follow them all. Not single bit of information was passed to Jiraiya, that much he was sure of. However, it mattered little now. Letting out a sinister laugh, Orochimaru suddenly ripped off the Kazekage disguise and smiled viciously at Minato and Jiraiya. "Quite astute you are, Minato-kun. However, I'm afraid you're too late to find out. It's been some time since I remained by your side and only now did you notice. Some legend you are." Orochimaru taunted more to his own taste, as he knew a man of Minato's caliber wouldn't be in such position, if he was easily goaded by the enemy. As he thought, the Yondaime Hokage was more interested in studying the barrier trapping him than the enemy. "You sure trained your soldiers well, Orochimaru. In order for this barrier to remain, all four of them must use the same amount of chakra at the same time. I wonder who'll be the first to fall, considering it will take a while for you to be able to beat both me and Jiraiya-sensei. Just one question, though, I'm really curious. You're not doing this because the Sandaime picked me instead of you for the Yondaime's position, right? I mean, if that's the one single reason, then I would lose the small amount of respect I had for you." The snake Sanin smirked at Minato's statement, though he wouldn't be surprised if his sensei shared the Yondaime's way of thinking. "Nothing like that. One day I woke up and realized that Konohagakure deserved to be extinguished from the map. So, I developed a rather fine plan, if I do say so myself. It still amazes me how past wounds can move people to do your bidding." Orochimaru smirked, as his comment caused Minato to narrow his eyes. "Oh, did I hit a soft spot, Minato-kun? I'm sorry. But I suppose you already know what I'm talking about, huh?" As soon as Orochimaru finished talking, both Minato and Jiraiya's eyes widened to unseen proportions as four gigantic boulders came flying towards the Konoha Stadium. Konoha was already aware of the Suna's participation in this invasion and even Orochimaru's village Otogakure. However, Iwa was just a guess, which was only now confirmed. Minato knew that Orochimaru was low, even bearing psychotic. But to goad an entire hidden village just for his ambitions was probably the most despicable thing Minato ever saw. Problem was that Iwa had two most hated targets and Minato knew damn well that they would focus on the second one. He just hoped that Naruto would be able to look out for himself. With Naruto . After Sasuke left to chase Gaara, Naruto and Baki stood face to face with each other. "Your reputation is greatly feared, Kazuryu. I wonder how much money I will receive by bringing your head on a silver platter to the Tsushikage." Despite the situation, the blonde couldn't help but smile at how many times he heard those exact words. He was about to pull out his customized trench knives as he looked up and saw the gigantic boulders passing through the stadium. Only one landed on the stadium and Naruto was having a bad feeling about all this. Suddenly, the boulder was ripped in two and 50 if not more. Iwa Shinobi got out of it, before joining the still smirking Baki. Oh, I wouldn't be stupid in facing you alone, but with this much force backing me up, it will be quite easy. The village force is busy gathering the civilians and important officials. No one will come to help you. The Iwa Shinobi started gathering around him in hopes to quickly overcome the great threat and focus on burning Konoha to the ground, without worrying about Naruto. The blonde, for his part, looked at each and every one of them, silently contemplating his best course of action here. He could see all of them smiling at him, as in their mind, Naruto was as good as dead. As he looked around, though, Naruto started to smile as he saw Gekko hidden by an elaborate genjutsu. It was time to act. Around the village . While the Anbu forces and Jounin managed to keep the enemy shinobi in tow, the Genins and Chunins managed to gather the civilians and take them to all the safety spots hidden within the village. That included Kushina and little Misao as they were now traveling through one of the many hidden tunnels that passed below ground. Kushina wasn't privy to the entire scheme her husband pulled, but she had faith in both him and her son to save Konoha from the snake Orochimaru. She could see that her little daughter was terrified to death. It was understandable, though, considering what's happening right now. Misao-chan, don't worry, both your father and brother are up there. No one can beat them, Kushina said, hoping to tranquilize her daughter. She knew how much Misao adored her brother, up to the point of wanting to be like him in the future. That's why she smiled upon seeing the smile forming on her daughter's face. Yeah, no one can beat Niazan. Kushina had to smile at such energy as they ran along the group of civilians. After a while of running, Kushina met with Nara Yoshino and Uchiha Mikado, before sticking together throughout the tunnel. They were heading to a place filled with barrier seals made by the Yondaime Hokage. Anyone who tried to enter would be burned alive. At the cage booth . Looking around the village, Minato could see that his Anbu shinobi were able to hold the invading force for the time being. For now, his plan was working. However, he was somewhat concerned with Orochimaru. As part of the Sannin, and one of the greatest strategists that Minato ever seen, it was strange to see him alone against a cage and another member of the Sannin. The man must have something up his sleeve, so for now Minato would play a cautious fight. Jiraiya-sensei, there is something entirely wrong here, so please cover me just in case. Minato didn't wait for Jiraiya's answer, nor did he need to as these two fought together many times during the last shinobi war. The Yondaime Hokage started making hand seals, much to Orochimaru's surprise, since he figured that Minato would want to end this soon by using the Hiraishin technique. However, he knew better than to underestimate him, as he could see pure lightning pulsing through the man's body. As soon as the hand seals sequence finished, a dark cloud gathered on top of their heads. Raiden Tentano Doki, lightning release, Heaven's Wrath technique. Immediately, a great number of lightning bolts charged against Orochimaru at blinding speed, forcing the snake to use his speed in order to dodge them all. However, while doing so, Orochimaru took away his concentration from his opponents, allowing Jiraiya to shoot a fireball technique, which hit the snake Sannin dead on. However, the man suddenly transformed to mud and vanished from the vicinity. He appeared a great distance from the two, as he smiled at them. Quite a technique you created, Yondaime. I was hoping to see your so famed Hiraishin, though. On the outside, the snake was smiling, but inside he was fuming with rage. His plan to neutralize the Hiraishin was quite simple, yea, it would certainly catch Minato. He would wait until the Yondaime attacked him, before he used an Earth Kawarimi. Focusing chakra, he would harden the mud and trap Minato inside, leaving him open for the killing blow. Minato smirked at this, though. Orochimaru was counting on him using the Thunder God technique. For what purpose wasn't important as now the element of surprise was on Konoha's side. Orochimaru immediately charged at Minato using his hidden snakes technique, not even waiting for a response to his taunt. Quickly grabbing his trademark kunai, though, the Yondaime Hokage managed to slash the snakes in pieces using his speed, before landing a fierce kick on Orochimaru's face, which sent him flying. While flying, he could see Jiraiya approaching from the left side. The snake managed to maneuver his body so as to dodge Jiraiya's punch, before connecting a solid kick to Jiraiya's sternum, which sent him skidding a few meters. It's quite obvious that I'm in some sort of disadvantage here, wouldn't you agree? Facing a cage and a Sannin would be considered a disadvantage from the start, but Minato and Jiraiya eyed Orochimaru with care, knowing what the man was capable of. As Yondaime Hokage, Minato had access to the report of Orochimaru's betrayal and he knew the type of experiments conducted by the snake back then. Minato wouldn't be considered a cage-level ninja if he let the man do what he intended. Quickly focusing on a series of hand seals, Minato slammed both hands on the ground, before a series of markings appeared around his hands. Fuuin Hayashi no Jutsu, Binding Seal Technique. As Orochimaru was about to unite his hands, he suddenly found that his body wasn't responding to his movements. When he looked down, he snarled upon seeing the Binding Seal Technique. However, he didn't even see Minato move. Orochimaru knew he underestimated Minato's skills as a Fuuin Jutsu specialist. Looking to his left, he knew that Jiraiya would seize this opportunity. The perverted Sannin smirked at his student's quick wits, before focusing on a huge series of hand seals. Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Missile Technique. The attack hit Orochimaru dead on and his body instantly combusted. The Anbu located outside the barrier instantly cheered for their Hokage and Jiraiya of the Sannin. However, they saw that Orochimaru somehow materialized behind their Yondaime. He, then, charged at Minato's blind side, stretching his tongue. The problem was that the tongue was holding a sword as well. The Anbus flinched upon hearing metal impaling flesh. Orochimaru smirked as he managed to kill the Yondaime Hokage. Minato's face was one of shock as he knew Jiraiya's technique was enough for the man. "It's your own fault for underestimating me, Yondaime," Orochimaru said as he appeared in front of the two, with the sword still inside Minato's chest. Suddenly, though, he saw Minato smiling at him, before his body exploded into thousands and thousands of bolts, revealing to be a Raiten Cage Bunshine. And because Orochimaru's tongue was still holding the clone in place, Orochimaru was electrocuted and fell trembling on the ground. Minato appeared by his side, looking at the responsible for this entire invasion. "I wouldn't be the Yondaime Hokage if I underestimated a Sannin, now would I? It's over, Orochimaru, you're dead now." Taking a kunai, Minato was prepared to slice Orochimaru's throat when he sensed someone attacking him from behind. Quickly, he turned and sliced a black medium-sized snake that was about to bite his neck. The confusion was enough for Orochimaru to throw a smoke bomb and vanish from their view. In order for his plan to work, he would need to be quick. Appearing a great distance from the Konoha ninjas, he got his hands together and began his technique. Kushio Seto Tensei, Resurrection to the Impure World Technique. Outside the village. Team Alpha, protect the gate, we mustn't allow these group to invade the village, Zabuza screamed as he was busy decapitating sound genins, one after the other. The Anbu were silently thanking whoever convinced this man to join the Leaf, as they saw the incredible display of Kenjutsu. Despite the sword's size and weight, Zabuza managed to swing it with perfect precision, not wasting any movements for the enemy to capitalize upon. After he took care of 3 sound genins with just one swing of his sword, he saw a group of 10 Iwa Chunins formulating hand seals at the same time, before slamming their hands on the ground. Doton Ritsudo Tenso, Earth Release, Revolving Split Earth Technique. Zabuza cursed the attack as he was forced to jump just as the combined assault reached his old position. Problem was that few Anbu weren't so quick to dodge, being crushed by the attack or rocks thrown by the Iwa shinobi. The former Miss Nin snarled once more and, while in mid-air, kept his sword strapped on his back, before going through hand seals of his own. Suten Mizu Teifuu, Water Release, Water Typhoon Technique. The technique charged at the Iwa shinobi with extreme speed, but Zabuza cursed once more when he saw one of them lifting a mud barrier to stop his technique. Smirking at their now lack of vision, Zabuza grabbed his sword once more, before making a few water clones. At the same time another contingency of Anbu appeared and joined him on the attack. When the earth barrier was released, the Iwa shinobi was shocked to their core at the sudden number of enemies. However, it was too late as all of them were killed within 5 seconds. Looking to his right, he could see 2 greatly experienced Anbu captains as they took their respective teams and scattered around the forest, in order to kill as many enemies as possible. Uchiha Itachi's group located a group of sand chunins, on the verge of summoning something, and by the size of the technique, Itachi was having the feeling it would be unstoppable. Moving fast, he grabbed his ninjato and threw it at the first one of the summoning group, before the sword passed through the sand chunin's head, killing him instantly. The others immediately abandoned the summoning circle as they grabbed any tools to protect themselves against the almighty Konoha Anbu force. However, Itachi was a few moves ahead as he went through hand seals. Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Missile Technique. Itachi's technique immediately killed 3 of them while his team used a lightning jutsu to fry 2 more. The rest of the summoning group tried fleeing from the scene, however they stopped as their environment was different somehow. Instead of getting away from the Anbu, they were just approaching the enemy. They even tried going the other way, but it resulted in the same thing. They weren't aware that Itachi casted a field disorienting genjutsu. However, they went to the afterlife not knowing this as Itachi's team threw a great deal of shuriken, killing the rest. With Naruto . With his trench knives in hand, Naruto was observing the army of opponents circling him. Suddenly, he performed a backflip just as the first attack approached, before he landed a powerful kick to the woman's neck, sending her to unconsciousness. Charging wind chakra through the knives, Naruto charged at the closest enemy, not even allowing the man to prepare, before the blonde killed him with a slice on the chest. That apparently gave the signal for everyone to kill the Hokage's son as everyone attacked. Seeing the mob of enemies approaching, Naruto was only able to do a quick series of hand seals, before he controlled the wind current around him. Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu, wind release, wind barrier technique. The first mob stopped because of the wind draft, allowing Naruto more leverage against them. As he increased the air current, the enemies caught in it were sent flying. Naruto didn't have time to rest as great barrage of shuriken charged at him pretty much the same time as 2 chunins were attacking from behind. Diminishing the distance between the shuriken, Naruto used his knives to block the projectiles, before he landed a sequence of kicks at the 2 chunins. While he was dealing with a couple other ninjas, one took the opportunity and started a sequence of hand seals, before the tiger seal could be seen finishing the sequence. Katendai Enden, fire release, great fireball technique. After he sliced the chest of one Iwa shinobi, Naruto suddenly felt the emanating heat of the technique. He couldn't dodge in time and the attack hit him dead on, much to everyone's cheer. However, when the smoke dissipated, a small rock stood in Naruto's location. The real Naruto summoned an army of 10 cage bunshines in order to aid him against the enemies. Baki, deciding he had enough, charged at the blonde. Seeing the imminent threat, Naruto raised one of his trench knives in time to block Baki's kunai from piercing his chest. The Suna Jounin then flipped his body, aiming a strong kick to Naruto's side stomach, to which the blonde blocked, before doing some backflips, just as 2 Iwa Jounins attacked him from behind. Baki attacked him once more, this time with ninjutsu, sending a wind sword straight at Naruto. Being well versed in the field, Naruto just positioned one of his trench knives in front of the attack, before seeing the air current pass by harmlessly. Quickly landing a strong kick at a Jinan, Naruto charged at Baki with straight taijutsu, forcing the man on the defensive. He managed to land a powerful punch on his face which sent Baki skidding a few meters. However, when he was about to finish the sequence of hits, Naruto sensed the usage of chakra behind him and evaded to the right, just in time as he saw the same fireball reaching his old position. Going through a long series of hand seals, Naruto focused as much of his lightning chakra for one good lighting technique. He needed to scatter the enemy's attention. Raiten Kusari Raiko, lightning release, lighting chain technique. Suddenly, the sky on top of the stadium went dark, before a series of lightning bolts charged at the Iwa Jounin, shocking at least 5 to death. Sensing the last clone being dispersed, he turned to the left only to receive a hard kick in the face, which sent him flying. Looking at the man, Naruto could see that the man's arm was made of stone. Getting cocky, the enemy charged Naruto once more, but this time Naruto wouldn't fight alone. Biting his thumb, Naruto did the summoning jutsu, calling forth a total of 5 wolves including Gekko who joined them. While the wolves were busy killing Iwa shinobi, Naruto closed his eyes in preparation for one of his trademark jutsus. Going through the long series of hand seals, he opened his eyes while waiting for the wolves to clear the path for him. As soon as Gekko gave him the call, a strong air current started circulating around the blonde, before suddenly increasing exponentially. Fuuten Dai Repiso, wind release, great gale wind palm jutsu. The increased gust of wind managed to blow away at least 20 Iwa shinobi, almost taking Baki as well. Appearing from behind Naruto, the man snarled at his situation. When the fight started, it was 100 against the Yondaime's son. Now, it was only 70 and Naruto didn't show any signs of fatigue. He realized it was time to bring in the big guns. Turning to the one fire user of the group, he nodded to the man, before seeing him firing another fireball at Naruto. Baki did some hand seals of his own for a small repiso technique, before smiling as the fireball doubled in size, engulfing Naruto completely. Suten Suijin Heki, water release, Water barrier technique. Baki's smile turned once more to a frown as he saw the blonde performing a water technique, quickly ending the enhanced fire technique. He was more surprised when Naruto started making more hand seals, as he saw the water barrier transform into the water dragon technique, before engulfing the fire user, killing him instantly. He was now becoming desperate. "Everyone throw everything you have at this bastard," Baki shouted, earning Naruto's attention as he saw a great load of rocks approaching his position and fast. He wouldn't be able to dodge the attack. Suddenly, though, an earth barrier was raised, surprising both Naruto and the enemies. "You wouldn't mind in being helped by an old man like me, would you, Naruto-kun?" Sarutobi asked as he appeared in front of Naruto, who in turn smiled at the immense help. "Not at all, it's considered an honor in sharing the battlefield with you, sir." "You're alone?" asked Naruto, but smiled when he felt another familiar presence nearby. Sandaime, for his turn, smiled and dispelled the earth barrier while summoning his personal bow staff. "I have a team of Anbu with me. We'll proceed with the next phase of your father's plan after dealing with this group." As soon as Naruto heard the gasps of surprise from the Iwa shinobi, the blonde grabbed his trench knives and sliced 3 Chunin's heads, before he looked to the seats where he could see the Anbu team dealing with a good 20 ninjas easily. Blocking an incoming shuriken, Naruto grabbed one of his own and quickly threw it against Baki, slicing a good chunk of flesh from his face, earning a snarl from the Suna Jounin. "You know, I was kind of worried upon seeing such an army against me, but now I have the advantage. And guess what, no one will be able to save you now." After saying, Naruto focused his wind chakra for a new technique unique to him as it required molding the air current. Fuuten Kaze no Yari, Wind Release, Wind Spear Jutsu. The almost invisible spear traveled the entire field, before piercing Baki in the chest. His eyes spelled surprise, before his body fell limp on the ground. After dealing with the nuisance, Naruto turned to see the Sandaime Hokage preparing a few hand seals, before Naruto could see a mud dragon's head appear from the ground. Naruto knew this specific combination, as Minato once taught him that the elite of the elite managed to merge 2 different elemental techniques without necessarily having a bloodline. As soon as the mud dragon spilled the mud bullets, Sarutobi performed 2 new hand seals and gathered as much air inside his lungs for the Karyudan no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Fire technique. The attack alone killed 10 enemies, leaving only more 10 left for Naruto. He was about to charge at them, when he saw that Gecko and his wolf crew were already on their asses. They didn't have any chance against those sharp teeth. After the stadium was cleared, Naruto and Sarutobi were gathered with Yugao's Anbu team in order to carry on the next part of the plan. At the cage booth . Minato and Jiraiya sensed the usage of chakra and rushed to Orochimaru's side, but it was too late as 2 wooden coffins appeared protecting the snake from the barrage of shurikens thrown at him. When the coffins opened, Minato's eyes widened upon seeing the bodies of the Shadaime and the Nidaime Hokage, before Orochimaru placed a kind of seal inside their heads. He wondered what the man was planning, until he saw that the bodies were moving. "It's not enough to cause the death of innocent lives, you go and tamper with the dead. That's vile, Orochimaru, even for you." Minato screamed, earning a snicker from the snake. "Well, I believe that in order for a Yondaime to be truly tested, why not place him against his predecessors? Surely, I would love to see Sarutobi-sensei's face right now." During the conversation, the Shadaime and Nidaime looked between each other and then at Minato. "On behalf of Konohagakure, Shadaime-sama, Nidaime-sama, I, the Yondaime Hokage, apologize for this vile act placed upon your graves. I am truly mortified." Both Minato and Jiraiya cursed every second of the assault that was to come. Fighting against Orochimaru was one thing, but the Shadaime Hokage and the Nidaime Hokage were considered the best shinobi of their time. The first one possessed the dead Makuten bloodline and the second had an unparalleled mastery of water techniques. Not to mention Orochimaru was a force to deal with as well. Minato saw the Nidaime turning at Orochimaru. "Edo Tensei, huh? So this kid summoned us with a forbidden technique. Quite a guy," Nidaime commented as his eyes focused on his brother. "If that's the case, Yondaime, we must fight you," Shadaime said, much to Minato's snarl. "I was actually hoping to meet you two on different terms, Nidaime," Shadaime Minato said as he took his special kunai from his pouch. "Jiraiya-sensei, I'll deal with them, you take care of Orochimaru." The pervert Sani nodded, while considering the fight ahead. Would Minato be okay against 2 cage-level shinobi? "Let's stop the chit-chat, old men," Orochimaru said, with a wicked smile on his face, as he will certainly enjoy seeing Konoha's strongest shinobi killed by the village's very first and second Hokages. Chapter 27, The Invasion Part 2. Throughout the hidden village in the leaves, the only noise that could be heard was steel meeting steel, flesh being sliced, and agonizing screams coming from both sides of the war started by Iwa, Suna, and Oto Gakure. Although the invading forces suffered more casualties than Konoha, the ones that were alive all carried a smile on their faces as they managed to gain some ground, slowly but surely, against the ninjas from Konoha that tried with all their might to stop no less than 3 hidden villages, 2 of them representing one of the 5 great hidden villages. To the invading forces, the ones killed so far were just expandable. A sacrifice for the greater good, they thought. Revenge against the Yondaime Hokage for the lives he took at the last great ninja war justified the dead. Of course, said thought was only present with the Iwagakure shinobi, but neither Suna nor Oto Gakure were complaining much. In fact, only a few selected squadrons from Konoha managed to even up the odds, that being Itachi, Kakashi, Zabuza and the Sandaime's platoon. 4 squadrons alone managed to take close to 3 times the number of ninjas, and none showed signs of fatigue. All 4 of the squadrons were formed by shinobi who carried the will of fire with great pride and honor. The Sandaime's group, for instance, was defending the west sector of the village as well as the path that lead outside of the village. This sector was composed mostly of Iwa and Suna shinobi whom, although historical rivals in the past, now were united to destroy the village hidden in the leaves for good. For different reasons, sure, but they moved past that barrier. However, facing a highly skilled Onbu team, Yuagao's team, the Sandaime Hokage and the Konoha no Kazuyuwa was no small feat. So far, only one Onbu lost his life because of a sword strike from an Iwa Jounin. Almost 40 enemies were killed, though. After thrusting one of his trench knives inside Asuna Chunin's chest, Naruto snarled at their situation, while the man's blood pretty much ruined his clothes. Although the group was still pretty much united, it seemed that there was no end to the invasion force. The squadron met every fight with vigor, though the same thought passed inside everyone's head at one point or another. The Sandaime Hokage knew the reason behind it all, though he half wished that the ninja world wasn't driven by revenge alone. The man was Hokage when the third and last great ninja war started. At the time, he had at least half the shinobi that the Tsushikage had at his disposal. However, where Iwa's advantage lied in numbers, Konoha's advantage was in skills. Hatake Kakashi, the 3 Sanin, Mito Gai, his own son Sarutobi Asuma, and last but certainly not least, the man who pretty much gave the victory to Konoha, the shinobi whose son was by his side right now, one Minato Namikaze. After crushing a Jounin's bones with his bow staff, the Sandaime Hokage watched Naruto making a few hand seals, before sending a blade of wind towards another Iwa Jounin, before the man used a mud substitution to save his life. The enemy wasn't so smart, seeing as his technique granted him only 2 seconds to live. Naruto was in front of him the minute he appeared a few meters to the west, before he sliced the man's jugular vein ruthlessly, using wind chakra through his trench knives. The old man could see Naruto's eyes as he attacked the enemies with brutal efficiency, quite befitting of a seasoned shinobi. The Sandaime could only sigh in dismay, already envisioning the repercussions of the blonde's mind and consciousness after the invasion. If Konoha survived, that is. Focusing once more on the battle ahead, he motioned for Yuagao's Onbu team to flank both him and Naruto as he saw that 20 new enemies came to assist the first group. Hiruzen may be retired from the Hokage seat, but going through 3 great wars, with the last as the Hokage, he managed to anticipate almost every move the enemy would make. Minato was clever in using him on the field, after all. Naruto-kun, stand beside me. The call was attended right after Naruto sent an uppercut, sending what appeared to be Asuna Jounin, before seeing his girlfriend decapitate the man with her ninjato. What do you need of me, Sandaime-sama? From how I've seen you fight, your wind ninjutsu knows no equal. I only ask that you provide me with a C to be ranked wind technique. You can leave the rest to me. The Sandaime didn't need to wait for Naruto's understanding as he already went through the hand seals for one of his most powerful techniques. He could feel the raging inferno gathering inside his lungs, which forced him to take as much air possible, so as not damage his already beaten organs from old age. He was confident that Naruto already knew how to perform collaboration ninjutsu, as he finished the hand seals sequence with the powerful tiger seal. Taking only a brief look at his partner, Sandaime then turned to the new enemy force that were now close to 20 meters from their position and approaching fast. Katen Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Missile Projectile Technique. No sooner had the Sandaime released his technique, Naruto finished his hand seals with the Dragon Seal. Because of the increase in chakra capacity from the ritual, Naruto found out he could expand the capacity of his already existing techniques by adding more chakra. Hence how he managed to create a couple variants to his already existing techniques. This one, he managed to use it once, but never in the middle of the battlefield and certainly not to increase the power of one of Konoha's most powerful fire jutsu ever created. The chakra he used was staggering, as the enemies that were experienced enough knew that they would be lucky to escape out of this alive. Fuuten Soud Etapa, Wind Release, Grand Breakthrough Technique. As soon as he whispered a thin layer of air from his mouth, it expanded exponentially in milliseconds, transforming into a raging maelstrom that even shocked the Anbu team that stood behind the two ninjutsu users, waiting for any lucky idiot that managed to survive this attack. When Naruto's technique combined with Hiruzen's fire technique, the fire projectile quadrupled in size and heat, charging at the enemies like a raging beast, demanding for human flesh. Those that had the decency to escape the raging inferno used every method they could. However, most didn't know where to go, seeing as the technique covered the entire field. When the gigantic fire dragon reached the invasion's position, all that could be heard was screams of agony, as both Iwa and Suna's shinobi couldn't stand the heat. Their bodies literally melted and some were even turned to ashes. The rest that survived were quickly taken care of by the Anbu team, whom, although shocked by the amount of destruction, managed to kill the ones that got lucky and used the ground for cover. Both the Sandaime and Naruto shared a smirk at the combination, before they sensed a strong chakra presence only inches away from slaughtering the blonde. The Sandaime was faster, but he knew it was impossible to reach Naruto's position and block the incoming katana that in seconds would pierce Naruto's heart. When the noise of blood spraying came, the entire Anbu team looked back in fear that either Naruto or the Sandaime Hokage were injured. Naruto could only gasp as his life was saved by Gekko. The Kazuryu reacted instantly, though, seizing the opportunity given by his wolf partner, and slammed one of his trench knives inside his attacker's stomach. Naruto narrowed his eyes upon seeing the man he thought was dead suddenly melting into mud. The real one appeared in front of the Sandaime, Naruto and the Anbu team. They could see the vindictive smirk on his face. His eyes never left Naruto's, as his mind showed a great number of ways of taking revenge for everything the Yondaime did to his family and village. Yuagao was by the Sandaime's side instantly, since she recognized the menace in front of them. Contrary to most Iwa shinobi, the man didn't wear the standard attire, going for more inconspicuous clothes, so that people wouldn't know that he was from the hidden village of the rock. His forehead protector was hidden from view, obscured by his part black part gray kimono. He carried two swords strapped on his waist, one being an unusually large katana and the other a standard wakizashi. If people didn't recognize him, they would say that he was a no-good samurai with a vicious smirk splattered on his face. Sandaime-sama, this man is. I know Nico. He's Kasanoshi, S-ranked nin. I bet that Tsushikage sent him to ensure that Iwagakure manages to destroy Konoha for good. There was also another reason for his presence, though the Sandaime wasn't 100% sure. The fact that Kasen looked only at Naruto, instead of it, improved that the man came here on his own volition. Kasen's clan was rumored to produce the most powerful ninjas in Iwagakure, even though the clan didn't possess any type of bloodline, at least not one that Konoha was familiar with. They were skilled in pretty much anything outside of specialized skills. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, not one single art escaped their grasp, and before the last ninja war happened, not many shinobi out there managed to survive against one of the clan members. The clan's story was ruined when the Yondaime Hokage came and destroyed almost every single one of them with his famed Hiraishin no Jutsu. Looking at Naruto, he could see it in his eyes, the level of burden he had to uphold considering who his father is. Hiruzen was battling with himself whether or not he should let Naruto do what he intends in doing. He didn't have a choice, though, he realized. Konoha was in the middle of an invasion against 3 villages, 2 of them being Suna and Iwagakure no less. This wasn't the time to ponder on such things. They had to protect the village at all costs, and besides, if there was one thing Naruto learned from his father and mother, was determination and strength to protect those he cherish. Right now, Kasen was an enemy to Konoha, and Naruto would certainly deal with him accordingly. Nico, let's go, Naruto can handle him. But sir, we have a village to save. Nico. Yuagao looked conflicted behind her mask as she looked at both Naruto and Kasen. The Iwa ninja still maintained the vicious smirk on his face, promising that he wouldn't stop until he killed Naruto. The blonde, for his part, never took his eyes away from the enemy, even though he wasn't the leader of the platoon. She knew what the blonde was thinking, however that didn't mean she enjoyed the possibility of leaving him to face an S-ranked nin on his own. Nevertheless, as an Anbu, a captain no less, she couldn't let her heart get in the middle of the assignment. She wanted to be by her boyfriend's side so desperately right now. Naruto turned to her, instantly, knowing how conflicted she was right now. Hell, if the situation was reserved, he would be as well. "I'll be fine, Nico, don't worry, I can see this guy won't settle for anyone but me or my father despite the situation," Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. Yuigao could only sigh in contempt as she turned away from her boyfriend and followed the Sandaime towards the next incoming wave of Iwa, Oto and Suna soldiers. Looking back for a brief second, she prayed to whatever being up there that Naruto came out from this battle alive. While still running, next to the Sandaime Hokage, she thought about questioning him about the validity behind his decision. She knew Naruto was strong, even possibly stronger than her right now, since he performed the ritual of the wolves. But Kassen is as powerful as the Sanins. Naruto was in serious trouble right now. "Don't worry about him, Yuigao." The fact that the Sandaime used her name like this surprised her instantly. Since Naruto was born, he has been dealing with the repercussions behind his father's actions at the Third Great Ninja War. He knows that people like Kassen won't stop coming after him for revenge, and since no one dares to attack the Yondaime Hokage, Iwagakure now settles for attacking the man's son, instead. "I know that Kassen rivals my old students in power, but the blonde grew up a lot in both skill and power. Both I and his father have great hopes that Naruto will surpass the both of us someday. Plus, the boy has his mother's spirit. You just can't beat someone carrying Minato's mind and Kushina's heart." Yuigao nodded right afterwards, while smiling behind her mask. The Sandaime's words renewed her trust in Naruto. Back to the blonde's fight, Naruto eyed Kassen as Gekko stood by his side. He was surprised to see that Kassen started hand seals, when everyone before him decided to start by declaring that the blonde would be dead in no time. Kassen, after finishing the hand seals, punched the ground with extreme force, before a huge wave of mud traveled towards Naruto. The Konoha Chunin, for his part, just remained still as the attack passed by him as if nothing happened. Kassen smirked even more, if such a thing was possible, at the fact that Naruto didn't fall for the trick he always uses at the beginning in order to end the fight without applying much effort. "I see you're not as worthless as I thought, Kazuryu." Naruto could feel the mockery behind Kassen's tone. "Please do not underestimate me with a weak genjutsu such as the one you used. I've been through worst when I was but an academy student. You came here hoping for revenge for what my father did against your family." Naruto knew that he was goading the man, but he deserved it for mocking Naruto like he was some trash. Instantly changing the nature of his chakra, Naruto started pulsing lightning chakra throughout his body, showing to Kassen that he wasn't about to be underestimated. Kassen nodded at the challenge and charged at Naruto from his right flank. His speed was unreal, however with the use of Shunshine, the blonde Chunin managed to parry it. With Minato . Placing both his arms to protect his face, Minato managed to block the Nidaime's kick, but he wasn't strong enough to parry it and remain still, thus he was sent flying towards the death barrier. The Nidaime Hokage wasn't interested in just watching, so he charged at Minato once more in order to land another powerful strike, which Minato could only describe as the Senju's super strength. As he reached one of his trademark kunais, Minato wondered if Tsunade invented her taijutsu style or it was a hidden heirloom from her clan. After every damn strike received from both the Shadaime and the Nidaime, he felt like some of his ribs had cracked, though it was an overreaction on his part. Minato threw the kunai past the Nidaime and instantly appeared behind the stunned Senju, before his throat was sliced. The Yondaime had to dodge right afterwards with a good use of the Shunshine, as a lance of wood charged at him with great speed courtesy of the Shadaime Hokage. The man cursed once he saw that the Nidaime Hokage was by his brother's side once more. No matter what he tried, those bodies just reformed. Minato feared that his chakra would end before any proper victory could be claimed. He knew who the real enemy was, though neither the Nidaime nor the Shadaime would let him cancel the seal that held both to the land of the living. Minato bit his lip as the Nidaime started making hand seals to one of his Suten ninjutsu, no doubt. However, the fact that Minato was prepared for the attack didn't mean that he was about to underestimate the technique. It would be quite foolish of him to do so. He stood at attention when the Nidaime finished holding both hands in a prey-like position, before the molecules of water started gathering around him. Minato just took a moment to register this moment, which in his words, was pure magic. Suten Suishuha, water release, water collision wave technique. The water formed a whirlpool around Tobirama, before he sent it towards Minato, who started making a quick, almost impossible to follow, sequence of hand seals, before gathering some mud inside his throat. Doton techniques were Minato's least favorite skill, and the man couldn't help but remember when both the Sandaime and his sensei Jiraiya tried convincing him that he needed another element, preferably a defensive one, not only for better protection but also to pass the Jounin exams a long time ago. The roof started trembling at the force of the wave created by the Nidaime's mastery of Suten ninjutsu. By this time, though, Minato finished the sequence of hand seals. Doton Doryuki, Earth Release, Mud Wall Technique. As soon as Minato spilled some mud in front of him, the wall of mud emerged as well, protecting Minato from the initial impact. He looked in amazement as the wave wasn't stopped by his technique, meaning he had only a few seconds to get out of there. It was still more than enough time for Minato to vanish from his position and jump on top of the wall he created. He looked down at the two past Hokages and cursed once, as this time it was the Shodaime Hokage who was making hand seals. Mukuten Daijurin no Jutsu, Wood Release, Great Forest Technique. The Shodai's arm suddenly transformed to wood, and from it, a large mess of wooden spikes formed as all of them charged at Minato. He jumped down in order to dodge the incoming attack, but the Shodai pressed the attack further, forcing Minato to use all his experience in bending his body while in mid-air, thus avoiding all of them. One, however, managed to cut his right arm a bit. Minato was about to use one of his lightning jutsus against the Hokages when he saw that one last spike charged at him. However, when he realized that it wasn't meant for him but his sensei on the ground behind him, Minato used his personal technique once more just in time to take Jiraiya out of the way, saving him from the Shodaime's technique. Jiraiya was so engrossed on his fight against Orochimaru that he hadn't focused on his surroundings. A mistake that would have cost him his life, if Minato wasn't there to take him out of harm's way. Now both stood back to back as Minato eyed the Hokages, while Jiraiya fixed his glare on his opponent. The snake Sannin couldn't help but smirk at Konoha's situation. Imagine this situation, Minato-kun. This pathetic village struggles, needlessly, against 3 shinobi villages while its Hokage is busy dealing with the past. If this continues, Konoha will cease to exist. It's too bad that in the end, you won't be able to save everyone after all. One thing that Orochimaru always enjoyed was seeing the desperate faces of his victims. It was like a drug to his already decayed body. What was even more pleasant was that he would get to rub on his sensei's face that in the end, he made the wrong choice in choosing Minato over him for the position of Yondaime Hokage. The man was startled, though, when both Jiraiya and Minato started laughing, all of a sudden. Ever heard the saying, "There are no weak soldiers under a valiant commander," Orochimaru? You came here hoping to get revenge against the village hidden in the leaves, but you forget that our walls have lasted through 3 great ninja wars in the past and will remain so until the last man is dead. Our will of fire isn't determined by a single man, but the entire nation. Each one of them carries the will of fire that our beloved Sandaime Hokage always cherished and defended. I inherited this passion from him, and you too as well, Shodaime-sama, Nidaime-sama. As long as I'm alive, I'll protect this village from criminals like you, Orochimaru. The snake Sannin cursed the man once more and charged the same time as did the 2 Hokages. Throughout the village . The invasion force, as time went by, became arrogant. They believed that Konoha was caught unprepared for the invasion. As such, the Anbu team and the Chunin-level shinobi protecting the village wasn't enough to stop 3 hidden villages. Little did they know, though, that Konoha's plan was first to secure the civilians and the children, before properly defending the village. From out of nowhere, ninjas appeared and turned the tide of battle. Hyuga, Uchiha, Akimichi, Nara, Kurama, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, all of the clan shinobi that were strangely absent throughout the entire invasion, now appeared and were positioned in key positions around the village. Little by little, Konoha was turning the odds, as for every Konoha nin that was killed at least 5 were taken from the other side. Kage Kubi Shibari no Jutsu, Shadow Neck Bind Technique, Nara Shikaku whispered as he extended his shadow to bind 2 Suna Chunins, before breaking their necks through the use of his shadow, on top of a building located at the village's commercial district. Cho Baika no Jutsu, Super Multi-Size Technique, Akimichi Kuza, with his family technique, grew up to the size of a giant, before swinging his bow staff, killing a great number of Oto and Iwa ninjas. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique, a group of 5 Uchiha shinobi sent their attacks at a group of Oto ninjas near the Forest of Death area, burning them all. The ones who managed to escape, tried fleeing from the area, but met a rain of shurikens from the same Uchihas. Located in a clearing, both Hyuga Hyashi and Hyuga Hizashi used their 64 Heavenly Palm technique against 10 Iwa shinobi. Elsewhere, The clan-less Jounins used their skills in order to deal with as many enemies as possible. In no time, the ground was filled with Iwa, Oto and Suna ninjas. The rest of the invasion force was now conflicted. Otogakure fled the area without worrying too much. They were all low-ranked missing nins and as such, their lives meant more than an obvious lost cause. Suna and Iwagakure carried their village's honor, so they instead chose to retreat, in order to save as many of them as possible. The invasion ended in failure. Their last hope now was the Suna Jinchuriki. With Hiruzen Sarutobi . After dealing with a couple of ninjas along the path, Sarutobi's squad reached the position where they felt the demon chakra. The Sandaime Hokage was surprised upon seeing the level of destruction around the area, before he spotted 3 Uchihas on the ground. After close inspection, he sighed in relief seeing that they were just unconscious, though after confirmation from the group medic, their bodies were a mess. The Jinan Uchiha Sasuke was suffering from several broken ribs, while the other 2 Chunins were bleeding from the inside. Also, hints of a very powerful wind jutsu could be seen on their skins, so most likely some Suna ninja that were aiding the Kazekage's son and Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Shukaku caused the damage. Suddenly, the group shivered at the roar that echoed throughout the forest. Looking up, they flinched upon seeing the majestic sight of the one-tailed demon laughing like a hyena, while thanking the heavens that he was free once more. "Nico, secure these 3 and take them to the hospital." The woman was surprised at the order, but turned to her second-in-command and nodded. He, in turn, ordered 3 Anbu to scout the wounded Uchihas towards the hospital. The Sandaime didn't waste any time and summoned his partner King Enma for assistance. "Sarutobi, what's the deal?" "That's Ichibi no Shukaku," Enma growled as he tried picturing what Hiruzen was trying to do. "I know it's not an everyday occurrence, Enma. But we have a plan." Yamato, the man in question, was Nico's second-in-command. He nodded, before the group vanished towards the Ichibi's location. With Zabuza . When Zabuza saw that most of the enemies started to flee, he went after them in hopes of killing a great number of them. Sure, he was the only one, seeing as the rest were more concerned with the village's welfare. It didn't take long for him to reach a squad full of Iwa shinobi, before he decapitated the first ones. The group, seeing the threat to their escape, stopped and faced the menace before they could retreat once more. Normally, it would be plain madness to face the demon of the hidden mist alone, but with a group of approximately 20 shinobis, the member of the 7 swordsmen realized his mistake. He managed to take care of 5 more, before the rest started gaining on him. Zabuza wasn't able to block a ninjato strike to his arm, followed by a straight kick layered with Doton chakra. Both attacks pretty much dealt with the demon of the hidden mist, sending him towards a thick tree. The impact was so strong, that he could hear some ribs breaking. One of the Iwa Jounin smirked upon seeing the heavily injured man, seeing as he at least could take his head and receive a substantial bounty from Kirigakure. Zabuza was pretty much taken care of at this point, and the Iwa Jounin smirked viciously while slowly going through hand seals for a swift kill. Doton Iwa no Yari, Earth Release, Rock Spear Technique. From the ground, came the deadly weapon before the Jounin threw it towards the injured Zabuza. The spear was aimed towards his heart. No one could stop his death now. The noise of flesh being pierced surprised Zabuza as a bubble of blood splashed his face awake. Back at the cage battle. Orochimaru smirked once more as he extended his neck in order to bite Jiraiya. The Gamma Sanin, for his chance, took the attack head-on before transforming to mud, revealing to be Atsuchi Bunshine. Behind Orochimaru, Jiraiya managed to hit a basketball-sized Rasengan at his stomach, which sent the snake Sanin flying. Jiraiya attempted to charge once more, but his mind was suddenly trapped in Orochimaru's Kanashibari no Jutsu, temporary body paralysis technique. It didn't take long for him to dispel, but it granted Orochimaru the time needed to attack, thus kicking Jiraiya hard. Using the flight momentum, Jiraiya flipped and landed on his feet before biting his thumb and slamming his hands on the ground for his Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Orochimaru smirked at the pathetic use of strategy, since Jiraiya used a great deal of chakra to summon some toad. When he saw the toad, though, Orochimaru snarled, recognizing the damn amphibian that always managed to corner him whenever he and Jiraiya fought. "I bet you wanted another go at him, don't you?" Gamatsuinkan smirked Jiraiya as he stood side by side with a horse-sized toad, carrying 2 swords on his back. The toad, for his part, smirked upon seeing the enemy, before grabbing his weapons of choice. The toad, although big, suddenly vanished from his position and reappeared behind Orochimaru. only the man's heightened snake senses alerting him to danger and managed to save him from being sliced in multiple pieces. Still, Orochimaru could track the toad's movements, even if he could barely avoid the strikes. With this, Jiraiya smirked upon seeing the much-needed distraction he desired, in order to fulfill his transformation. Biting his finger once more, the man summoned two little toads named Fugasaku and Shima. With them, Jiraiya would finally deal with Orochimaru for good. Looking to his left, he flinched upon seeing that Minato was getting his ass whooped by the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokage. But he had to concentrate on his battle first. Minato, we all have our secret cards, I'm using mine, I think it's time you used yours. With Naruto . Raiten Kusari Raiko, Lightning Release, Chain of Lightning Technique. The sky suddenly turned black as torrents of lightning filled the area, forcing Kassen to use every skill he had to dodging them all. The fight started to his advantage. Naruto was skilled, but not S-rank like he was. According to the info he had on the kid, the blonde wouldn't be able to parry Kassen's attacks. Much to his frustration, though, the blonde managed to go toe-to-toe with Kassen and it was infuriating. If the Iwa shinobi couldn't defeat the son, what hope did he have of defeating the father? Kassen snarled upon seeing that Naruto remained neutral to another of his Genjutsu's techniques, which would follow with Naruto dodging the fake Doton attack when Kassen would strike and slit his throat. He saw the blonde throwing a couple of kunai, without much force at him, before going through a small sequence of hand seals. Fuuten Dai Repiso, Wind Release, Great Gale Wind Palm Technique. The kunai's speed nearly doubled, surprising Kassen as he hardened his body with Doton Chakra in order to parry the deadly kunai. The weapons were stopped by Kassen's arm, though the man saw that the kunai almost broke through his ultimate defense. He was about to charge Naruto once more when the blonde started another series of hand seals, this time a much larger sequence. Kassen stopped his urges and focused once more on his defensive Doton technique. He started gasping at the fact that he could see the wind gathering around Naruto as he was the center of a hurricane in plane formation. Kassen was beginning to hate Naruto, however by now he realized that Naruto earned his merit. Fuuten Kyomu Shippu, Wind Release, Fierce Hurricane Technique. Kassen had to force chakra to his feet in order to stick himself on the ground. The force of the wind was unbelievable as he witnessed the hurricane forming around Naruto, before coming straight at him like a hungry beast all but ready to devour its prey. Kassen focused a lot of chakra this time for one of Iwa's toughest defense ninjutsu. This barrier wasn't made of mud, but rock, solid rock that was impenetrable. The problem was that it sucked a great deal of the caster's chakra. Nevertheless, a strong attack can only be parried by a strong defense. Kassen had no choice, he was too close for a kawarimi and no object could be seen around for him to replace himself with. The wall of earth was erected in front of him, before the hurricane came crashing hard. Kassen could feel the rock trembling, but managed to hold Naruto's technique. The Iwa shinobi didn't waste time and used another of his Doton Genjutsu techniques. Tsuchi Genjutsu Senoya, Earth Illusion, Arrows of Death Technique. Kassen slammed his fist on the ground, before torrents of arrows came out from the ground, towards Naruto. However, much like last time, Naruto just stood there like nothing happened. It was like the blonde wasn't even affected by his technique. How the hell are you doing this, huh? I've studied all information there is to know about you and none of it showed you this proficient in detecting genjutsu, Kassen shouted, already losing his cool and aloof behavior over the situation. The Tsushikage believed in him to strike a blow at the Yondaime, even worse than destroying the village. However, he didn't take into account that the blonde's techniques were the exact counter to his own. I already told you not to underestimate me, Kassen. I'm not only my father's son. I'm Konoha no Kazuryu, A-ranked nin of Konohagakure. Now, prepare yourself because I'm done being on the defensive here, Gekko Naruto shouted, before taking his trench knives and channeling wind chakra through them. The wolf's eyes suddenly glowed yellow, before Kassen started holding his head in order to stop the increasing headache he was feeling right now. That gave Naruto the exact opportunity to charge the enemy with a shunshine, before he sliced Kassen's head off. The blonde was already calling himself victorious when the body he attacked transformed into mud, before splitting itself in 4 identical copies of Kassen. Naruto saw another one appear a short distance away from the bunshines, smirking at Naruto. It took me a while, but I now know how you managed to sense my genjutsu so easily. That wolf partner of yours is a genjutsu user, isn't it? He somehow managed to warn you a couple seconds before the attack. Kassen smirked as he turned to take care of Gekko. However, the wolf instantly vanished in a puff of smoke. Surprised, Kasen turned to Naruto only to see Naruto holding the ram seal. "You may have caught me, but I'm not going to stand here and let you hurt Gekko. Besides, I have enough up my sleeve to deal with you." Kasen, Naruto smirked, before channeling lightning chakra through his limbs. Kasen couldn't even follow his movements, as he used his lightning strike technique on all 4 bunshines, dispelling them faster than before. The Konoha Chunin, though, didn't have time to even turn and face the real enemy, before he saw the man holding the bird seal, for a technique he hadn't seen before. The problem with Doton techniques was that they were surrounded by earth and rocks. Hasen could better use the terrain and kill Naruto. Doton Doryusu, Earth Release, Earth and Rising Spears technique. The sudden attack rose around Naruto and he realized he just couldn't move in time. Thus, he made the only thing he could, given that his movements were limited. Quickly molding the necessary chakra, he did something that even he never thought it possible. Naruto managed to use his Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Barrier technique, in time to stop most of the spears that aimed for his vital points. However, he wasn't able to stop the last 3. One pierced his stomach and the other 2 his thighs. After the technique was dispelled, Naruto looked at his opponent and bit his lip at the fact that the man was smiling in triumph. Because of the injuries sustained, Naruto couldn't even stand properly, before unimaginable pain followed. The Chunin was already calling it quits when he remembered that he had at least one technique that he could use right now. It would cost him pretty much all of his chakra, but at least Kasen would be dealt with for good. Using the blood on his hands, he focused as much chakra as he could, before slamming both hands on the ground, before Kasen could process Naruto's intentions. Kushios no Jutsu Fenrir-sama, Summoning Technique, Boss Fenrir. The Iwa shinobi cursed himself for believing that Naruto was already as good as dead, and created some distance from him. He saw a white wolf looking at him with yellow silted eyes and growling the entire time. The wolf looked at the injured Naruto behind him and nodded. He would take care of this trash. Fenrir just vanished in thin air and appeared once more at his first location. The blonde wondered what happened, before he saw Kasen holding his neck in a pathetic attempt to cover the deep cut caused by Fenrir's claw. The Iwa Jounin was on the floor, before he even realized his eyes already lost its color. With that, Naruto breathed a little more easily, before yanking the earth spear inside his stomach. The scream that followed alerted Fenrir and he turned to see as summoned in quite a bad shape. "He did quite a number on you, Naruto. I'm glad you called me. Gekko informed me of what you did and I'm proud of you." Despite the pain that Naruto was feeling right now, he smiled at the boss wolf. "Thanks for the assistance. I guess I'm not strong enough to be facing S-ranked nins yet. Now, the war is still on and I can't help them, damn it." Naruto snarled at this, but the smile on Fenrir's face showed that the boss wolf had an idea. "I can help you with that, though you'd have to bear with the fact that I'd have to bite you." The look on Naruto's face was priceless, but he continued anyway. "Because of the ritual, our kind's blood is mixed with your human blood. Therefore, I can heal all your most fatal wounds. However, for that to happen, I'd need to pass my chakra inside your body and that involves me biting you." Fenrir stopped explaining when he saw Naruto extending his right arm. The sleeve was shredded because of the earth spears technique. The wolf just smirked as he looked at Naruto's determined eyes. He opened his mouth and sank his sharp teeth on Naruto's arms. His body bent over instantly because of the pain, before he began to feel Fenrir's chakra invading his own chakra system. With Zabuza . The splash of blood hit Zabuza stronger than a ton of bricks would. Despite all the injuries he had sustained, he saw when Haku appeared in front of him and took the attack in his place. The spear crossed Haku's body, through his stomach and sent him to rest near Zabuza. By looking at the boy trying very hard to breathe, something inside Zabuza exploded upon seeing the one he considered like a son, on the verge of being killed because of his own stupidity. His eyes began to glow red from anger at the Iwa shinobi. He got up, despite the pain he was feeling, and took his partner's sword. He screamed to the heavens to allow him a couple more minutes so that he could deal with these enemies who dared to harm Haku. The man instantly vanished and decapitated at least 2 enemies, before he flipped and sliced the body of a third. The rest of the group started attacking him Doton techniques, but the demon of the hidden mist wasn't about to let such minor attacks stop him from tearing everyone apart, limb by limb. This was the scene that Zabuza's Onbu squad saw upon arriving at the location. They witnessed the bloody massacre, before one Onbu spotted Haku using every bit of chakra he had to freeze the place where the spear crossed his body, in order to stop the blood leaking from his body, without avail. The medical Onbu of the unit ushered him to stop immediately as she would now assist. The Anbu managed to take the earth spear off Haku's body, before applying medical chakra to the wound. However, despite all her attempts, she just couldn't stop the blood loss. Signaling to her unit, they took Haku quickly to the emergency hospital to be taken care of. Meanwhile, the rest of the Anbus remained to take Zabuza's unconscious body towards the medical unit as well. One Anbu, though, whistled upon seeing the number of bodies that Zabuza killed. The man knew one thing: never piss Zabuza off. With Naruto . After healing most of Naruto's wounds, Fenrir decided that he should stay with the blonde, aiding him against the invasion force. The Chunin, though, was feeling strange and bothering the boss of the Wolf Clan with this, when Gecko would have sufficed. However, Fenrir thought nothing of it, and now they were jumping from rooftops towards the place where the Hokages were battling each other. Naruto found it strange that they met little resistance on their path. Only a few Suna Chunin tried their luck, only for Fenrir to deal with them like they were nothing more than insects waiting to be squashed. After a while, Naruto realized that Fenrir only wanted to ride along with him so that he could draw some blood. After passing through some trash neighborhoods, Naruto saw the purple barrier on the horizon and snarled, believing his father was in trouble. He increased his speed, using even a couple of shunshines to get on top of the stadium building. The surrounding Anbu were surprised, so were the Sound Four that held the barrier. Looking at the fight going on inside the barrier, he, then, turned to the Anbu with an angry snarl. "Why aren't you helping them?" The blatant insubordinated comment was shrugged off by the Anbu, who believed that the Chunin was only concerned for his father. Still, it was a valid question, seeing as the barrier kept Konoha from finally destroying Orochimaru. "We tried bypassing the barrier that Orochimaru's shinobi created, but without avail." Yondaime-sama theorized that the barrier is maintained by a coordinated effort of 4 shinobi, each one positioned at one side of the square. "So far, though, we aren't able to do anything. Even some of our ninjutsu techniques weren't effective." Naruto, after hearing it, approached the place where the sound shinobi was and began to study both the barrier and the woman holding the barrier in front of him. Naruto was by no means an expert when it came to Fuinjutsu techniques, but he wasn't a pushover either. If his father believed that in order to maintain the barrier, the Auto ninjas had to use the same amount of chakra at the same time, then if he, for instance, managed to disrupt one side of the barrier, the whole technique would be disrupted, allowing him, Fenrir and the Anbu, to help both his father and Jiraiya of the Sannin. Inside the barrier . While the Toad was holding Orochimaru at bay, Jiraiya was focusing every bit of his energy and gathering nature chakra with the help of Fugasaku and Shima. Jiraiya knew it was a risky business, by showing to his ex-teammate that he had access to said form of chakra manipulation. If he ended up surviving this battle, then news would spread the very same day and Jiraiya no longer would be able to use it as an ace in the hole. Orochimaru would have to perish tonight. The entire procedure took no more than 10 minutes, before Jiraiya transformed into his Senjutsu form. His hands and feet were like the Toad's, his nose was bigger and the red marks on his face presented a different drawing. He was on all fours, when he screamed for Gamatsuinkan to vanish, before Jiraiya catapulted his body towards the still stunned Orochimaru. The Snake Sannin had never seen such ability from his idiotic friend and was stunned by his speed. Orochimaru received a punch to the face so hard that his jaw almost broke upon impact. Orochimaru was sent flying, but Jiraiya was already behind him, as he stopped Orochimaru's flying with a knee on the stomach. The Snake Sannin bent over in pain, before he received a gigantic Rasengan on his chest, sending him flying once more. Jiraiya pressed on the attack, while focusing his attention for genjutsu attacks or simple kawarimis that Orochimaru was fond of doing in order to get away. Back to Minato's fight, he realized that in order to win this battle, he would have to resort to his ultimate technique. He saw the 2 past Hokages looking at him, before he summoned 2 Cage Bunshines and set them to hold the cages off until he could complete his technique. Normally, Cage Bunshines were ill-advised seeing as they were dispelled easily. However, these weren't regular Cage Bunshines. Minato pumped in them enough chakra to last a couple minutes against the enemy. Content that he had time to focus, Minato joined his hands in a prey-like manner, before charging lightning chakra through both hands. After a couple minutes of focus, he distanced one hand from the other, as a small Rasengan could be seen in between. The ball of energy grew until it resembled a basketball. After completing its size, the Yondaime Hokage took a long breath, before his hands started glowing with lightning energy. This was the hardest step of the technique, and by now, one single mistake and both his hands and chakra pathways would be destroyed. Little by little, rings of electricity started surrounding the rapidly spinning ball of energy, until it resembled an atom. As soon as the Yondaime managed to finish his technique, the bunshines were dispelled by the former Kijis. They didn't get to move, before the Yondaime was already on their asses with his ultimate attack. Reiten Fukabun Rasengan, Lightning Release, Atomic Spiral Ball of Energy Technique. The technique obliterated half of the fighting area, much to the shock of everyone, as the two Kijis vanished in thin air. However, much to everyone's surprise and utter fear, the pieces were reforming, while the Edo Tensei seals were glowing. After Minato's technique, no one could have survived. However, Minato was already close to the seals, as he took two of his own seals inside his jacket. Throwing them at the Edo Tensei seals, Minato began to inscribe a great series of kanjis on his blank seals, before focusing chakra on both of them. Edo Tensei was a technique invented by the Nidaime Hokage. And although Orochimaru managed to replicate it to a certain level, it wasn't complete, meaning Minato could override the seal with one of his own masterpieces. Fuuin Gyaku no Jutsu, Reverse Sealing Technique. As soon as Minato worked his magic, the Edo Tensei seal started glowing, before it started shredding to pieces. Although the cage's bodies were only half reformed, Minato could see their faces smiling at the Yondaime Hokage who was on the floor, gathering some energy. His last stunt took almost all the chakra he possessed. If Jiraiya wasn't able to stop Orochimaru, then Minato wouldn't be of much help either. Still, the fact that he managed to defeat not one but two of the past Hokages did a lot to boost his personal morale. At least, he would be able to gloat to his son that he wasn't an old-timer. I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble, Yondaime. I'm glad to know that Hiruzen chose his successor wisely, said the Nidaime, before vanishing. I know that Konoha is in safe hands with you here. Especially the man outside the dome who looks a lot like you. Shadaime's words surprised Minato, before he heard four familiar voices shouting. Fuuten Arashi no Mei, Wind Release, Tempest Dance Technique. Out of nowhere, four identical hurricanes started forming in front of the four corners of the barrier. Naruto realized that if he was to break the barrier, then he would have to disrupt at least one side. However, he figured that the odds would increase if he managed to attack the barrier from all four sides, meaning he attacked all the members of the Sound Four. The Oto Shinobi, for their part, cursed the blonde Chunin. The barrier managed to hold the hurricane's strength, but the force of the wind was enough that they couldn't maintain their footing for very long. They could focus chakra to their feet, but that would mean disrupting the barrier. The real Naruto smiled upon seeing the amount of effort in maintaining the barrier and keeping their feet on the ground. He focused on the bird seal and the bunshines increased the speed of the hurricanes, sending the Sound Four flying inside of the barrier. Because of this, the barrier was disrupted, allowing the entire Anbu platoon to join the Hokage and Jiraiya against Orochimaru. The snake Sannin cursed both Namikases for the second time in his life. He looked at the opposition against him and realized that a retreat was in order. The Sound Four immediately appeared in front of their master, before they threw a great number of smoke bombs on the ground, before fleeing. The Anbu platoon gave chase, leaving Minato, Naruto and the now normal Jiraiya. Naruto went to see if his father was okay, while Jiraiya looked at the horizon. Shukaku's path was halted, probably by Sensei's platoon. Jiraiya only hoped that Minato's plan worked. With Hiruzen . Right after dealing with Kankuro and Tamari, the Anbu group's second in command Yamato established the technique that would deal with the San Jinchuriki. While he established his grounds, it fell to the Sandaime Hokage to hold Shukaku from attacking the group. That was easier said than done, though. If he was fighting the beast alone, then he wouldn't need to worry about holding the beast. Now, he needed to use his best Doton defensive techniques to hold the beast's powerful wind blast. Nevertheless, he got the job done as Yamato was already performing the hand seals needed for the Shadaime Hokage's trademark technique. The Shadaime Hokage was rumored to have control over the tailed beasts, meaning Yamato had the same ability. Hokage Shiki Jijin Jutsu, Hokage style 60 years retirement technique, Sanctuary Enlightenment Enclosing Palm. The beast's scream reverberated throughout the clearing, representing the defeat of 3 hidden villages and, once more, Konoha's supreme victory. Chapter 28, Is there a doctor in the house? The hidden village in the leaves has constantly proved its reputation as the strongest of all 5 hidden villages. Konohagakure, land of probably the most gifted shinobis in Konoikas, managed to survive unscathed throughout 2 world ninja wars. Some would say that it was thanks to the village's huge walls, others, carrying a more patriotic way of thinking, believed that the shinobi from Konoha possessed the will of fire, an idealism created by the Sandaime Hokage at the beginning of his time as Kage. The rest believed it was just luck that prevented the village from suffering more casualties than it should, in times of war. However, whatever the reason was in the past, Konoha certainly proved its strength 2 days ago. The strongest hidden village in all the elemental nations was pitted against 3 enemies, 2 of them being a part of the top 5. Iwaigakur, Sunagakur and the relatively small but strong village called Otogakur joined their forces in order to burn Konoha to the ground. However, it was proven that mere numbers didn't pose as much an advantage as they thought. In the end, the carriers of the Will of Fire were victorious. A lot of enemies were killed by Konoha's strong and valiant ninjas, and the rest chose to escape for their lives. Nevertheless, war always brought casualties, and certainly, both sides suffered. Despite preparing in advance for the invasion, Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, ended up losing approximately 100 shinobis and Konoikas. Despite paling in comparison to Iwa and Suna's losses, the Yondaime Hokage felt pain for each and every one of those who died defending the village they called home. He would surely take time off his schedule to visit their families to tell them how honored he was to have led these brave men. After Orochimaru escaped, Minato struggled to even remain standing, as the last techniques he used took approximately all of the chakra he had at his disposal. He was at first scared because he didn't know the entire situation that was going on throughout the village. And if someone needed him, he doubted he would be of much help at the state he was in. Luckily, from the reports he received both from the Anbu guarding him and from his elder son Naruto, the village managed to expel the invaders, and, lately, he heard that Yamato managed to subdue the Ichibi no Shukaku with the same technique used by the Shodaime Hokage in order to subdue the tailed beasts. Now, with the invasion taken care of, Minato had to deal with the aftermath. His eyes lost focus over the report of the damages sustained by the village because of the attack. He didn't need to know that although the casualties sustained weren't so extensive, the damage to the village was great. Certainly, it would take quite a while for the hidden village in the leaves to repair it all. Placing the report in front of his table, the Yondaime Hokage suddenly had the urge to stand up and look at the village from his back window. It was something every Kage of this village did, and no one aside from them ever understood why. One of the 2 people that were sharing the room with the Yondaime smiled in delight at the choice he made a long time ago. He couldn't have chosen a better successor to take his place. This village isn't made of wood and bricks, Minato-kun. Those can be rebuilt any time. Sandaime looked at the young man's back with a smile on his face. Surely, he also felt pain over those who perished, but he was proud of them, like he was proud of the entire village. Sorry Sandaime-sama, but this is my first time dealing with an invasion. You have 2 wars of experience and certainly know more of this than I do. I'm just glad that the plan concerning Shukaku came through in the end. It would take our best summons to deal with that beast, and the damage would be far more extensive. Opting to remain silent throughout the entire ordeal, Jiraiya just studied his student's back as well, wondering about the weight the man must be carrying at this point. Even though his own sensei was a Kage throughout 2 major wars, he didn't understand what it was like to guide this village. And in his frank opinion, Minato wasn't much different from the Sandaime. Both were carrying towards the village, both were undoubtedly powerful, perhaps considered the strongest of their time. Also, he could see the same look in Minato as he saw in his sensei after the last great ninja war against Iwaigakur. He knew Minato was suffering for everyone. After a while of discussions, both Sarutobi and Jiraiya left the office towards some much-needed rest, leaving the young Hokage alone to ponder about the aftermath. Minato, for his part, despite Sarutobi's words of comfort, couldn't shake the feeling that he was to blame for their deaths. The Hokage's position was indeed a heavy burden, Minato realized. On missions, he could send more teams than necessary to ensure that his ninjas would come back alive or at least improve the chances of survival. But in times of war, Minato just couldn't predict the number of casualties. It was most unfortunate, but unavoidable, he surmised. There was nothing he could do but move on. The village needed a strong leader, not someone who would wallow in misery over those who perished. Their names will be forever honored for their services, the Yondaime Hokage would make sure of that. The Yondaime Hokage, then, took a seat and picked a separate piece of paper and started to read the list of topics he would have to take care of today. Even if the Chunin exams were interrupted by the invasion, Minato just couldn't use it as an excuse to avoid the Genan's promotions. Of course, it was a political move more than anything, seeing as a great number of the applicants were clan heirs. He figured that Nara Shikamaru and Aburame Shino had the skills to become a Chunin. Both displayed excellent performance both in ninjutsu and taijutsu, and their skill in planning ahead quite surprised Minato. No doubt, the two followed in their respective father's footsteps. Sai would be promoted as well for his ability and recognition of a superior foe in the likes of a Jinchuriki. The first quality that was expected of a Chunin was leadership. As such, it will be required of the Chunin to make decisions that will affect the team under his command. Last, but not least, Uchiha Sasuke's performance was analyzed. The skills displayed by Sasuke were splendid, but that was already expected for an Uchiha, because of the Sharingan's capabilities. Nonetheless, Minato had reservations about promoting him to the position of a Chunin. Compared to the other three, Sasuke's level of planning ahead was rather limited, trying to overcome Shino with ninjutsu and speed. Also, he knew the boy to be rather arrogant and, according to his brother Itachi, didn't possess the qualities of a Chunin, such as leadership and responsibility. A Chunin is supposed to be strong, sure, but it will be required of them to lead missions as team captains. Minato just couldn't send him on a mission if he wasn't sure Sasuke would consider the lives of those under him before the mission. Writing the order to his secretary, Minato then passed on to his next item with a smile on his face. The three names in front of him displayed a great level of skill at the invasion and managed to take care of a good deal of enemies. The first two joined the members from the Hyuga clan and dealt with a great number of Suna shinobi that attacked from the Forest of Death region. The last one, much to Yondame's pride, not only managed to deal with a great contingent of shinobi at the Chunin Stadium, but also managed to defeat Iwa's S-ranked ninja named Kasanouchi. Hyuga Neji. Tenten. Namikaze Naruto. The Yondaime received recommendation for all three of them to be promoted to Jounins, and he would do just that. Before issuing the order, Minato took some time to remember his son's accomplishments over the years. He remembered when Naruto managed to awaken his chakra and the time when the boy joined the academy. He remembered when Naruto managed to graduate and become a Genin. Minato remembered how afraid he was when he saw Naruto's face in the bingo book. Now, his boy was going to become a Jounin. It was quite an accomplishment for someone so young, since they weren't in times of war, even though the village just suffered an invasion attempt. Minato wished more than anything, to see more of his son's accomplishments in the future. A sudden knock on his door alerted Minato, before he saw the great bundle of joy that was his daughter walk in with her mother. As soon as the door was opened fully, Misao barged inside and threw her tiny body towards her father, knowing that the man would grab her with a strong hug. The Yondaime Hokage let out a smile that brightened the room upon seeing his daughter showing so much affection towards her old To-san. Kushina just smiled at the man she loved, relieved that despite the assault against the village, Konoha came out victorious and, better yet, she didn't lose either Minato or Naruto to those Iwa nins. Unrolling the scroll she was holding, Kushina wondered if she should let father and daughter bond some more, before talking about the casualties at the hospital. Despite a great number of wounded shinobi, Konoha's General Hospital had a surprisingly high rate of recovery, with very few that ended up succumbing to the damage taken from the invasion and passed away. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that the woman was thrilled with the results. Unfortunately, a great number of those that managed to recover wouldn't be able to keep their ninja status active. However, it was better than dying, she supposed. There were a lot of things these men could do to aid Konoha, despite their forced retirement. Now, the report she was about to give Minato was regarding two patients of hers that didn't recover nor succumb to death. She used her skills as a mother and convinced Misao to go play at the room next door where Minato placed some toys for her, before sitting in front of her husband. Minato could see the look on Kushina's face and he knew what it was about. Here's the report from the hospital, Minato-kun. Very few passed away, which was surprising. Our medical knowledge must have improved, because I was expecting much more casualties. Unfortunately, some of the recovered shinobi won't be able to continue their lives as active shinobi, but at least they get to see their loved ones. There are two patients that so far none of us managed to do anything about it. Kushina waited for Minato to pass through the report, before she continued. Momochi Haku and Zabuza are in critical condition. Zabuza is suffering from extensive chakra exhaustion and Haku fell into a deep coma. We managed to sustain Zabuza's condition for 1, maybe 2 weeks at the most. But we don't have the knowledge to completely heal him. Minato nodded, already knowing why his wife was showing that look for. Kushina was a proud medic nin and she was furious, mostly with herself, when she couldn't heal a patient. Let me guess, you wish me to reach Tsunade and call her back to heal them? One thing Kushina loved about her husband was that the man knew her so much that she mused sometimes if the Namikaze had the ability of reading minds. I know that, due to the state she's in right now, due to Dan and Nawaki's deaths, there is a high possibility that she won't listen to your call. So, I was wondering if you could assemble a team with me to find her. At least, if she doesn't wish to come back, she can tell me what to do with Zabuza and Haku, said requested surprised Minato, but then he knew how dedicated Kushina is to healing her patients. However, the man was in a stalemate right now. In his list, was the main event, the meeting he and Sarutobi would have with the Fire Daimyo and his advisors, regarding the compensations that will be asked of Wind and Earth Country, due to Suna and Iwagakure's unjustified acts against Konoha. Thus, he wouldn't be able to devote much time to the family. Now, Kushina is asking to leave as well in search for Tsunade. He wasn't worried about Naruto, but rather his 2-year-old daughter Misao. Honey, I have an important meeting in a few hours with the Fire Daimyo and I don't know how long it's going to take. If you leave to find Tsunade, then who will take care of Misao? Kushina was expecting said question and smirked. She wasn't thinking of leaving her daughter in Naruto and Yugao's hands, since both would be busy between missions. I talked with Koshino-chan and she agreed to watch Misao for me. This is important. The woman was showing her fists to Minato, which clearly wasn't a good sign, still he had leverage to convince her to stay and take care of their daughter. Also, Kushina-chan, all the teams are busy either doing missions or repairing the damage done to the village. I can't just send any team to protect you. What if some village attacks you? What about Naruto-kun's team? They are strong enough to protect me, aren't they? I bet that Anko alone would be more than enough to protect me and anyone who touched me would suffer. The Kazuryu's wrath or pride for Naruto's reputation was clearly visible, but Minato wished to give the boy a break, after the invasion. Ever since he was a little boy, he suffered attempts from Iwagakure. But with the invasion, it showed how desperate they were to get revenge for what Minato did during the last war. Naruto was very responsible for his age, but he just couldn't face a burden meant for his father. Kushina knew this and, after seeing her husband's down face, immediately regretted asking. I'm sorry Minato-kun, I know you wanted to give him a break of sorts to process things a bit. Have you seen him lately? After Iwa's desperate move of destroying Konoha for the single purpose of killing a namikaze, Naruto withdrew himself from people. He took care of his duties without question, but his father knew better. Just a look in Naruto's eyes told him that his boy was suffering. He understood why, though, hence why he hadn't talked with him yet. Before the invasion, Naruto was already aware of Iwa's hatred towards the namikaze. However, he didn't know that said hatred was enough to motivate an invasion against Konoha entirely, in complete disregard to the pact of neutrality signed by the 5 great hidden villages. Naruto-kun fought bravely. Kushina-chan, Sandaime-sama attested to that. After he recovers, I'll grant him the position of Jounin. However, perhaps a rather simple mission outside could give him time to process things easier. I'll call in his team, then, to escort you. Can you handle things? Get your gear prepared Kushina-chan, they will meet you in 2 hours at the gates. Kushina smiled at her husband, before grabbing Misao and taking her to Yoshino's home. It was good that Naruto was going with her, meaning that she could talk to him and probably help him overcome this problem. With Naruto . In his chunin attire, the blonde was lying on top of his house's roof as he looked at the clouds passing by. The faces of those Iwa nins were still inside his mind as he questioned the real reason behind such resolve in killing a namikaze so badly. What drove Iwa to believe that taking revenge was the right thing to do? Sure, his father alone managed to kill a great deal of their shinobi, but it was times of war back then. Iwa nins killed a lot of ninjas from Konoha as well, but that didn't mean that they had to invade them for the sole purpose of revenge. His doubt relied mostly in what the word hatred really meant and its effects on those who have lost their loved ones. Naruto, himself, had killed a lot of Iwa nins now. Did that mean that he was the cause of said hatred as well as his father? In rational terms, his acts were justified, seeing as Iwagakure invaded Konoha in order to wipe everyone off the map. But would their families think the same way? Or would they succumb to hatred that even though Iwa started the offense, it was Naruto's blade that ended up piercing the enemy's hearts? So many questions were left unanswered in his mind that the blonde chunin didn't even notice the presence of his girlfriend landing on the rooftop. I figured you'd be here, Naruto-kun, Anko told me that she hasn't seen you since the invasion. What's the matter? Still, disguised as an onbu, Yuagao took a seat next to Naruto as she took a moment to study her boyfriend's face expression. Naruto was a fighter ever since she saw him for the first time. She remembered that day clearly. Not even 4 years old and he was already using Genon-level skills to escape from those Iwa nins. Since that day, the blonde never ceased to grow and until now, she never saw him questioning anything. He always took responsibility for the curse that was being a namikaze, without any sort of complaint. Now, though, It appeared that he was giving up that resolve in which she fell in love with, and it scared her somewhat. This wasn't her Naruto. I'm just processing some things, that's all, Yuigao-chan. What sort of things? The invasion, for instance, or rather the reason why Iwagakure joined it all. From what I heard, Iwagakure sent a total battalion of approximately 400 shinobi, and for what? Just to kill one of us. Their goal wasn't to wipe Konoha, but rather me or my father. I knew that they resented us for our kills and, clearly, hatred overruled their minds, but when is it going to end, I wonder? Both of us are committed to their goals. Theirs is vengeance, mine and my father is to protect Konoha and our family, no matter what it takes. Sooner or later, one side will perish, and for what? Hatred can't be the only reason for this mess, can it? Yuigao didn't interrupt her lover now that she knew the reason behind his wonderings. When he finished his explanation with a question directed at her, she smiled beneath her mask, before taking it off and grabbing his chin gently. Naruto was momentarily surprised when she locked lips with him, before closing his eyes for a moment. When they stopped, he could see her beautiful smile at him. I don't know how to answer your question, Naruto-kun. We are ninjas, thus trained to kill or protect. No matter what you do, you just can't convince someone lost in hatred to simply stop everything and put in the past. Tell me something, what would you do if you saw your family or me getting killed? You'd take revenge, right? The woman stopped for a while, until Naruto nodded with sadness in his eyes, realizing that she was right. No matter how perfect we try to be, we're still human. If something or someone precious to us is taken away, quite surely hatred will follow. Unfortunately, it's a never-ending cycle of sorts. What we can do is look out for those we cherish and protect them with our lives. This is the meaning to true strength, and I can see you have this resolve in your eyes, even if now you seem lost. Naruto looked at her in surprise for a while, but smiled in response. He, indeed, took a vow to protect Konoha and his family. He now had an answer to his dilemma. His goal will always be the protection of those he loved and cherished. And he'll stop everyone that threatens to take them away from him. Naruto remembered his first kill, protecting Neji's life by killing the enemy. The blonde, then, turned to his girlfriend and used his hand to caress her soft skin, before smiling as the woman closed her eyes because of the affection. The blonde was lucky that he had such a perfect woman. Thank you, Yuigao-chan, now it's better that you place your mask back on. I hear steps approaching. I appreciate what you did for me, I really do. I'm really lucky to have you in my life. Yuigao instantly went into professional mode and placed her mask back on, while caressing Naruto's face gently, followed by passing her gloved hand through his soft golden hair. He said that he was lucky to have her in his life, but she felt that she was the lucky one. We are both lucky, then, Naruto-kun. Yuigao said, before she left in a shunshine just as Neji, Tenten and Anko appeared. Neji and Tenten stopped and wondered why the blonde was smiling for no apparent reason whatsoever. But Anko knew what happened, because she sensed Yuigao's presence lingering close to their location. She was glad that Yuigao helped Naruto, but right now they had business. Naruto, the Hokage gave us a B-ranked escort mission. We have to meet the client in half an hour at the gates, Anko said, before Naruto nodded and went inside his house to pack his supplies. Anko smirked and prepared the camera ready when Naruto realizes who the client is. 2 hours later. So, let me see if I understand? Because of the attacks sustained in the attack, Zabuza is suffering from severe chakra exhaustion and Haku is in a coma. And the only person that is able to heal them is none other than the Sannin Tsunade, a woman who refused to return to Konoha because of the deaths of her fiancé and little brother. Now, not only do we have to find this woman, which no one knows where she is, but we also have to convince her to let go of what happened and come back to heal Zabuza and Haku. Naruto summed up, before seeing his mother nodding her head with a smile on her face, as if they were going to a picnic. When Naruto saw that the client was his mother, the blonde was shocked. Anko was pretty amused at his face when he saw his mother's long red hair upon arriving at the gates. Her picture was perhaps the best one she had of Naruto. Tenten and Neji were behind Anko, Naruto, and Kushina, talking between each other, while Naruto was massaging his forehead a bit. Why did his mother need to be in this mission in the first place? His team could go find Tsunade and talk to her, no problem. Upon voicing his question, he groaned once Kushina took the opportunity to play with her son a little bit. Why, Naruto-kun, don't you like my company? Don't you like your little Ka-san? Kushina, then, used the teary-eye technique that both he and his father fell victim to quite often. Naruto heard Anko snickering from behind him, but he ignored her. He, then, hugged Kushina with her left arm and landed a kiss on her cheek. "Course I like you, Mom, I'm just wondering why. I just don't remember you ever leaving Konoha without To-san with you." Kushina smiled at her son's display of affection and decided to explain the real reason why she was going. "Tsunade-sama, as you know, is perhaps the top medic nin in the elemental nations. I'm sure that if someone can heal those two it would be her. Thing is, I'm not sure that I can convince her to come back with me. So, if I see that there isn't a chance, I'll ask her to teach me how to do it. I have Zabuza and Haku's charts with me. Our goal, though, would be to bring her back so that she could take over the medical ward of Konoha. Your father has constantly asked her to take over, but she constantly denied the request. With my knowledge, I've been taking care of things, but Konoha's hospital has been like her home more than Konoha itself." Naruto nodded, before turning to Anko. "How are we going to find this woman, anyway? We don't even know if she's in Fire Country for that matter? One thing we know about her is that Tsunade is a gambling addict. So, it's very likely that she's hanging around places with casinos and gambling houses. Throughout Fire Country, only one place comes to mind, Otafuku-gai. We'll start there. After that, we can use one of your wolves to sniff out her scent, perhaps." Naruto nodded as they continued their travel towards Otafuku-gai. Naruto went to Neji and Tenten, before engaging in a conversation regarding the invasion and their part in it, leaving Anko and Kushina alone at the front. From the corner of her eye, Kushina could see that her son was a bit more relaxed than before, thus she wondered what happened. Anko already knew what happened and smiled at the concerned mother. "You can thank your future daughter-in-law for that, Kushina-sama," Anko said, surprising Kushina, seeing as she hadn't said anything. Her concern for Naruto was quite obvious, though, and the crafty Jounin caught it. "A couple hours before our departure, we searched for Naruto and saw him on the roof talking with Yuigao-chan. From what I could see, the two of them were just talking and Yuigao was wearing her Anbu mask, but I'm pretty sure that she managed to ease his worries somewhat." Kushina nodded, while smiling at the Jounin. Kushina always enjoyed Yuigao's company, even though the Anbu captain was a bit reserved for her taste. Fire Lord's residence The Fire Lord's residence was actually the size of both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans' compounds put together. A great load of trees surrounded the land and it even had a large river crossing the terrain. Inside one of the buildings was an expensive oak table with 5 chairs on each side, with one big chair for the Fire Lord. On the right side of the table, were representatives from Konoha, the Sannin Jiraiya, the Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the Sandaime Sarutobi Hiruzen, the head of the Anbu and the leader of the Jounin Nara Shikaku. On the left side, stood the 5 main advisors of the Fire Lord, all of them wearing black kimonos and weird-looking hats that looked like the Pope. The Fire Lord, as usual, was maintaining that smile on his face as he cooled himself with his most precious fan. Some always wondered why the man keeps that smile on his face in dire situations such as this one, but none would be stupid enough to voice it out loud. The advisor that was closest to the daimyo adjusted his glasses before addressing the Yondaime Hokage. "Indeed, such a deliberate attack against Konoha from Sunagakure and Iwagakure will bring consequences to the Earth Lord and Wind Lord, Yondaime-sama. You can be sure that we'll be forwarding your demands to both hidden villages. Also, we'll begin with the village reparations right away." Namikaze Minato nodded, before taking a scroll from inside his Hokage robe and opening for everyone to see. It contained the list of demands conjured by him, the Sandaime Hokage and the head of the Jounin Council Nara Shikaku, regarding both the reparation funds and compensation for breaking the path of neutrality. "In this scroll, we've listed our demands to both Sunagakure and Iwagakure. The monetary compensation is blank, seeing as the damage isn't yet analyzed, but I'm sure your fellow advisors could fill the blank, after we settle the value." He saw the second advisor nodding at him, before he continued. "Now, I'm not speaking for Iwagakure, but Orochimaru came to the Chunin exams disguised as the Yondaime Kazekage, which at first we assumed the man was assassinated by the Sannin. Our confirmation came later on from my sensei Jiraiya. That being said, I believe that we must blame Iwagakure more than Sunagakure, seeing as they were tricked by Orochimaru. Hiruzen Sarutobi believes, and I agree, that every demand we make of Suna will be attended without hesitation, but Iwagakure won't so the same. Is it too much faith you're placing in Suna, Minato-kun?" The daimyo asked. "I understand that Orochimaru is a very cunning individual and one of the Densetsu no Sannin, but to believe that an entire village could be made hostage of one man." The second of his advisors, the man with grumpy skin and eyes closes, turned to the daimyo. "Excuse me daimyo-sama, but I understand Minato's concerns a bit. We just received confirmation that the Wind Daimyo was deliberately cutting resources from Suna and contracting Konoha for missions. So, while I'm not saying that Suna isn't to blame for this mess, we can lessen the demands on them. We could possibly enforce them as further allies by saying that they are lucky that we are not retaliating with force. Both Minato and Hiruzen knew the man and his highly ambitions. Thus, they wouldn't be surprised if the man used his influence to take the Daimyo's place and rule Fire Country. The man in question smiled at such an idea, but dismissed it entirely. I admire your passion, but no, we'll stick with the demands set by the Hokage. Now, there are some financial treaties stuck between us and both daimyos that we can take advantage of, given the situation. The 5 ninjas remained stoic to said business, but inside all of them were sick to the stomach. They knew politics, they knew it very well, but not like this. The daimyo was taking political advantage of the event that killed a great load of people, being from Konoha, Suna, and Iwagakure. It was one thing to demand compensations and return the status quo, but using it for business purposes was sickening. However, no one could do anything now. This meeting was held to enforce Konoha's demands for compensation only, but now it turned into a business opportunity. Minato just thanked the heavens that only those he trusted were there to accompany him. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Dansu was here. With Naruto . Moments after they crossed the gate of the city of Otafuku-gai, Anko and Kushina turned to the team of Chunins and told them to split up in search for a blonde woman with watermelon-sized breasts that defy gravity. Kushina almost fell on the floor upon hearing Anko's description of Tsunade. The worst part of the whole thing was that her team didn't even seem perturbed by it, meaning that they got used to their sensei's antics. Kushina and Anko would go together, same as Neji and Tenten, which Naruto found it strange, seeing as Tenten almost dragged the Hyuga Chunin away from the group. With the 4 of them forming pairs, Naruto ended up alone. Well, I might as well get something to eat around here. I bet they have a good ramen stand somewhere. As the blonde wandered throughout the city, he could see all sorts of different stands, where people could lose their money too. He heard people shouting happily, after winning, and others from indignation over losing theirs. This entire city thrived on gambling, Naruto remembered. He, then, took a right turn, before his eyes widened, same as his mouth in shock. Because there in front of him, was probably the best stand ever in this place, a ramen stand. The blonde, immediately, took out some of his money and jumped on top of the table separating the kitchen from the seats. Then, one after another, the blonde was happily filling his stomach with the food of the gods. The empty plates were piling up next to him and the chef was sweating bullets while making as much ramen as possible to satisfy the shinobi from Konoha. Eventually, Naruto started rubbing his belly in self-induced pleasure. He missed ramen so much and he couldn't eat it at home. One of the few stands that the invasion destroyed was Ichiraku Ramen. They would take at least a week to buy new supplies and a new stove to prepare the delicious food. Just when he was about to pay the good man for this delicious food, he heard a strange voice from his back. I wouldn't imagine you ever coming here to bring me back, Minato-kun. Konoha must really be in need of a medic to send their Hokage personally to try and convince me to come back. Naruto turned to see the woman that matched Anko's description. He seriously thought the woman was joking when she said that about Tsunade's breasts. Kami forbid he would be caught staring at them any time soon. He knew about the woman's strength and her temper, from his mother and father. Wait, did she call me Minato-kun? I know I had a growth sprout since after the ritual, but I do not look like my old man, do I? You must be mistaking me with someone else. I'm not Namikaze Minato, but rather his son, Namikaze Naruto. As soon as Naruto introduced himself, he noticed that another woman was standing behind Tsunade, while holding a dressed pig in her arms. Tsunade overcame her initial shock of seeing such resemblance between father and son. Now that she realized, this person wasn't using the Hokage robes, and the vest, if she remembered it correctly, was a Chunin. Despite that, she was surprised at seeing Naruto. It was the first time she saw him and she kind of felt regret over not visiting Minato and Kushina's son all this time. Still, she wondered if Minato decided to use his son to convince her to come back, since she denied his written pleas all those times. What are you doing here, Naruto? Did your father send you here to bring me back? Tsunade said, as she took a seat next to the blonde while the other woman took a seat on the left. The woman that accompanied Tsunade was named Shizune from what he remembered his father telling him. Naruto smiled at the question, but shook his head in a negative. I'm only here on an escorting mission. The client wished to find someone here in Otafuku-gai, so my team is searching for this person right now. I just needed to eat something. Naruto knew that if he was to divulge the real reason as to why he was an Otafuku guy, this lady would attempt an escape, so as to avoid Konoha's pledge for Tsunade to come back. Zabuza and Haku needed her skills right now, and Naruto would do everything in his power to at least improve their chances of recovery. His only hope, now, was that either his mother or Anko arrived before Tsunade left. That being said, it was time to stall the old lady. Sate Tsunade-sama, I only heard bits and pieces about you from my mother, father, and even from Jiraiya. I wonder, though, why we haven't met before. From what my Ka-san told me, you two were good friends. Shizune tensed at the question, though it didn't came laced with supposed venom, hence why Tsunade just smiled at him and answered. I'm so very sorry about not meeting you in the past, Naruto-kun. I'm sure everyone explained to you what happened to my beloved brother and fiancé. Naruto nodded, while offering her his sympathies for their loss. Apart from your parents and Jiraiya, Dan and Nawaki were everything to me. Both of them were very special to me. I don't know if you would understand, but when I lost them, I just couldn't stay in Konoha any longer, nor could I ever come back to that place. I'm not sure if you would understand the pain of losing someone close to you. No, I don't actually. But I wouldn't know what to do either, probably. I have a little sister named Misao and a girlfriend called Yugao. I wouldn't know what I would do if I lost even one of them, let alone two. Tsunade smiled at the kid in front of her. She was at first irritated that he interrupted her, but upon hearing that Kushina and Minato had another child, a girl, brought a smile to her face. Naruto chose this moment of silence and spoke. I knew that both Dan and Nawaki died at the Second Great Ninja War, and that, since then, something in you died. My mother's words, so please forgive me. Tsunade nodded, already enjoying Naruto's company. Something in him reminded her of both Minato and Kushina. She remembered that, before leaving Konoha, both would constantly accompany her to let her know that they were always there for her. She could feel the same aura of tranquility from the man in front of him. Tsunade was almost about to explain further, when a much familiar voice surprised her. I take it you finally meet my son Tsunade Heim. May I have a word with you for a second, Kushina said, while landing a gentle hand on her shoulder, surprising Tsunade. She, then, turned to a smirking Naruto. You told me you were on an escort mission, what is she doing here? Naruto smirked, while relieved that his mother arrived. Our mission was to escort Ka-san in her quest to find you. Now, if you all excuse me, I'll go find my team to tell them our mission is finished. It was great meeting you both, Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto saluted them all, before leaving in a shunshine to avoid the woman's ire. He heard from his father how she almost killed his godfather once she caught him peeking at her taking a bath. Oh, that brat, I swear that he got this side from you, Kushina-chan, Tsunade said as a vein popped on her forehead. She saw the smirk of pride coming from Kushina. So what did you want to talk to me about? Chapter 29, Suspicions. Chart by chart, Tsunade sighed in dismay at probably the 10th patient she had visited today at the Konohagakure hospital. It had been 2 months since the woman's return from a trip of solitude filled with nothing but gambling and drinking for more than 20 years. It took 2 namikases to convince her that taking care of the hospital was a way for her to let go of the past by helping others. To this day, it still amazed her how stubborn Kushina could be. Tsunade remembered how the woman just shot the Sanin's arguments to hell every time, regarding her lover and brother's deaths. Tsunade remembered being very pissed on that occasion, which ended up being her downfall. The woman used Tsunade's dirty habit of gambling whenever an opportunity arose and made a bet with her. Strangely enough, Kushina came up with a battle between the two, to see if Kushina was strong enough to defeat a Sanin. Being out of shape for about 20 years did little to increase Tsunade's chances. Because of constant interactions with Minato, Naruto, and Misao, Kushina ended up practicing once or twice every week. It was quite pitiful to Tsunade's fame, but the woman accepted her loss and returned to take care of the hospital. Once she came back, her first order of duty was to heal Haku and Zabuza. To any high-level medic nin, it would be next to impossible to heal both. However, being considered the most renowned medic in all the elemental nations, even if a bit out of shape, the woman managed to cure them with her knowledge and the concentrated use of special medical techniques. After that, things got pretty slow for the slug Sanin, really. It turned out that Kushina was doing a rather nice job taking care of the place, so Tsunade's only issue was the patient's treatments, or rather the lack of it. The hospital was properly administered, but the doctors lacked the most updated treatments. Because of it, the rate in which the wounded were treated increased considerably. Now, With only one chart left to take a look at, Tsunade smirked at the name that appeared right in front of her. Namikaze Naruto. That kid may be as strong as his father, but he certainly inherited some of his mother's recklessness. 2 weeks ago, he was sent along with a team of Jounins to Kirigakure on an A-ranked mission. It was, at first, a reconnaissance mission issued by the Hokage, regarding some rumors that one of the great hidden villages were considering attacking Konoha, while it was weak because of the invasion. It turned out that the Mist Village was rather busy dealing with its own bloody civil war and wouldn't even think of attacking Konoha, even if the Leaf citizens were still recuperating from the heavy blow. However, Naruto's team ended up bumping into a heavy fort of Kirigakure shinobi. No one of his team was killed, but they certainly took considerable hits trying to escape from 20 rather pissed Kiri shinobis. The fact that the team was consisted of only 4 Jounins, including Naruto by the way, made the blonde Namikaze realize that facing them would be a ludicrous attempt. Problem was he took too long to issue the order and the team got hurt because of it. Tsunade wasn't privy to what really happened, but she had the basic details. In the end, though, the mission was a success, because all that they needed to ascertain was whether or not Kirigakure was mobilizing an army to invade the weakened Konoha. As she approached the room he was being treated, Tsunade began to hear some faint noises coming from the direction she was going. A few seconds later, she realized that it was Naruto and he was talking to someone else inside his room. Visiting hours were already over and everyone who mattered to Naruto had already come to visit him. The strong third voice she heard didn't belong to anyone she knew in Konoha. As soon as she opened his door, the woman was surprised to see Naruto sitting on the table next to his bed. His eyes were focused on the shogi board and his opponent was a considerably large two-tailed wolf. Seeing the smirk the animal was showing, it was almost as if he was having fun at Naruto's misfortune. Give it up already, Naruto-kun. You cannot win this. Would you stop it already? Let me think, damn it. You won't win this time. I get it. Take this. The wolf looked at Naruto's desperate move and simply caught the piece with his mouth and placed where he wanted it to be. You lost once more, Naruto-kun. It's 5 wins for me and 3 for you. The fact that Tsunade was being ignored by both of them started to irritate her. By this time, she long ago surpassed the urge to question why Naruto was playing shogi with a wolf. She was about to demand their attention when she saw both sniffing the air a bit. Both Naruto and the wolf were starting to become nauseated. They were wondering where the sudden strong smell of alcohol was coming from. Naruto, then, turned his head and saw Tsunade standing there near the door, with that vein of hers popping from her forehead. Well, at least, he figured out where the strong smell of alcohol came from. It's a pleasure to finally meet you at last, Tsunade of the Sannin. The wolf greeted the medic Nin, earning a nod from her. She was the cause behind the scent of alcohol we smelt earlier. If the woman was angry at what Naruto said, the vein on her forehead alone overcame the necessity of punching the Jounin. Tsunade wouldn't give in, though, and just ignored it. Whatever kid, I just came in to see how you're doing, so stay quiet while I perform a diagnosis. Naruto nodded and returned to his game, while Tsunade's glowing green hand passed through his wounds. Despite Naruto's fast recovery rate, due to his blood fusion with the wolves, she still felt inclined to check on him. It was impressive, nevertheless, as Naruto's status would only be achievable after 2 weeks of good rest. He was administered inside the hospital 3 days ago. Not a surprise there, it seems you'll be able to leave 2 days from now. The Jounin smiled at the news, despite the fact that his attention was locked on the game. That's good to hear, Tsunade-sama. I was afraid I'd never leave this place. Tsunade snorted at this, though, while finishing her analysis. Naruto was anxious after only 3 days in here, while others were content taking 2 weeks. She shouldn't be surprised, though, considering the kid's never-ending stamina. The amount of energy inside of him shouldn't be stored, but spent. As a result, Naruto ended up getting anxious and relentless. She was only content that the brat took this long to complain. Okay, all finished. Get some rest. After the Sannin left, Naruto sighed in dismay and admitted defeat. He returned to his bed and lied down a bit, completely ignoring his partner for a while, as Naruto pondered on the events in Kirigakure. His team had received a very sensitive information gathering mission towards the hidden mist village, in order to check if Kiri was attempting an attack on the weakened Konoha. After checking that Kirigakure was deep in a civil war, Naruto's team turned to leave the area in order to report their findings. However, as soon as they turned, an entire platoon of the Mizukage's forces surrounded them, forcing them to fight or else they would be captured. When it was evident that they wouldn't be able to survive, Naruto issued the retreat. It came too late, as his team was heavily injured, leaving only himself to fend off the pursuers. The majestic glow of the moon in all its glory was the only thing Naruto remembered seeing, before it happened. His entire body was in pain and his blood was boiling. Naruto was alone against 10 Kiri Jounins. His only option was to free the beast within him. The effect was instantaneous as Naruto's clothes were ripped apart. From his skin, thick black fur grew, covering his entire body. His eyes were transformed from ocean blue to feral yellow. To his enemies, Naruto was gone and in his place, appeared a black-furred werewolf. Some tried to attack the beast, but with a new agility, beyond human, sent at least 5 into unconsciousness. The rest of the enemies were forced to flee as they knew very little about this new menace. The bad thing, though, was that Naruto's little escapade resulted in him being identified by one single Kiri shinobi who escaped. Now, his name was in Kirigakure's bingo books as an A-rank threat with a flee on-site order. I suppose you're now wondering about your recent entry in Kiri's bingo book, Niguru, werewolf? Naruto's shogi opponent was smiling at him. Naruto knew that the wolves weren't happy with his reputation in Iwagakure, simply because of the comparison to dragons, instead of wolves. Now, they were satisfied. But Naruto wasn't. His reputation in Iwagakure ended up causing the very village to invade Konoha. Granted that his father's rep helped in that regard, Naruto's was also to blame for what happened. The more skilled and notorious you become, the more threatened others will be because of it. He doubted his conscience could accept another invasion driven by revenge on his family. I don't know if I share the wolves' enthusiasm. What would happen if Kirigakure came after Konoha just because of me? I'm still not over what happened with Iwagakure. The wolf snorted at his summoner's concern. As you said, Kirigakure is in civil war and its state is far worse than Konoha is right now. There is no reason for concern, Naruto. A part of Naruto, the logical one, believed in that statement as well. The other part, the conquering one, believed that vengeance knew no obstacles. The wolf sighed at Naruto's down face and decided to let him be for the moment. It wouldn't do any good to talk to the blonde right now. I'll be going now, Naruto. Sort things out a bit and we'll talk later. The wolf, named Genshin, said its goodbyes, before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Bastard left without even waiting for Naruto to respond. 2 days later. After signing the release forms, Naruto was free to go home. He received a new Jounin outfit from Yugao, who actually came along with his sister Misao. Naruto was surprised that his mother wasn't nearby. Misao, like Naruto, was very energetic and needed to be controlled in public. Yugao managed to replace Kushina a bit, though Naruto figured that happened because his little sister became good friends with Yugao. Little to his knowledge, though, Misao wanted to tag along with her big brother's girlfriend and possibly convince Yugao to spar with her afterwards. She was Minato and Kushina's daughter after all. Kushina, for her part, always enjoyed indulging Yugao's ability to take care of children, for some reason that Naruto. Are you alright, Niazan? Namikaze Misao was like a miniature version of Kushina, like Naruto was a miniature version of Minato at Misao's age. She had long red hair that went all the way to her waist and she was wearing a short black kimono and with fishnet clothing beneath it. She saw Naruto coming out from his room already dressed and tackled him to the ground. Naruto, though, managed to parry her strength, though it ended up costing him a bit of pain, because of it. His wounds weren't completely healed yet. But it wouldn't take much longer, according to the medics. I'm fine, Misao-chan. How are you doing? The big brother said as he caressed Misao's head rather roughly, earning a lot of giggling from the energetic girl. Naruto, then, gave Yugao a kiss and smiled at his girlfriend. How are your wounds? Yugao, being an Onbu, managed to see Naruto's pain upon coping with Misao's enthusiastic greeting. She was worried about him after what happened at the mission. Neither of them knew much of the repercussions of Naruto's transformation. A little sore, but doctors said that tomorrow I won't be feeling much pain. Say, Misao-chan, would you care to accompany you big brother for some ramen? Upon hearing that word, Misao acted like her mother would, punching the air in excitement at going to Ichiraku's. Naruto lifted Misao and placed her above his shoulders, after leaving the hospital with Yugao. As soon as he left the hospital, they bumped into Neji and Tenten. Naruto's teammates joined the group and all 5 of them went together to Ikiraku's ramen, though both Neji and Tenten had already eaten. At the Yondaime's office. So let me get this straight. Minato was inside his office with Onbu Captain Weasel, but without his mask on. This morning, Uchiha Itachi came to the Yondaime with the weirdest request ever. Weirder than the ones Jiraiya-sensei asked from time to time. "You wish to engage in a battle against my son Naruto?" Ever since the Uchiha incident, Itachi had grown rather distant from his family as well as others. It got worse seeing as both Sasuke and Mikoto were registered shinobi as well, which meant that the family only saw each other once or twice a month. Sasuke, nowadays, was spending more time with Kakashi so as to become a Chunin. Mikoto was performing B-ranked missions non-stop with two other Chunin Konoikas and Itachi was an Anbu captain. As a result, they grew apart and the sense of family ended up being forgotten over time. Minato cursed Fugaku's actions, but he guessed that the situation could be far worse than mere family issues needed solving. Now, here came Itachi with a strange request like this. "I realize the oddity behind my request, Yondaime-sama, but since your son was born, I observed his growth. I always admired his mentality and drive for constant increase in skills. Today, I can fairly attest that he became an outstanding shinobi and a powerful opponent to test my abilities against." Minato could feel where Itachi was coming from, since he actually felt this way sometimes. The problem with prodigies is that they needed to constantly test themselves. A prodigy wasn't satisfied until he could beat even his shadow in combat. From what the Anbu said, he had been keeping tabs on Naruto's growth since day one and saw in him a rival to test his skills against in the future. Sure, Naruto's growth mirrored only the greatest shinobis in Konoha like Itachi, Kakashi, the Sannin and even the Kijis. However, there was a reason Itachi came in with the request, instead of proposing the challenge directly to the Yondaime's son. Itachi's plan didn't involve a friendly spar every now and then, but a full-out fight, meant to test, once and for all, who's the strongest. Minato always entrusted the tougher missions to men like Kakashi and Itachi, because he knew that rarely out there, would they find stronger opponents than themselves. Perhaps, Naruto is at the same level as them? Even if it was true, the consequences of such a fight could be disastrous. But, now Minato was at a loss of what to do. If he asked his son's opinion, no doubt Naruto would accept without a doubt. In regular situations, it would be ill-advised of me to put two of my strongest ninjas against one another. I know what you intend. Once I authorize the match, you two would fight as enemies, instead of comrades. However, I know that my son would accept it right away. I'll tell you this, talk to him and see what he thinks. If he accepts, then I'll prepare the arrangements. However, this fight will be on my terms. I'm not about to lose my son because of this, nor I'm comfortable with losing you as well. I'm not talking about your asset to the village, Itachi. I understand, Yondaime-sama. I'll talk to him about it and see his answer. Also, I appreciate this opportunity. I'll take my leave now. Itachi placed his mask back on and vanished from Minato's office. Afterward, Minato became absorbed in his thoughts, as he pictured a fight between Naruto and Itachi. Both had dangerous techniques and Itachi had his evolved Mangenkyu Sharingan techniques that would no doubt kill Naruto, if he used. Minato was picturing the Amaterasu burning his son to a crisp. The thought alone sent chills down his spine. If such a thing happened, then it would be his fault, not Itachi's, for even allowing this madness. Naruto wasn't a pushover either, and he could, just as easily, damage Itachi's body beyond repair with his Fuuten techniques. Minato admitted to being curious, now, about who the victor would be if his son engaged with the Uchiha prodigy. However, the other part of him was afraid that something would happen to Naruto and he wouldn't be able to stop it. Still, Minato was wondering about another thing he noticed while talking to the stoic Anbu. Itachi was smiling. Since Minato remembered, not once did he smile in front of the Yondaime. With Naruto . From the conversation between Minato and Itachi, 2 hours had passed and now Naruto was inside his house, as he was supposed to rest for the day. The sun was already setting down and because of it, the sunlight was almost fully inside Naruto's room, obscuring his vision a bit. Despite this, the blonde's eyes managed to catch a glimpse of a presence invading the compound. He knew that no one would enter the house from that direction, so he grabbed his trench knives and moved to intercept the intruder. As soon as he appeared on his mother's garden, Naruto was surprised to see an Anbu there looking at him. "Greetings, Namikaze Naruto." Naruto recognized the mask as this man was sometimes found at his father's office. What he didn't know, however, was the reason behind Uchiha Itachi wanting to talk to him. Whenever his father summoned him, as was through another Anbu member. Still, there was no reason to be suspicious of Itachi's behavior. The blonde Jounin actually respected the Uchiha genius, based on what he heard from Neji and a few other Jounins. Itachi was perhaps the strongest Anbu captain, even stronger than the Anbu commander. "Greetings, Itachi-san, sorry Weasel. Is my father looking for me?" "No, Hokage-sama didn't send me here. I just wanted a few minutes of your time, if I may?" Now, Naruto was suspicious. He just couldn't imagine a situation where someone like Itachi would need him. "Well, ask away, what can I do for you?" Itachi nodded briefly, before he explained everything in details for Naruto. Needless to say that by the end of the explanation, heavy silence soon followed. After 2 minutes of silence, Naruto started talking in a similar reaction to his father. "So let me get this straight. You want to fight me, because in your mind, I have the perfect skills for you to test your abilities against?" Naruto didn't know how to feel about this. A strong shinobi such as Uchiha Itachi was praising him as a worthy opponent. On the other hand, this same shinobi was asking to fight the blonde jounin. It wasn't a mere spar, but a full-out battle, with no concern for each other's life. And by the serious look on Itachi's face, Naruto could see that the man wanted nothing more than to test his skills against someone worthy. Naruto could see determination in Itachi's eyes. A quality he never thought he would see in an Uchiha. "I can feel a self-underestimating tone from you, Naruto-kun, and it isn't befitting. I've observed your growth since you became an academy student, and I can very well attest your skills as similar to my own." Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and released a sigh afterwards. When he opened it, the man was smiling at Itachi. "Okay then, Itachi-san, if you believe me worthy of fighting you, then I accept your challenge. Just tell me where and when and I'll be there." Itachi smiled at the answer and placed his mask back. "You'll know soon enough, Naruto-kun. I'll go give your answer to Hokage-sama." Without even waiting to hear Naruto's question, Itachi vanished in a sunshine. Naruto wasn't aware that his father knew of Itachi's challenge. It made sense, though, because Itachi is an Anbu and those guys had a whole different code of ethics and loyalty to the Hokage. Itachi wouldn't do anything unless the Hokage approved. Also, Naruto knew that his father wouldn't be 100% sure about this. Perhaps, the man could answer some of his questions at dinner tonight. At Earth Country . It was already night time, as 4 Konoha jounins were running through the rocky terrain of Earth Country. Their mission was the same as Naruto's, but stationed in Iwagakure instead. What the team found was catastrophic. In no more than 3 days' time, the Tsushikage was scheduled to send an entire platoon to Kumagakure and give a scroll, containing every piece of information regarding Konoha's strengths and weaknesses. Because of the failed attempt at invading Konoha, Iwagakure suffered a great load of repercussions, which further deteriorated the village's reputation as well as the country in which Iwagakure was located. Wanuki was pissed and demanded more vengeance against the Leaf. The man didn't even care that he was blaming his own inabilities on Minato and his son Naruto. Unfortunately, for him, Iwagakure didn't have the strength needed to attack once more, hence why the sudden interest displayed by Kumagakure came as a blessing to Aniki. Kumagakure's military power was feared by even Konoha. Not to mention the fact that the Raikage possessed 2 Jinchurikis at his disposal. Aniki had 2 as well, but both of them were out of his control so to speak, making them unreliable in combat. Aniki had one problem to solve, though, because Konoha was made aware of his plans and sent a team to investigate. He needed to take care of them, before they could communicate his plans to the damn Hokage. That being said, he sent close to 10 Chunins and Jounins to intercept the team from Konoha. Aniki gave one simple order: kill every single one of the intruders. He had authorization this time, seeing as the Konoha shinobis were caught trespassing. The enemy ninjas easily tracked Konoha's trace and followed them, with kunais and shurikens. The 4 ninjas were bombarded with projectiles. Each one of them was filled with deadly weapons stuck on their bodies. They were running, using just their will to inform the Hokage, before it was too late. All 4 of them already knew that their lives were over tonight. They'd lost a lot of blood and none of the 4 had enough chakra to withstand the pain and cross the border with Fire Country. The team leader ushered his team to stop and gather for one last order. His name was Nara Hanzatsu. "We can't go on like this, one of us has to proceed and warn Hokage-sama of Iwa's intentions." The other 3 were all tired and were suffering from multiple injuries. However, all 3 of them knew the reason behind their leader's intentions. They all represented the prime of their respective clans. The team had a Nara, an Aburame, a Hyuga and an Akimichi. They all knew that only one of them would be left alive to carry the mission, but none of them wished to be that person. None of them wanted to leave their leader behind for this. Unfortunately, the mission was of higher priority and, Thus, they needed to let go of their pride and choose the one that would carry out the mission, while the rest remained and engaged the enemy. Ko, you're the fastest of us and your Byakugan will assist you in your travel. Hyuga Ko was highly considered inside his clan, even though he is from the branch side of the family. Nara Taiku, you can't be serious, I wish to fight alongside you. The leader snarled at the man, probably because he knew those words to be the truth. It didn't matter, though. I know you want to go, but Konoha needs to know about Iwa's intentions. If we stay, we'll die and Kumo will invade Konoha. I leave this message to you. May the will of fire assist you upon your journey. Hanzatsu forced the message scroll into Ko's hands and pushed him away from the group. The Hyuga had tears in his eyes, from what he had to do, but he left nevertheless. The entire village was counting on him to deliver the message. The rest of the team smiled upon seeing that Ko was already gone and looked at each other. They would be revered as heroes of Konohagakure. As they got up, the enemies appeared right in front of the group. It was an honor fighting alongside each and every one of you, my friends. Let's show them just why Konoha is feared, Hanzatsu said, receiving nods of approval from his team. In Konoha . 2 days later, Naruto and Itachi stood face to face as their fight was about to begin. The place chosen by Minato was an empty training ground near the Forest of Death, registered as number 43. The audience was composed by the Hokage, Kushina, Misao, Yuigao and surprisingly so, Itachi's mother Mikoto. Several Ambus were present as well, to intervene just in case. No one in the audience was satisfied with the fight that was about to go on. Well, Misao wouldn't know, because in her right mind, her brother was the strongest ever. No one dared to ask her if Naruto was stronger than Minato. Yuigao and Kushina tried several times to call off the fight, but none of their attempts convinced Naruto against fighting Itachi. According to him, Itachi needed this, so he would give it to the Uchiha. Yuigao knew Itachi's reputation inside the Anbu Corps, as she happened to be an Anbu captain as well. She knew that Itachi had never lost a fight, since he joined the organization. She knew that Naruto was strong, even stronger now upon mixing his blood with the Wolf Summons clan's blood. However, Itachi's Mangenkaiu Sharingan was unbeatable as far as she was concerned. Mikoto, for her part, looked at her son with a big question mark. Ever since the incident with Fugaku, her family grew distant. She tried, on occasion, to bring Sasuke and Itachi together, but to no avail. Now, she heard that Itachi had challenged the Hokage's son for a fight. It was the first time she saw some light inside his stoic black eyes. Minato started walking and stopped in the middle of the two. I'll be the one dictating this fight. If I see that one isn't fit to continue any longer, I'll step in. I don't care if you two agree to my terms or not. The Hokage looked at the two fighters to see any kind of response. Neither of them even paid attention to the Hokage, as they were now paying solely attention at the opponent. Itachi's red Sharingan eyes were already analyzing Naruto. Naruto, for his part, was focusing on Itachi and only Itachi. To his eyes, there was no audience around, just the enemy. He knew some aspects of the Uchihas and how they fought, but basically, he was applying the knowledge he already had with the Hyuga. Naruto knew that despite the obvious difference between the Dujutsus as the Sharingan could copy any ninjutsu and genjutsu, as well as the ability to predict the enemy's movement. He understood that the Sharingan was perhaps unbeatable, but Naruto was aware of the fact that he needed a partner, so to speak, to aid him. Fighting alone against the Sharingan was next to impossible, but Naruto had some tricks to use in that regard. It's not a technique he used a lot these days, but it may be his best chance of beating Itachi. Without waiting for the authorization to begin, Itachi charged against Naruto in straight taijutsu. Naruto was momentarily surprised at the initiative, but blocked the incoming strike that was aimed at his chest. Itachi used his superiority in speed and already aimed a powerful punch at Naruto's face. The blonde moved his free arm to block, but he could see that the Uchiha changed his course at the last minute. Naruto managed to block the punch by bending his arm slightly, while at the same time attacking Itachi with his right foot. Itachi managed to block without much trouble and performed some backflips, while positioning a set of shurikens in each hand, faster than the naked eye could follow. As soon as he landed on the ground, the projectiles were already on his way towards the Namikaze Jounin. Naruto grabbed one of his trench knives quickly and managed to slice through them, coursing wind chakra through the weapon. Itachi, taking advantage of the element advantage, performed some hand seals, before placing his right hand in front of his mouth. Kat and Houseka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Mythical Fire Phoenix Technique. One of the fireballs hit Naruto dead on, but he was already prepared to use a replacement technique with the log nearby Itachi's position. However, due to Itachi's Sharingan, he already predicted Naruto's movement and was waiting for him with a kunai on his hand. Quickly channeling wind chakra to the knife, Naruto managed to overcome Itachi's kunai and threatened to land another attack on Itachi's body, which would slice him in half. As soon as he did, though, Naruto was surprised to see Itachi's body turning into crows. The animals attacked Naruto ferociously, forcing Naruto to place both arms in front of him to block the attack. When he realized the sudden invasion inside his system, Naruto realized that Itachi just cast a genjutsu on him, using barely his eyes to do so. He released the genjutsu and had enough time to block an incoming rain of fire shuriken projectiles, using both trench knives. Seeing as Naruto was too set on the defensive, he decided to switch it to the offensive. Quickly going through hand seals and not at all worried that Itachi would copy his jutsu, Naruto finished the hand seal sequence. Raiten Myaku, Lightning Release, Pulse Cannon Jutsu. The speed of the lighting technique was too fast for the normal eye to dodge. Only the Sharingan was able to see the ball's trajectory and avoid it. Itachi managed to dodge the ball, as well as the current attached to it, before the technique crashed with the ground. An explosion soon followed and electricity was sparking everywhere. As the Uchiha turned, he could see that Naruto's technique created a death trap for him. One step and his entire body would receive thousands and thousands of volts. When he turned, Itachi saw Naruto charging at him with impressive speeds. Itachi saw that the knives were coated with wind chakra so as to reduce any chance of blocking the attack. Instead, Itachi made a simple kawarimi and went to the other side of the battlefield. He was safe from the field of lightning, but he was nowhere near safe from Naruto. Fuuten Daibufu, Wind Release, Great Storm Technique. Itachi's eyes were surprised upon seeing the technique. He could easily tell that Naruto was using two elements almost at the same time, proving the blonde's prowess in ninjutsu. The water tempest charged at Itachi with its majestic strength, forcing the Uchiha to lift an earth barrier to stop the technique from advancing. As soon as the wall was dispelled, the opponents looked at each other once more for a brief period of time. Itachi remained his usually stoic demeanor as his eyes were busy studying Naruto's chakra levels. The problem with ninjutsu was that it took too much chakra. A smile appeared on his face as he could see that Naruto's chakra levels were barely winded. Indeed, I chose my opponent wisely. You are indeed a prodigy as I am, Naruto. However, this fight is far from over. Katengu Kakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. Itachi's Grand Fireball charged at Naruto faster than Naruto thought possible. Perhaps, the high quantities of oxygen released by the trees nearby increased the technique's power, but Naruto was already going through hand seals as well. Raiten Saiki no Tate, Lightning Release, Static Shield Jutsu. Naruto used the amount of lightning energy behind him from his last attack and manipulated it so as to create an impenetrable barrier in front of him. The Grand Fireball struggled a bit for dominance, but the energy gathered by Naruto simply overpowered Itachi's fire technique. Naruto followed with a couple of shurikens, which after thrown, was transformed into dozens, forcing Itachi on the defensive. This move allowed Naruto to decrease the distance between them and engage Itachi using his trench knives. The Uchiha was on the defensive, but he had enough agility to dodge Naruto's deadly attacks. As soon as Naruto saw the Sharingan eyes transforming into a different set, he knew that Itachi was about to use his main Jinkaiyu techniques. The summoning seal on his arm glowed the same time Itachi used his strongest genjutsu, the Tsukiyomi. Once inside Itachi's genjutsu, the two enemies stared at one another for some time. The Uchiha was rather surprised that a third party was there as well, seeing as he controlled this world. Right in front of him, almost as if staring directly at him, was a human-sized wolf with yellow menacing eyes, snarling at him. Itachi attempted to interfere with his created world, but much to his shock, he found out that he couldn't do anything. Something wasn't right. The Tsukiyomi was the world's strongest genjutsu. It was up to his knowledge, unbreakable. Not even some powerful genjutsu users out there had managed to do anything about it. Please meet Gecko, Itachi. He is my favorite summon. He happens to be very proficient at the art of illusions, with the ability of even using an opponent's technique against himself. Not once did I see you summon anything. How did you do it? The fact that Naruto knew that much about him couldn't be true. Even the Hokage wasn't privy to the knowledge of his main Jinkaiyu. Genjutsu is one thing I suck at, no matter how many times I attempted to rectify. So, with the help of my father, I developed a seal that would activate once someone invades my chakra system and I can't break it. Your technique is by far the strongest genjutsu ever known to man, so Gekko came here immediately. The seal acts as a beacon for my friend here to come and assist me against the enemy. You're now under his control, Itachi. Quickly dismissing the control over the Tsukiyomi, the combatants returned to the real world, before Itachi attacked Naruto once more, still with the main Jinkaiyu active. His speed more than doubled, because of the eyes, and Naruto couldn't follow, which resulted in him receiving a strong kick on his stomach. The Namikaze Jounin was sent flying with his hands holding his stomach, while wondering what the hell happened with Itachi's speed. As soon as got up from the ground, Naruto's eyes were focused on Itachi. The man was a great distance away from him. It took only a blink and Itachi was already in front of him. It was pure reflex that allowed Naruto to parry Itachi's kunai from slitting his throat. While the two battled forces in the middle, Naruto used his free hand and charged a Rasengan. As soon as he finished the technique, Itachi managed to stop it, by holding Naruto's wrist. The blonde was prepared for it this time and used his head against the Uchiha. This happened to be one move Itachi haven't accounted for, hence why he received the blunt end of the forehead protector. Naruto took the opportunity that Itachi was dizzy and prepared a long series of hand seals for a technique he haven't used for a long time. Actually, it was due to his father's advice that he let go of it. However, while the advice was focused on using the technique on Naruto's own body, the same didn't apply to the enemies. Fun Genshiku Goku-in, Sealing Technique, Gravity Seal. A seal started glowing on Naruto's palm before he quickly slammed on Itachi's chest. The seal acted instantly, holding Itachi in place, no matter how much he tried to move. Seeing as Itachi was done for the count now, Naruto managed to relax. Itachi was far superior in every sense of the word. The man's agility was simply off the charts, though Naruto suspected that the main Jinkaiyu Sharingan had this effect. If the fully evolved Sharingan can anticipate the enemy's movements, then the main Jinkaiyu perhaps meant one step ahead and actually moved before the enemy is made aware. The sudden clapping noise came from behind Itachi as the Hokage approached the two. This fight started rather violently for his taste and only got worse from that. When Itachi activated the final version of the main Jinkaiyu, Minato believed that Itachi would attempt the Amaterasu, hence why his hands were already itching for his kunai, just in case Naruto pushed the Uchiha that much. It was a blessing that Naruto opted to use the gravity seal to hold Itachi, as it alone could be considered a win. Itachi wouldn't be able to move, thus Naruto would be able to deliver the killing blow. Quickly, Minato used his prowess with seals and deactivated the gravity seal. The only reason Itachi didn't fall once the technique was active, was because his strength was solely devoted to remain standing up. Itachi, then, looked at Naruto, who was now offering his hand in a friendly salute. "You're much more powerful than I am, Itachi. I have no doubts about that." Itachi looked at Naruto's hand for a while as he recalled the fight and what happened throughout the match. "Your humility isn't necessary, Naruto-kun. On quite a few occasions, you managed to push me to my limits and beyond. It has been quite some time since anyone has done that for me. I appreciate it." Minato smiled at the conversation. He knew both to be quite strong, but Naruto surprised his old man a lot. Itachi was considered the elite of the elite, just like his pupil Kakashi. For Naruto to force Itachi this much at only his age was nothing short of amazing. He would only grow stronger in time. Minato reasoned that it was time for Naruto to receive his heirloom. Minato was about to turn and leave to his office when a bloody Hyuga appeared out of nowhere. Minato remembered this man as being a part of the team that was sent to Iwagakure. The Anbu medic that was nearby already began the Hyuga's healing, when the man extended a scroll for the Hokage. "Ho, Kage-sama, this is F, or U. It's, really, important." Minato grabbed the scroll that was filled with blood and opened it to read it. His arms began to tremble in sudden fury at Onuki's actions. "I presume that since you came alone, then. My team is to add Hokage-sama. Hanzatsu Taiku ordered me to leave them behind and deliver this message to you." Minato nodded and then turned to Naruto. "Naruto, I'm handling an S-ranked mission to you as of immediately. Assemble a team of 4 and march towards the border between Earth Country and Lightning Country, immediately. Onuki, in 2 days, will send a platoon towards Kumagakure. Their mission is to deliver a scroll detailing everything about us, our strengths and weakness. Take whoever you wish, Anbu, Jounin, your pick, my son. This mission is possibly the most important of your lives so far. You have to retrieve the scroll before the platoon from Iwa reaches the border. In case you can't, your orders are to cease the attack and return here. If Kumo joins the battle, there is no way your team will be able to handle. Now, who will you need? Naruto was in full operation mode and didn't need much thinking. Certainly Hokage-sama, Uchiha Itachi, Hatake Kakashi, Mito Guy and Hyuga Neji are my choices. We'll leave in 30 minutes. Chapter 30, War Preparations. The mission squad was formed in less than 10 minutes since the situation called for it. Once everyone was outside the gates, Naruto quickly explained their assignment and devised a strategy needed for them to reach the location before Iwa. Due to the situation, full speed would be required, which meant that a lot of chakra would be used just for the trip alone. Therefore, all of the ninjas carried storage of soldier pills inside their kunai holsters. Naruto and Kakashi will be at the front, Guy and Itachi will be in the middle with Neji at the back because of his Byakugan. Naruto and Kakashi had some skills in tracking the enemy using their sense of smell, hence their position. Itachi and Guy would be the ones to protect them or at least warn them of an enemy's attack. Meanwhile Minato, in Konoha, called in every clan in Konoha so that he could communicate what happened and will happen in the future. He needed to devise a battle plan, by gathering all available information they had regarding Kumagakure. That included their ninjas, weapon supplies, and most importantly, the Jinkariki's powers. Minato wouldn't be a good leader if he didn't take into consideration the possibility of at least one Jinchuriki being used for the confrontation. Minato remembered meeting the Hachibi Jinchuriki once a long time ago, and he also became aware that by order of the Raikage, Killer Bee was prohibited from leaving Kumo. By all means, Minato would discard this information, since it would be a great battle advantage to have. Perhaps it would be prudent to join the battle himself. No doubt, the Raikage would attend as well. He marched inside his office and everyone who knew Minato was aware that something bad happened. It was perhaps the first time that he was seen with a pissed expression on his face. With Naruto . The trip, so far, didn't present any danger for the Konoha team as they were just passing through the many trees and wild vegetation that filled Fire Country. So far, they managed to cover almost half of the distance, but everyone knew that if they intended to stop the information transfer, a major increase in speed was needed. And that necessarily meant using more chakra to augment their legs and muscles. Luckily, they were all considered Jounin level shinobi, otherwise none of them would be able to remain standing after such a stunt. Both Kakashi and Itachi were actually used to this, because this happened to be standard Onbu level mission. The rest wasn't that prepared, but Guy and Naruto were accustomed to wearing weights, so they weren't so tired because of the speed. Neji had a great understanding of chakra usage, seeing as he belonged to the Hyuga clan. Naruto needed to call in a rest of 10 minutes, just so that they could relax the muscles and chakra coils. While resting, the blonde Jounin went over the details with his team. From the scroll handed by the Hokage, Iwagakure sent close to 30 ninjas towards Kumagakure in order to deliver the information they have on our attack and defensive systems. Right now, our rate is at least 6-1, which would be considered near suicidal if half of the enemies weren't Chunins but Jounins. Not to mention that Kumagakure might send a small team to meet with Iwa at the rendezvous point, so there is a possibility that the numbers will increase. I believe I managed to gather the strongest of us for this mission, and I firmly believe that we can win this fight. However, we will have to fight together to win this. We'll be forming groups of 3 in order to scatter the enemy. They will use numbers against us, so we'll separate them. Naruto's team looked at one another in doubt regarding what Naruto said about separating in 2 groups of 3. There are only 5 of them, not 6. Naruto, not that I don't agree with your plan, but I believe you're counting one man short. We are in 5, not 6. It was Kakashi who asked, before he saw the blonde smirking. Our 6th member will be summoned in the midst of battle. Kakashi smirked as well and nodded, before Naruto reassumed his strategy. I have a great load of experience in fighting them, and I know all of you have too, perhaps even more. They fight in numbers and rarely fight long range. Therefore, we'll place a long range together with a close range. The teams will be as follows. Kakashi, Guy and Itachi will be Team 1. Neji, I and my summon will be Team 2. If any of you believe that the teams should be reformed, please say so. Let's proceed. We'll have one last stop before we reach the place where the information will be transferred. Let's go. The team nodded and vanished once more towards the trees. None of them really were against Naruto's idea for the teams, as Guy really wanted to team up with Kakashi so that he could compete with the man. Neji knew Naruto's moves and Naruto knew Neji's. Itachi would work in both teams as he had Genjutsu as his ultimate weapon. At Konoha . After calling a clan meeting, Minato immediately went to the meeting hall as he patiently awaited everyone's arrival. The last couple of months had been brutal for him and for Konoha. First it was the coordinated invasion of no less than 3 hidden villages which, thanks to the Konoha's ninjas and their will to protect their home, ended in failure. Even if Konoha paid dearly for it, it emerged victorious in the end. Lots of buildings were destroyed and most importantly, the lives of his shinobi. Minato, at the time, felt the loss of each and every one of them. Now, he was facing yet another crisis, only this time it was Kumagakure. The fact that he had sent his eldest son to a almost suicide mission didn't help ease his heart at all. He knew that Naruto was capable and he knew that those who accompanied him were just as capable. However, Minato couldn't help but worry that perhaps sending a contingent of 5 shinobi against 30 Iwa shinobi wasn't enough and that his son would pay the price for his bad calling. The Yondaime always wondered how the Sandaime Hokage managed to lead Konoha through 2 major shinobi wars, but right now he was beginning to realize that he was following his predecessor in every step. Kumagakure would be Konoha's second test of strength in less than 3 months. Even the great shinobi wars had some time in between. Closing his eyes and taking long breaths, Minato was making arrangements to calm himself as much as humanly possible. In his opinion, a strong village is only measured by the will of those who protect it. If he appeared weak all of a sudden, then Konoha's ninjas would lose the confidence that was required to block Kumagakure's cowardly attempt of conquering Konohagakure. Slowly opening his eyes, Minato managed to gather a new resolve. If a leader is in doubt, then he shouldn't lead. If a leader is weak, then he should step aside and let a more suitable one take his mantle. If a leader doesn't care about the ones he lead, then he might as well abandon his career as shinobi of the leaf. Confidence, strength and will to protect others were the principles that every Hokage should base his actions on, he surmised. When the clan heads entered the room, they saw the man they called their leader already at his designated seat. Minato's eyes showed focus and determination and there wasn't a single doubt in his resolve. "Welcome everyone, please take our seats so that we can begin." The clan heads nodded as each took their respective seats. Everyone was already briefed that this meeting was due to a major crisis happening, though no one actually knew what the crisis was about. Even Shimura Dansu was at a loss regarding the matter at hand despite the fact that he had a hidden organization that dealt with threats like the one Konoha will be facing right now. The man became increasingly frustrated since Minato opted to use one of his seals to protect sensitive information from within his office. This way, the mole that Dansu infiltrated inside the administration building simply couldn't recover the contents of secret documents and Dansu wasn't much interested in knowing the contents of routine missions that Konoha was hired to perform. Minato looked everyone in the room for a good 2 minutes, after everyone was comfortable in their respective chairs. He got up and started to report everything that happened so far. "First of all, I appreciate that all of you managed to attend so quickly to my calling. I understand that none of you are aware of the events that happened in Iwagakure, so I'll explain from the beginning. As you all know, after Jiraiya-sensei's intel regarding the possibility of another hidden village taking advantage of our weakened state, I've sent different teams to Kirigakure, Kumagakure, and Iwagakure, so that they could unravel which village had the intent on conquering Konoha. That information was nothing new as they all knew." Minato just stopped for a bit, before continuing. Kirigakure and Kumagakure were apparently clean as the teams didn't report any arrangements towards an invasion. However, the team sent to Iwagakure managed to discover that Aniki, the Sandaime Tsushikage, was scheduled to deliver a scroll to Kumagakure, containing all our strengths and weaknesses. Minato knew that the minute he finished speaking, the entire room would scream in anger, demanding Iwa's head for this. True to his word, everyone expressed their protests. However, they stopped after Minato screamed for everyone to be silent, while releasing a killing intent. "By no means will Iwa's actions remain unpunished. I've already alerted the Fire Daimyo of this and he'll make sure to take every last cent from the Earth Daimyo because of this transgression." To this, everyone was more at ease. Stripping a village clean of funds was more deadly than going there and destroying everything. Not to mention that Konoha wouldn't need to lift a finger or even lose men for this. Now, the team sent to Iwagakure managed to inform me that Iwagakure plans to deliver the scroll in a few days' time. Right now, our main concern is to capture the scroll and destroy it, so that Kumagakure doesn't know about our details and thus decide not to strike. At this precise moment, a team composed of Namikaze Naruto, Hatake Kakashi, Hyuga Neji, Mito Gai and Uchiha Itachi is traveling towards the transfer point in order to destroy the scroll before it reaches Kumo's hands. I know that destroying the scroll probably won't persuade Kumo from attacking, but at least it will give us an advantage. Hokage-sama, what do we intend to do regarding Kumagakure? Could we persuade the daimyo to speak with the lightning daimyo about this? Uchiha Mikoto was the one who introduced the idea. Minato nodded at the idea, but he couldn't do it. A valid thought, Mikoto-san, but we don't have any valid proof that Kumagakure is directly involved in this. The only reason we could use the daimyo at all was because of Iwa's repeated actions against us. Not to mention that the fire daimyo has good relationship with his lightning counterpart. Even if we had enough evidence, Fire Country wouldn't cut its trading routes with lightning. This is a ninja manner entirely. The political view came from Hiruzen Sarutobi, since he actually accompanied the negotiations between Fire and Lightning Country once. After that, he turned to Minato. What we must ascertain, first of all, is our defense measurements. We must gather as much weaponry as possible and increase our patrols around the village. Minato nodded, since that was standard protocol in case of imminent threats to the village's welfare. Dansu took the opportunity to bring back Naruto's mission for discussion. Excuse me, Yondaime-sama, but from what I understand, you just said that your son was appointed leader of the mission to recover the scroll from Iwa. The fact that no one even bothered in that regard and focused more on their retaliation against Kumagakure showed Minato that the old war hawk was hoping to discredit Naruto's worth as a leader of such a sensitive mission. Dansu's commentary ended up silencing the crowd and everyone looked at Minato, waiting for an answer. Hiruzen looked warily at Dansu and wondered why the man was focused on this right now. Surely, he wouldn't gain anything from appointing eventual flaws in Naruto's skills as a jounin or leader in missions of high importance. Yes, I did, Dansu. Any reason you might consider this more important than our village's response to this threat? Those 5 are considered our elite. Dansu smiled at the answer. There is no doubt in my mind that Hatake-san, Itachi-san, Gai-san and even Neji-san are considered elites of the village. What I'm asking is why you believe your son was ready to lead these men. I would choose a much more experienced leader, perhaps Kakashi or Itachi, to lead them. Why Naruto-san, if I may ask? Dansu took Minato's silence as an opportunity to further discredit their leader's choices. Recovering that scroll is, as you said, very important to our cause, and you choose a recently promoted jounin to lead 3 experienced ones. Any lack of judgment will certainly jeopardize the mission, and Kumagakure will receive the scroll with every data about Konohagakure. The clan heads looked at Minato worriedly. In political terms, Dansu's movement constituted a ploy to decrease their leader's credibility, and the fact that Minato wasn't responding sent them a clear message that something was wrong with the blonde Hokage. A smile suddenly appeared and Minato lifted his head, looking at Dansu directly. You say that Itachi-san would be a better ninja for leadership in this mission, Dansu. However, moments before the mission started, Uchiha Itachi asked to fight my son head to head. Itachi, the Onbu captain and one of Konoha's best, was defeated by my son, the recently promoted jounin, as you politely addressed. He won the match by using one of the most complex arts out there, one that I happen to specialize in, Fuuinjutsu. Hiruzen smiled at that and wondered how much stronger Naruto will be in a couple of years. The Hyuga clan head Hiashi smiled as well, seeing as he remembered the boy from the Chunin exams and how he defeated Neji in order to win the tournament. Uchiha Mikoto also smirked, because she actually saw the fight. And while she would have never cheered against her own son, she knew that Naruto somehow had a positive influence in her stoic eldest son. Minato at last finished his explanation. There is no doubt in my mind that Naruto's mission will be completed. With Naruto . Unaware of the vote of confidence, the team was running towards the rendezvous point with all the chakra they could muster. They stopped for the last time, and this was the last part of the trip. According to the information, the Iwa platoon would pass through the location within 3 hours from now. Naruto's team would have to speed things up if they wanted to stop their movement. There wouldn't be any time to set up traps, so they would have to attack the enemy head-on, or at least with advanced level of ninja strategy. Luckily, no one needed a soldier pill yet, which worked in their advantage for 2 reasons. 1, they would have more to spare afterwards. Second, a soldier pill may supply them with chakra, but at a high cost of overloading the chakra tenketsus. It was only used during war times or in Onbu level missions for precisely the second reason. Neji, can you expand your Byakugan and see the Iwa platoon? Naruto turned to address his friend and comrade. The Hyuga nodded and used his powerful eyes in order to scout ahead of them. No luck for now. We are too far behind Naruto. I can't see them. Perhaps in a few minutes, they will enter in my vision. Naruto nodded and looked forward. While traveling, he began to calculate possible scenarios in his head. There are 6 of them against 30 Iwa shinobi. If Kumagakure sent a team to meet the enemy, they would have to be accounted for as well. Utilizing regular data, Naruto's team had the advantage in terms of skills. The major elements utilized by Iwa and Kuma were earth and lightning. His team have wind, lightning, fire, earth and water to use at their disposal. Kakashi had a strong jutsu for each element and Naruto possessed extensive knowledge in wind and lightning jutsus. Guy and Neji are experienced taijutsu users and Itachi was the one who would turn the table for Konoha. Fighting against him ended up showing Naruto what the Uchiha could do in a fight. Not only his fire jutsus, but his genjutsu knowledge were deadly skills against Iwagakure. Naruto also wasn't taking into account Itachi's main Jinkaiyu techniques. Itachi would be the key to Konoha's victory, Naruto reasoned. He could assist anyone in a fight while casting a genjutsu at a different enemy at the same time. That's how stronger the Uchiha was compared to him. Naruto was baffled by the amazing uniqueness of the illusions. Despite having a large quantity of chakra and extensive knowledge of ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, Naruto just didn't have the skill necessary to cast and maintain an illusion like Itachi. Like Naruto, Iwa shinobi were considered warriors at nature. They lacked the subtle finesse of illusions and how in some cases illusions could deliver more damage than even the most powerful ninjutsus out there. Kakashi looked at Naruto with his only visible eye and remembered a blonde brat punching a log until exhaustion. Since a young age, Naruto trained hard and now here he was leading men twice his age with twice the experience. In fact, only himself and Itachi ever managed to reach this level, even if they were a bit younger than Naruto. In war times, though, it was necessary to increase the level. Naruto wasn't born in the midst of war and he wasn't pushed like Kakashi and Itachi was. He did everything on his own. And Kakashi couldn't be more proud of the boy for it. He remembered teaching Naruto how to use lightning jutsus at the academy and he remembered how hard the blonde pushed himself back then. Perhaps it was time for Kakashi to hand the mantle to the new generation. Unknown location . So far, the track towards Kumagakure was free from enemies, thought the leader of the squad. Kurotsuchi was in charge of delivering the scroll containing sensitive intel acquired detailing Konoha's defensive capabilities to a team that would meet her squad at the border of Lightning Country. Short dark hair and a face similar to one Mitarashi Anko from Konohagakure, Kurotsuchi was actually the Sandaime Tsushikage's granddaughter and a jounin from Iwagakure. The woman remembered how much she cursed at her grandfather for not allowing her to invade Konoha at the time and that she received this mission only after further bugging the old man. For some reason, Onuki was reluctant in sending her, even if he didn't have doubts about his granddaughter's strength. Obviously there was the possibility that she ended up facing either Kiroi Senko or Kazuryu in battle, two of Iwa's most hated enemies. The woman was livid when she heard the details of the invasion by one of her classmates, who happened to be a part of the surviving group. She heard that a jounin from Suna named Baki had gathered a great number of shinobis to corner the Kazuryu. However, what started out as an ambush against the Hokage's son, ended up being the complete opposite. Kazuryu managed to take care of at least 8% of them, before reinforcements arrived and dealt with the rest. Her blood boiled every time she heard of the name. Shinobi Code Book Rule Number 25 explained that emotions in the battlefield represented a ninja's weakness, but the woman knew better than letting a stupid rule like that overcome her need for vengeance. Probably, half of her loved ones were killed by Kazuryu. All of a sudden, Kurotsuchi snarled in fury at the Namikaze. She silently swore to take care of him once they engaged in combat. So clouded by anger was Kurotsuchi that she never even considered that perhaps these deaths occurred due to actions taken by Iwagakure against Konohagakure. Even if she did consider, Kurotsuchi simply focused the same level of hatred against the Yondaime Hokage. While Minato actually attacked Iwagakure at the time of the Second Ninja War, Naruto, the man's son, only defended himself. In the minds of every Iwagakure ninja, though, the consequence ended up being the same. The only man who managed to distinguish between the Namikazes was the Sandaime Tsushikage, but in maintaining his ninja's drive to kill Kazuryu and actually killing him in the process, Onuki could actually deliver a more suitable revenge to his people than killing Minato ever could. Now, he would entrust this mission, through his granddaughter, to Kumagakure and hope that Konoha is dealt with once and for all, hence why he supplied all available information about them. Kurotsuchi, looking briefly at the army given by her grandfather, smirked knowing how serious the man was about the success of this mission. She knew few of them, but 2 or 3 were stronger than even her. The woman knew that Konoha would send someone to stop them, because of the man who managed to escape 3 days ago. No doubt, he managed to communicate what happened to the Yondaime. Minato would no doubt send a group to stop the transfer from happening. However, he would have to assemble a team right away for the mission and that alone took time. He couldn't just send anyone from fear of risking their lives needlessly. Anbu-level teams weren't an option either, because their assignment involves the protection of the village and the Hokage must abide by some bureaucratic steps to assign Anbu outside missions. That leaves almost 5,000 ninjas for the Hokage to choose from, which ends up taking a bit of time to select the suitable team to stop her army from completing the mission. The girl was clearly underestimating the Yondaime's active leadership and that he wouldn't select his best to stop her. With Naruto . A few miles after crossing the border, Neji activated his Byakugan and was surprised at the image relayed. Naruto, 30 Iwa shinobi are approaching the rendezvous point from the east. Judging by their speed, we'll manage to arrive before them. Naruto nodded at the news and asked if he could see any Kumo agents. Neji turned his head briefly to the other side and spotted 3 Kumo shinobis coming from the west. A team of 3 Kumo shinobis are approaching from the west. They will arrive before us. Naruto nodded one more time, before he addressed his team. Okay, normally we would slow down so we don't attract attention, but right now time is working against us. We need to arrive before the Iwa team. Kumagakure won't risk direct retaliation, because they will be aiming for the scroll. Also, in attacking us right now, they would risk an open war before the right time. If they choose to retaliate, it will be bad news for us. Like Neji said, 30 Iwa shinobi are approaching the location. If Kumo joins the battle, then we'll be greatly outnumbered. The team nodded, though everyone was aware that the odds of them not being attacked by Kumagakure were next to none. If the scroll is what they want, then they'll fight. Naruto, we need a plan B in case Kumo decides to join the battle. I believe that Itachi here is the most suited to fight them as he fought a lot of them in the past. Kakashi said, earning a nod from Itachi and Naruto. Okay then Itachi, you'll be dealing with Kumo in case they decide to retaliate. Now, let's go. We are almost there. Naruto, seeing that it was time to call in the 6th member of the team, performed some hand seals, before biting his thumb for the blood. As soon as he landed on a thick tree, he smashed both hands on it, before the black kanjis appeared, surrounding both hands. Instead of white smoke, though, like everyone was expecting, the smoke was black. Aside from Naruto, everyone was surprised when a horse-sized black wolf appeared by his side. It had black fur and blood-red eyes that could send shivers to anyone's spine. Its 3 tails were fluctuating uncoordinated, as if each one had a mind of its own. Everyone, this is Cain, Blaze. His experience relies in heavy usage of fire-based techniques as the name implies. I imagine that you're all aware of what I'm planning right now. The smirk on his face was evidence enough as everyone pictured the mixture between Cain's fire attacks and Naruto's wind ones. It was quite an advantage seeing as the enemy outnumbered those 6-1. With wide-range attacks, they could reduce the odds. Neji, what can you tell us about the enemy? It would be counterproductive at this time to engage against the enemy outnumbered and without any knowledge of their skill or chakra capacity. And Neji's eyes were a great source of information as far as chakra was concerned. 5 of them possesses high chakra capacity, even for Iwa shinobi standards. The rest of them are just regular chunins. There is one, though, with a different type of chakra. After being asked to elaborate, Neji replied. Normally, even if a shinobi possesses 2 affinities, I can see which one stands out the most. This one in particular I can't choose from. Both fire and earth affinities are equally strong, perhaps revealing a Kekai Genkai. Yutan. Itachi surmised, gathering everyone's attention as he turned to Neji. Your Byakugan must be an evolved version, because I've never seen any Hyuga able to determine affinities. Lava release is not a common trait to Iwagakure, though, as the clan was dissolved prior to the formation of hidden villages. I even know of a few shinobis in Kumagakure with the ability of using Yutan jutsus. This person is perhaps our strongest opponent to face, because only a high affinity for water jutsus can overcome this foe. From the 5 of us, only you Naruto have an affinity for water, even if it's your weakest nature. Kakashi and I managed to copy 1 or 2 with the Sharingan, but our proficiency in water manipulation is rather limited. Naruto wasn't sure if he even had the affinity for water jutsus, but the fact remained that Itachi was fire in nature and Kakashi was lightning. The Sharingan was able to copy the jutsu, but it couldn't copy the level of manipulation required for the jutsu to be 100% effective. Naruto was amused at one thing, though. This shows how eager that Tsushikage is to see us defeated. I don't remember hearing anything about Yutan users from Iwagakure at the invasion. Perhaps, he gave little thought regarding our chances of stopping 3 villages at the same time. No one can overcome our youthful fists of fury. Guy shouted, before giving a Fonzie-like thumbs up. Unsurprisingly so, no one bothered in replying the comment, but Guy wasn't exactly expecting one, given the fact that in about 2 minutes, all hell would break loose. Upon sensing the immediate danger, Neji shouted, "Naruto, a rain of kunais is closing in on us. We must scatter right now. No one moves from your position. I'll handle this." Naruto replied, grabbing his trench knives and began to spin rapidly while focusing wind chakra. The hurricane started slow, but within 2 seconds, it expanded greatly, forming an immense defense against the horde of projectiles meant to divide the group. The projectiles, because of the wind generated by Naruto's technique, ended up changing directions and everyone attacked him instead. Fuuten Fukiri, wind release, hurricane cutter technique. The wind chakra around the hurricane managed to deflect all of them, before Naruto stopped the spinning and landed on the ground just as the enemy became visible. When the Konoha team landed behind him, they already formed 2 teams of 3 as each one faced one side. Naruto immediately spotted the enemy with the Uton affinity based on Neji's description. He scanned their reactions upon seeing him as he was expecting. What surprised him was that only one person was livid, and that was the Uton user. The others were just focused, because of Naruto's reputation. No doubt, Naruto ended up killing someone who was close to the woman somehow. It was their fault anyway for trying to destroy his village. Looking back for a bit, he realized that the team from Kumagakure wasn't doing anything as well. They looked shocked at the sudden appearance of Konoha. Also, shocked they were upon seeing just who Konoha had sent. Kakashi, Itachi and Guy were famous enough in their own right, and Neji's appearance only made them angry at having to deal with the Byakugan and the Juken. "Listen here, Iwagakure." Naruto immediately started, trying to show some diplomacy before the actual fight. "You've already done enough against Konoha, and I'm sure your daimyo is already considering stripping you of funds and missions. Any further actions against us will only increase the penalty set forth by the Fire Daimyo. All of the people here are witnesses of your actions, and therefore, Iwa won't be able to escape bankruptcy." Naruto knew that wouldn't do any good for the situation, but at least in doing this, he was able to ensure to the Fire Daimyo Konoha's good faith in this manner. Kurotsuchi, of course, was even more livid, and by this time, she was biting her lower lip so hard that blood came out. "We're not interested in what you're saying, Kazuryu. I swore that you'd meet your death by my hands one day, and it's today. Kill them." Naruto immediately got ready for battle with a smirk on his face. With this, he also managed to take Iwa's attention from their mission. There was indeed the possibility of them being killed, but at least it improved their odds of success. Naruto, Neji and Kane immediately proceeded with the first part of the plan, which was to scatter the Iwa group. They would have to take more enemies, because Itachi would have to engage Kumagakure as well. Kane's eyes started to glow, before a huge wall of fire appeared in front of the Iwa group. Naruto took his time and charged the Great Breakthrough technique to increase the flames. The Iwa shinobi were wise not to risk and divided them into groups. They were surprised when a huge Suiryu Udan no Jutsu, Water Dragon technique, appeared to their left, courtesy of Kakashi, and the Houseka no Jutsu, Mythical Flower Phoenix technique, from Itachi, forcing them to scatter one more time. With the groups separated, the battle began. Naruto's team Naruto, Neji and Kane stood face to face against 20 Iwa shinobi with Kurotsuchi included. Looking at the focus of her hatred, she started to realize that attacking head-on would get her and her entire platoon killed. She clearly underestimated the Yondaime Hokage in this one. How was she to imagine that the man would send perhaps the strongest ninjas his village had to offer, not only Kazuryu but Sharingan no Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi as well? Not to mention the presence of the horse-sized wolf, who clearly was powerful if that wall of fire was any indication. Looking at the one she had at her disposal, she at least relaxed knowing that most of the Jounin stood by her side. Looking at Kazuryu one last time, she signaled for her squad to attack united, before she saw Naruto, Neji and Kane side by side forming a circle of defense. She was a mid-range fighter, so she opted to stick behind and wait for an opening as the Iwa shinobi used their swords in an attempt to penetrate the defensive system. Naruto managed to parry the attacks with his trench knives, which were coated with wind chakra, while Neji was accurately blocking the attacks holding the enemy's wrists. Kurotsuchi smirked upon seeing that Konoha was having trouble holding her entire squad, which allowed her time to go through some hand seals for her attack. Her comrades, knowing what was to come, jumped out of the way instantly. Uton Yugen Shuriken, Lava Release, Lava Shuriken Technique. Naruto and Kane simply stood behind Neji as he used his family Kaiden, blocking the lava projectiles. Kurotsuchi kept at the attack, knowing that she could hold it longer than the Hyuga. Naruto realized that his comrade was beginning to lose control and threw a horde of shurikens at Kurotsuchi. One of the Iwa Chunins moved to intercept it, and he would have, had Naruto not finished his attack by going through a few set of hand seals and multiplied the shurikens. He managed to land a few on the ninja's shoulder, and the other went towards Kurotsuchi, who had to stop her technique, from fear of receiving a shuriken right in her left eye. Neji stopped spinning and kneeled on the ground a bit, so as to recover from the momentary fatigue. One of the Jounins moved in to strike with his kodashi, but Naruto managed to block the man's path with both his trench knives. Looking to the side, he saw 5 Chunins closing in on him and looked at Kane for assistance. The wolf quickly nodded and looked at the 5 Chunins with his eyes glowing. Suddenly, his body started catching on fire and he released a great number of fireballs at the Chunins. The Jounin who was busy with Naruto noticed that his attention wasn't as focused as it should be and focused earth chakra on his limbs. Placing both arms in front of his face to stop the assault, Naruto was sent flying. His experience fighting Iwa shinobi was what prevented him from losing both arms, by coating his limbs with chakra to reduce the impact. Still, it was quite painful. Flipping in midair and in the process of hand seals, the Jounin was surprised when he saw Naruto holding the bird hand seal. He saw a shift in the air and desperately jumped to the right. Fuuten Deizu Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, multiple wind swords technique. The Jounin cursed as he received multiple cuts from Naruto's attack. He didn't even see when the blonde performed hand seals in midair and he was caught by surprise. Kurotsuchi appeared right by his side and attacked Naruto, by performing some hand seals. Yutan Yuganame, lava release, lava wave technique. She slammed both hands on the ground and focused a great amount of chakra in order to create the wave of lava. Naruto remembered what Neji and Itachi said and quickly created a wall of water in front of him using more chakra than normal, in order to stop the attack. Unfortunately, Kurotsuchi's attack prevailed and he was forced to vanish using a quick Kurawimi. As soon as he appeared where a log was, he turned and saw 2 Chunins attempting to strike him from his blind spot. Closing his eyes for a moment as if to wonder why they were screaming bloody murder at him, before performing hand seals. Raiden Raiko Dageki, lightning release, lightning strike technique. Naruto's both hands were surrounded by electricity as he waited for the right time to strike. He dodged the first one and punched him in the face with lightning chakra. The other met the same fate by at the stomach instead. The result was that Earth was weak against lightning. The impact was much more painful than it should have been, not to mention that with this technique, Naruto can inject an electrical current inside their bodies, which ended in some fried organs. These 2 weren't dead, but it was clear that they would be in soon. Looking to his right, Naruto realized that Neji was suffering against 3 enemies and Kane was busy dealing with a couple of Jounins. Quickly throwing a lone kunai, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment in extreme focus. What he was about to do wasn't totally unheard of and in theory it should work just like in a regular situation. He just hoped that no one would confuse his attack with another famous one out there. As soon as he opened his eyes, he replaced himself with the kunai and reached Neji's position faster than by normal means. Kurotsuchi saw the entire thing and widened her eyes in surprise, wondering if that was the famous Hiraishin of the Yondame. Still with the lightning strike technique, Naruto managed to land precise strikes on the Jounin's back, dealing the same damage to the others. Kurotsuchi took the opportunity and appeared behind Naruto with hand seals. Yutan Nenshao Hitoya, lava release, burning prison technique. A large stream of lava suddenly enveloped both Naruto and Neji, surprising them. Kurotsuchi smiled at the fact that she managed to capture both in just one jutsu and no doubt they would burn to death soon and she will have her revenge. Itachi's team Itachi, Kakashi and Guy were surrounded by 10 angry Iwa shinobi and 3 Kumo shinobis, all of them ready to deliver hell to the 3 Jounins. Quite surely, either one of them had lost a beloved friend or family because of their invasion against Konoha, so it's likely that they were looking for revenge. Not to mention that Kakashi went along with his sensei, the Yondaime Hokage, to the front lines back at the time of the last great ninja war, so it was understandable that he was the most hated amongst the 3 Jounins. Despite that, he sighed and turned to Itachi. So what do you propose we should do here? Itachi just turned his head slightly to see his partner and shrugged his shoulders as if he hasn't exactly thought of a plan or strategy. You're expecting something I haven't thought of yet. Guy and Kakashi looked at the Anbu captain and both of them face faulted almost the same time. He wasn't even taking this damn mission seriously. Why would he actually? These guys are more interested in taking Naruto, so the Jounins were there and here were only the Chunins. I believe that considering the circumstances, any plan right now would be irrelevant compared to simply killing them. As soon as Itachi grabbed his sword, his eyes transformed into his Sharingan and charged the closest enemy with a speed that only a seasoned Jounin could follow and pierced the sword through the enemy's stomach. As soon as he pushed the sword away, all of the enemies charged at the same time with a clear intent of causing pain. Kakashi cursed Itachi for moving like that, before doing a couple of hand seals. His speed with hand seals was unraveled, as he finished the needed sequence before the enemy approached their position. Suten Suijin Heki, Water Release, Water Wall Technique. The wall of water surrounded the Konoha ninja and obscured the enemy's view. When Guy appeared from within the water geyser, he started to knock the shit out of everyone with plain taijutsu. A few attempted to use swords as an advantage, but the man wasn't called taijutsu genius for nothing and managed to yank the weapon from the enemy's hand through a quick chop on his wrist. Itachi, seeing that the wall of water would soon drop, began his own set of hand seals, in order to surprise the enemy. Quickly throwing the impressive amount of 20 shurikens, he made a single hand seal and set all of the projectiles on fire. Katen Shinku Shuriken, Fire Release, Crimson Shuriken Technique. Kakashi opted for a most subtle approach as he grabbed a kunai and battled the 3 Kumo ninjas by himself, while Itachi and Guy handled the Iwa shinobis. Back with Naruto's team. Naruto used a quick Kawarimi and escaped, but Neji wasn't so fast. He would have to resort to his elemental defense. Quickly spinning for the Kaiten, Neji focused earth chakra around him, before he managed to form a cocoon around his spinning chakra technique. He managed to stop the lava's advance long enough for Naruto to land a strong punch on Kurotsuchi's face, before sending a quick stream of water at the lava in order to dissolve it and save his friend. He was able to see Neji spinning right before the lava technique trapped him inside, therefore there was chance that his friend was still alive. He sighed when he saw Neji kneeling on the ground holding his burned arm. At least, he wasn't dead, but right now Naruto had to tend to him. He didn't have time for that, though, when the rest of the enemies managed hand seals for a joint earth attack. Doton Doryuso, Earth Release, Earth Rising Spears Technique. Doton Doryudan, Earth Dragon Projectile Technique. Quickly going through a couple of hand seals, Naruto focused a great amount of chakra and ushered the air to spin rapidly around himself and Neji, until it formed a defensive hurricane around them. He managed to stop the technique, but his blind side ended up being unprotected. Also, the fact that he was protecting Neji left himself unprotected from Kurotsuchi's attempts. She moved behind him with a deadly kunai inches from his back. The woman was already feeling the smooth sound of metal piercing flesh when the wolf came and body slammed her. Naruto was surprised when he turned and nodded at Kane for his assistance. He snarled at the enemy, before focusing a gigantic amount of his chakra. He went through hand seals as the sky slowly went from blue to black in a matter of seconds. He was focusing entirely lightning chakra so as to fill the clouds that started to gather on top of them. As soon as he saw that his attack was ready, he switched both hands to the last hand seal. Raiten Kusari Raiko, Lightning Release, Chain of Lightning Technique. The enemies couldn't use Doton defensive techniques, because not only would they be wasting chakra, but it wouldn't serve much. The lightning bombarded the field and some of the enemies weren't able to dodge for too long. When the aerial assault ended, Kurotsuchi was snarling at the man, while flanked by a mere 10 of her army. For the life of her, she couldn't understand. How could he be so damn strong and unbeatable? She started one more sequence of hand seals, confident that this time, with her strongest jutsu ever, Naruto would perish for good. Kane that moment decided, though, that he wouldn't let her finish the sequence and appeared right in front of her with his eyes glowing. The woman knew enough of the damn wolf, not to stay there for long and managed to switch strategies, by replacing herself with a mud clone. 2 Iwa Jounins attempted to strike Kane, but they were stopped when Naruto appeared with his trench knives and attacked them, creating multiple cuts on their limbs. The amount of blood lost made them weak, so Naruto finished with the lightning strike technique, rendering them unconscious, on the bridge between life and death. Kurotsuchi snarled once more as she was backing away from Naruto and his team, now joined by Itachi's team. Like Naruto instructed, the Kumo shinobis were just rendered unconscious and only the Iwa ninjas were killed. It was likely that Kumo would invade Konoha, but none of them wished for a little incident like killing one of these ninjas, the trigger needed by the Raikage to attack Konoha. The woman, knowing that the first mission ended in failure, realized that she would have to use the plan B and hope that they become victorious this time. Performing a quick signal, Kurotsuchi smirked as she saw another squad behind her ready for assistance if needed. What's the meaning of this? Naruto shouted, and Kurotsuchi just smiled at him, before jumping towards Kumo's direction. I was hoping that we wouldn't have to do this, but my mission is to deliver this scroll to Kumo, and since you destroyed their team, I'll go and deliver the scroll myself. She left towards Kumo's direction and Naruto moved to stop her, but stopped once the army attacked all of them, forcing them to be on the defensive once more. The border of Lightning Country was only 2 hours away from them, so they needed to deal with this army quick, or else Naruto's mission would result in failure. At Konoha . After a couple of hours of discussion, Konoha managed to come up with 2 major plans, and the choice would occur after the news of Naruto's mission to recover the scroll. If Naruto was successful, then there won't be any need to change the village's defensive protocols in the event of a new invasion. However, and Minato wouldn't dare think about it, if Naruto failed to recover the scroll, then he would have to change everything one more time. The Yondaime hoped that his son was successful. A lot of lives will be at stake if Kumo sent its massive force against Konoha's walls. Chapter 31, A Nation's Doom. The entire Iwa battalion looked at the 5 angry Konoha shinobi in front of them with plain amusement. The Konoha nins looked tired, beaten, and quite surely had a chakra-reduced capacity due to the fight against the other battalion. Despite understanding that they practically killed Iwa's comrades, the prospect of killing them right now served as a remarkable compensation for everything they caused to Iwagakure. One among them, though, ignited, said, feeling the most. Killing Sharingan no Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi actually paled in comparison to killing the Yondaime Hokage's son, Naruto. It appeared, though, that the young Namikaze finally got his wish of stepping out of his father's shadow, seeing as Iwa wanted his head not only because he was Minato's son, but also because of his own reputation in Iwagakure. Said Jounin was looking at the battalion in front of him and couldn't help but wonder why Iwa was so determined in destroying Konoha, despite the numerous penalties received. At this point, it was clear that the Sandaime Tsushikage didn't care about his village's reputation and possible bankruptcy, if it meant that Konohagakure was destroyed in the process. Despite it all, Naruto had to deal with this new obstacle and quick, because Kurotsuchi approached Kumagakure by the second. If she managed to give the scroll to Kumo, then both his mission and Konohagakure were doomed. Looking around for his comrades, he could see the same worried expression in their faces at the prospect of a failed mission. Immediately doing the calculations, Naruto concluded that he had to split the group. The mission required him to do so. Even if the prospect of dying here was a possibility, he would at least save his village. Everyone listen up, Naruto said, earning their attention. As seasoned ninjas, I believe you all know the only possible choice of action to take from now on. They knew indeed. 1 or 2 of us shall remain here and the rest will go after Kurotsuchi. Now, the woman is at least half an hour away from us, so only the fastest one of us must go. Neji, Kakashi and Guy will proceed and catch the woman. You are to capture her and take her back to Konohagakure. Itachi and I will remain. Neji and Guy immediately protested at their leader's selfless act, but it was Kakashi who silenced them, forcing them to leave immediately. The man knew what Naruto intended and thus he hoped it would be enough to stop them. Itachi, meanwhile, maintained his usual expression, as if Naruto's choice hadn't fazed him at all. Kakashi turned his back to Naruto. I don't want to go home and tell them you won't be returning, Naruto. Believe me, Kushina and Yugao would kill me for being the messenger. The shadow over Naruto's eye couldn't indicate his reaction. Ever since I was born, Iwagakure has attempted to kill my family in Konoha. We cannot allow that scroll to reach Kumagakure, you and I both know that. The enemy wants me. You 3 on the other hand can go and stop her. I want you to capture her and take her to Konohagakure. What matters is Konoha, Kakashi. I promise, though, that Iwagakure will see the error in their ways, even if I have to march in there and kill every one of them. Now go, Kakashi, you're wasting precious time. The silver-haired Jounin nodded and left together with Neji and Guy. As soon as they left, an entire rain of projectiles flew from Iwagakure's battalion towards the 3 escaping Konoha ninja. Grabbing his weapons, Naruto focused an insane amount of chakra and began his spinning movement. Fuuten Daig Fukiri, wind release, great hurricane cutter technique. A huge hurricane appeared in front of the projectiles, slicing them all in 2, before Iwa's very eyes. After the wind died down, Itachi took a step near Naruto. Will you explain to me why you felt that I was the most suited for whatever it is you're planning? Naruto's answer, after placing his trench knives inside his kunai holster, was to smile. I always wondered why you never used one of your Mangenkyu techniques against me when we sparred. Itachi kept looking at his blonde comrade for a while, before doing something that was long overdue. Itachi smirked. Choosing Naruto as a rival was perhaps the best choice he ever made. With Kakashi . Using great speed, the three ninjas were after Kurotsuchi in order to stop her from giving the scroll to Kumagakure. With Naruto staying, Kakashi was nominated the leader of the assignment, thus he was up front with Neji and Guy flanking him. Kakashi could see their worried faces since it matched his own regarding Naruto's safety. He saw merit in Naruto's planning, even if it wasn't 100% certain that it would work. Now, though, wasn't the time to worry about the blonde. Like Naruto said, if the scroll reached Kumagakure, Konoha would face yet another war, and this time it would take a miracle for the leaf to survive through. Neji, how far is Kurotsuchi and how fast is she moving? Can you spot her with your Byakugan? The Hyuga nodded and used his dojutsu. The entire landscape appeared in front of him as he scanned as much distance as possible. After 30 seconds, it seemed unlikely that he would be able to reach her position, and that alone scared Neji. Suddenly, though, his eyes managed to find the damn woman. I managed to find her. She is still half an hour away from us, but we're gaining on her even if barely. Kakashi nodded and started thinking for a while. Chakra alone wouldn't be any good. She will have reached Kumo by the time they've reached her position. Guy, how long can you sustain the gates? The question was met with full teeth smile from the green-clothes Jounin. Close to 20 minutes non-stop, but once I activate it, I cannot deactivate. Kakashi nodded, already devising a suitable strategy. Okay everyone, pump as much chakra as you can so that we can diminish the distance between us. Then, Guy will open the gates and capture her, before she reaches Kumo. Don't worry about the possibility of Kumo interfering, Neji and I will deal with them. Guy and Neji nodded, before focusing on every single drop of chakra still inside them and increasing their pace. Kurotsuchi may notice they are onto her and do the same thing, but they had more chakra than her. Not to mention that she wasted a lot as well at the battle against Naruto. In Konoha . Inside the Hokage's office, Minato was working like crazy in order to assess the village's military resources, as well as gather a list of available shinobi. A great majority of the ninjas were busy right now performing missions for the village. Some of the missions required less time, so he wasn't worried about those. Most of them would be dealt with in a day or two or a week at the most. The most sensitive assignments, aka Black Ops assignments, deserved his utmost attention. All of the infiltrators had ways of communicating with them, but in doing so, there is a risk of the villages finding out and capturing these shinobi. Quickly grabbing a blank scroll, he issued a clandestine mission to one of his most trusted Onbu operatives, one codenamed Yamato. His mission was to gather the infiltrators and bring them back without arising suspicion. With the Mukuten ability and an impressive knowledge of Doton techniques, Yamato was considered one of Konoha's top infiltrators. Right now, Minato needed his most powerful ninjas just in case Naruto failed and the scroll ended up falling in the Raikage's hands by the end of the day. He estimated at least 2 weeks for the man's forces to mobilize, which meant that Yamato had the same time to gather the majority of the Black Ops assignment. Minato was startled by the sudden knock on the door, but authorized it anyway. His desk was filled with paperwork to be done, and thus he would have to start using the floor if the next pile is waiting at the other side of the door. When the door opened, Minato was surprised to see the ninja responsible for communications between villages and countries, holding a single scroll in his hand. Hokage-sama, the reply from the daimyo has just arrived. The Yondaime nodded and asked the ninja to hand it to him. Even if Minato knew the man would do nothing to aid them against Kumagakure, Minato felt obliged to tell the Fire Lord about Iwa's latest transgression and the possible involvement of yet another major hidden village. The Yondaime even finished his letter asking the Fire Lord to guide him in what needed to be done, in hopes that the man would take initiative and talk with the Lightning Lord about this entire mess. After appreciating and dismissing the Chunin, Minato carefully opened the scroll, as if he was waiting for a booby trap hidden inside. The contents of the reply letter could very well mean the end of this nightmare. Yondaime Dono. I have reviewed the information and you can take my word that my office will be implementing a much more severe punishment to Earth Country and Iwagakure. As of right now, any trade agreements made with them will be immediately terminated, along with a suitable penalty for the resolution. Fire Country's income won't be affected much and will be able to lower Earth Country's financial situation, leaning on bankruptcy. I'm quite sure that the Earth Daimyo will demand compensation from Iwagakure, which then will be stripped of resources to survive. That means more mission requests for Konohagakure. However, as to the Kumo's potential involvement in this manner, I'm afraid I can't do much about it. First, there is no concrete evidence that they are even involved in this, and second, Fire Country has just concluded a very profitable business agreement with Lightning Country. Without any concrete evidence, my office can't simply demand anything from them, from fear of disrupting the business agreement. My hands are tied in this manner. Hai no kuni daimayu. Minato read the letter 3 times so that he could calm himself. He was already expecting the Daimayu's lack of will in helping Konoha, but to actually admit focusing more on money than people's lives was something else. Even if Iwagakure would receive more penalties and would most likely be stripped of funds by the Earth Daimayu, Minato's problem wasn't yet over. He still had to deal with the prospect of a full-out war and the possibility of many shinobis and konoikas being killed. Now, more than ever, he needed to receive good news from Naruto's team. Perhaps if the scroll never reached Kumo, Konoha might have a better chance of survival. Quickly issuing the order to Yamato, Minato figured that he would keep a cage Bunshine behind to take care of the workload and spend some quality time with his loving wife and daughter. He wished that his son was there as well with them and out of harm's way. Perhaps this was the first time he imagined what his life would be in the event of his eldest son's demise to Iwagakure, and he couldn't help but shiver at the possibility. Worst, he considered the possibility of his son sacrificing himself to save the village. In the Namikaze household . As soon as Minato arrived, he was surprised to see not 2 but 3 individuals sitting at the living room, talking. He could feel the tense environment as Kushina and Yuagao were discussing the events that lead to today and Naruto's mission. Misao was on the floor playing. All 3 looked at the Yondaime, before Yuagao got up and bowed in respect to her cage as she happened to be an Anbu captain. Minato was quick to dismiss such need as the woman was on a 2-day leave from active duty. Minato-kun, any word from Naruto? Minato looked at his wife and nodded with his eyes closed. Not yet, but we should receive one any time now. Naruto had assembled a nice team, I know that they will be able to return. Frightening her wouldn't do him any good right now. He didn't know anything yet about the mission, so he couldn't assume the worst and start telling everyone. Looking at Yuagao from the corner of his eye, he could tell that the woman was worried for his son's safety. Minato couldn't help but smile at his son's choice for a girlfriend. Yuagao, I can see you're worried about him, but don't worry. Naruto is strong and no enemy should be able to deal with him, as well as Kakashi and Itachi at the same time. The Anbu captain nodded with a smile on her face. I appreciate it, Hokage-sama, I have faith that he will come back from this. Minato nodded, before joining his daughter on the ground. She was playing with Naruto's old toys. The smile on her face, even if oblivious to the situation, managed to ease the situation. Pretty much the entire village was counting on Naruto's mission to be successful. If not, then at least, the Hokage hoped that his son would return to him and his family alive and not inside a casket. Minato was also confident about Fenrir-sama, the head of the Wolf clan, coming to Naruto's aid in the event of his defeat to the Iwa platoon. With Naruto . Naruto, Itachi and Kane, Blaze, were busy fending off against the platoon. It was clear that they were taking their time in killing Naruto, as they had yet to charge all at once, opting to throw wave after wave of projectiles, trying to tire the remnants of energy from Konoha. Itachi, for his part, wondered why they were taking so long to begin the attack. Such amateurism would mean their demise, and here they were underestimating Konoha, because of the superiority in numbers. Naruto sure anticipated this, but parrying the projectiles coming from an entire platoon was starting to irritate him. Crossing eyes with Itachi for a moment, both nodded. It was time to begin Naruto's plan. The Iwa commander was startled upon sensing the sudden surge in chakra coming from all 3 of them and immediately ordered their deaths. Itachi activated his Mangenkaiu Sharingan, and Kane, Blaze, engulfed his entire body into red flames. Naruto, meanwhile, was busy doing a quick succession of hand seals as he focused the majority of his chakra for this specific technique. They had only one chance at this, and it was up to Naruto to direct the attack. Soon both Itachi and Naruto screamed in unison. Amaterasu. Fuuten Kiyomu Shippu, Wind Release, Great Hurricane Technique. Gasaku Ninjutsu, Kuroi Hisaki no Shippu, Collaboration Ninjutsu, Black Flames Hurricane Technique. Together with Kane's fire, Naruto directed his hurricane to join with Itachi's Amaterasu, and thus the creation inspired fear in the entire platoon as the attack nearly combusted the entire forest. Some of the platoon was forced to evade until they managed to escape the fire's reach, but many weren't so lucky. Just like before, a great number of screams of anguish could be heard as their bodies were torched. Once the flames of Amaterasu touched them, There was no way to escape. Panting for breath, Naruto and Itachi looked at the destruction caused by their combined jutsu. The entire forest was reduced to ashes and black flames. Kane had to be dismissed because he had already reached the end of his energy. Itachi's eyes were bleeding, so he deactivated the Manjin Kaiu in order to save some energy if needed. Despite their situation, he couldn't help but marvel at the level of destruction caused by the union of a wind technique with his black flames. You know that 15 of them are still amongst the living, don't you? Itachi asked, earning a nod from Naruto as he took his trench knives once more. I know. Those were pretty smart, going further away to escape the flames. Wanna bet who takes out the most? Itachi nodded as he too took out his Onbu Ninjato as all 15 enraged enemies charged at them at the same time. The first part of the plan worked like a charm. Now it came the second and most crucial part of the plan devised by Naruto as the two Konoha ninjas engaged in full-out battle against 15 angry Iwa Jounins. Survive. With Kakashi . The sudden surge of chakra alerted Kakashi, Neji and Guy as they quickly looked back and were shocked to see a black hurricane rising like a fierce dragon up in the sky. The fact that they could sense the chakra all the way from their position spoke highly of that technique's magnitude. It didn't take long for the Jounins to realize the real reason behind Naruto choosing himself and Itachi to stay behind. Manjin Kaiu Sharingan Technique Amaterasu was considered the strongest fire ninjutsu in existence, and once augmented by Naruto's high-level wind jutsus, it could deal quite an extensive blow to Iwa's army. However, all three of them knew that it wouldn't be enough to wipe everyone out, meaning that they still had to deal with the survivors and without much chakra to use. Guy, Neji, let's speed things up. Neji, how close are we? Kakashi asked, focusing more chakra through his feet. 10 minutes away and closing. She'll be reaching the border within 15 minutes. Kakashi nodded and turned to Guy. Prepare the gates, Guy. With Naruto . Itachi and Naruto stood there watching the raged look on the few enemies that remained alive after their coordinated ninjutsu. Behind the rest of the platoon were the remnants of a once exuberant display of flora and fauna, now reduced to ashes by the still burning black fire of Amaterasu. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the repetition of events throughout his life. Every time, Naruto faced odds just as this one, against much higher numbers. Throughout the battle's progress, the enemies' faces usually transformed from arrogant to enraged, possibly because of the fact that no matter what they did, what they tried, Iwagakure seemed incapable of killing either him or his father for good. To them, Naruto and Minato were plagues that needed to be exterminated. From the entire platoon, 15 enemies remained. It could be considered a victory for Naruto and Itachi, if not for the fact that all 15 of them were Jounin-level shinobi. Quickly assessing the situation, Naruto could see that despite not showing, Itachi was beginning to feel the lack of chakra. His face betrayed very little, but Naruto could see his legs twitching every so often, which also meant that his muscles were feeling the drain from both the travel here and the battle that took part before this one. The blonde still had some chakra left to spare, and he was imagining ways of fighting the Iwa Jounins as well as covering his partner. He got the feeling that Itachi would hate him for what he was about to do. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Uchiha was surprised to see a second Naruto standing next to him and looked at the original with a clear frown. It was understandable. Hell, Naruto himself would be pissed if someone did this to him. Naruto's action was the equivalent of stating that Itachi was too weak right now to even protect himself, and that represented quite a blow to the man's pride, who in turn had fire traveling through his blood vessels. The Uchiha clan is a clan of warriors, after all. Eventually, Itachi gave one final answer to Naruto. Next time you do something like this, you'll regret it dearly. Naruto had no doubt that he would, considering the possible damage that could be delivered by those eyes. It's better to regret in the future than visiting your casket. Now quit complaining and let's deal with these bastards. Letting go of the blow to his pride for the moment, Itachi nodded just as the Iwa nins charged at them, not surprisingly, at the same time. Naruto immediately parried two swords with his trench knives, before a third one impaled him from behind. Itachi suffered the same as his came from the right. Their bodies, though, were replaced with wood. Naruto's clone and Itachi appeared from behind them and managed to land some serious cuts with their weapon, before having to back off. Their chakra supply was good enough for only low-level techniques, so it was straight Tai and Kenjutsu from now on. That didn't mean the same to the Iwa team, as a great number of them started making hand seals. Doton Dori Yudan, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Projectile Technique. The mud projectiles charged against the three Konoha ninjas with vicious speed, forcing them to use their agility and evade, even if barely, the majority of the projectiles. Unleashing a great load of shurikens and kunais, both Itachi and Naruto threw them at the enemy, confident that at least one of them wouldn't be able to deflect the weapons. Much to their frustration, though, the only kunai that got through happened to pin a Jounin's shoulder. Focusing some chakra to his feet, Naruto charged with great speed and passed through the enemy's group, before appearing right in front of the ninja with the kunai pinned on his shoulder. The man was so surprised by the speed that he only muttered the words yellow flash before Naruto's trench knives performed a clean cut on his chest, thus killing the man. The other ninjas surrounding the two managed to pierce Naruto's stomach, but the blonde already performed a replacement technique. Meanwhile, Itachi and Naruto's clone were dealing with at least 5 Jounins as they managed to come up with a suitable strategy. Naruto's clone was responsible for parrying the strikes, while Itachi attacked the ones that attacked the clone. With his Sharingan, he could increase the speed and anticipate the enemy's movements, so that by the time the clone parried a strike, Itachi would already move for the strike. With this, he managed to kill 2 of them, aiding the clone with the 3rd kill. Both Itachi and the clone visibly flinched at the sound caused by a punch to the real Naruto's face, no doubt laced with earth chakra. Despite the pain, Naruto didn't succumb and flipped his body in mid-air, instead of letting gravity run its course. As he stepped on the ground, Itachi and the clone joined him as the 3 looked at the remaining enemies. "Can't you pick a couple of them and bind them for some time? That will give me and the clone ample time to get rid of them," Naruto asked as he looked at his partner from the corner of his eye. Itachi just nodded and performed a quick succession of hand seals, before the enemy could come and slice his head off. Genjutsus were techniques with as much chakra as a low-level ninjutsu. The Uchiha merely pointed at the enemies, before the hallucinations began. Naruto could see that their postures changed dramatically and charged quickly to deal with the 2. On the way, he had to dodge the others' attacks, before landing simultaneous hits, killing both with one strike using both his knives. The sudden surge of chakra came from behind, as a mud bullet the size of his head was about to hit his face dead on. A sudden fireball, same size, came out of nowhere and deflected the mud bullet. Looking to Itachi panting for breath, Naruto nodded at the man in appreciation, before deciding to eliminate the difference in numbers a little bit. Focusing on his lightning techniques, Naruto did a couple of hand seals and extended both his arms aiming at 3 Iwa Jounins. Raiden Kugan Lightning Element, Lightning Force Technique. The stream of lightning that left Naruto's hands went straight to the 3 Iwa's bodies, sending thousands and thousands of volts into their systems, frying their organs. Slightly looking to his left, Naruto saw 3 other Jounins charging at him with their ninjatos, threatening to slice Naruto piece by piece. Quickly stopping the lightning technique, Naruto parried 2 swords with his weapons and managed to kick the 3rd Jounin on the stomach. The 3rd sword, though, managed to pierce his shoulder, followed by a great amount of pain. By this time, the clone approached from behind and killed the 3. Seeing as the number diminished, Naruto dismissed the clone, because he wouldn't be able to keep it up for another minute. 5 enemies left, both he and Itachi were sweating bullets. Itachi suddenly kneeled on the ground hard as his legs couldn't hold him anymore. "It seems the odds are too much against us, Naruto." The comment was an understatement, Naruto mused. "Yeah, it seems so. It seems I only have enough chakra for one more technique, but it will have to do." The blonde was only wishing he didn't have to resort so much for his help. With Kakashi . Unaware of the vicious fight where he left Naruto, Kakashi and his comrades managed to spot the small form of Kurotsuchi traveling towards Lightning Country. "Guy, you're up." Looking to his right, he could see that the green beast was already flooding with energy. His face was blood red and his eyes were yellow as the 6th gate was opened. The sudden surge of energy alerted the Iwa Jounin, but it was too late for her to do anything about it. With amazing speed, Guy crossed the field and managed to pass her position, before standing in front of her defiantly, with the gate still open. The adrenaline needed to maintain the gates open wasn't there anymore, so Guy was slowly losing his consciousness. His eyes were starting to close, but he opened them as soon as the woman tried to pass by him. He grabbed her leg and threw her with extreme force backwards. At this exact moment, both Kakashi and Neji arrived next to him, as Guy fell asleep with a smile on his face. To him, the mission was considered successful with his rival there to stop the woman from crossing the border. Looking at the horizon, Kakashi couldn't see or feel any presence of Kumo shinobi, which was to be expected. The team sent to meet the Iwa battalion probably had to send confirmation of the scroll delivery. If that didn't happen, then Kumo would assume that the mission was a failure and back off immediately. They couldn't be blamed for this if it turned out against their best wish. They could even disavow the 3 Kumo shinobi that went to meet the Iwa battalion, explaining that the 3 ninjas acted against the Raikage's orders and were considered missing nins because of this. It was a simple bureaucratic problem to be fixed through the forging of documents. Kakashi had seen it multiple times at the last Great Ninja War and even afterward. If Kumagakure wants to strike, they will move without alerting attention beforehand from fear of suffering the consequences of the neutrality agreement between the 5 hidden villages. Neji. Take care of Guy. I'll handle her. The Hyuga nodded, before Kakashi turned to the enemy with his Sharingan ablaze. Now, Kurotsuchi I believe is your name. You'll be coming with us to Konoha. That alone surprised the woman as she looked at the famous Sharingan no Kakashi. Before, she had the assistance of 2 battalions and could very easily escape if needed be. Now, she was outnumbered and facing one of the most deadly ninjas out there. The Hyuga was also a problem, but not as much as Kakashi. She was so close from her goal. Once she crossed the border, Konoha wouldn't be fool enough to cross the border as well, because then Kumo would have enough reason to engage in combat. Now, she was facing the possibility of being captured by the enemy. She didn't know why Konoha would want her for, though. Why is Konoha interested in capturing me? What could they gain from this? Kakashi wasn't that much interested in answering, since the woman was just buying herself a bit of time. However, he relented. It is clear to me as it was to Naruto, that you're considered the leader of this entire assignment. Counting the 2 battalions, a considerable number of ninjas, they all responded to your order, which means you're the leader. Also, said mission just couldn't be trusted to anyone, so you must be related to the Tsushikage either by blood or something else, to gain his utmost trust. As to what could we gain from capturing you, this is the simple cease and desist from Iwagakure. Naruto is proof to your Tsushikage's acts against the Pact of Neutrality and be sure to expect even more dire consequences for your village because of it. Now, we can go peacefully and without much effort, or, well, you can guess the other choice. Kurotsuchi looked at Kakashi for a while as she pondered on what came from Kakashi's mouth. She started this mission thinking nothing would happen. Kumagakure would receive all the necessary information about Konoha and Iwagakure would buy season tickets to watch the tree hugger's destruction. Now, her entire life flipped upside down. Not only because of her failed mission, but also the prospect of being captured by the enemy and worse, be used as means of a bargain that will no doubt end with her home village's demise. As a seasoned jounin, she knew bits and pieces about Konoha's interrogation department and the man responsible for it. She heard stories of said man's mind games and wasn't looking forward to being subjected to one of them. Her mission ended in failure. The man in front of her pretty much told her that. That didn't mean, though, that she would let them capture her. Her odds, though, were slim considering that they had the advantage in numbers as well as in quality. Kakashi was hailed as one of the Leaf's strongest jounins and no one would underestimate a Hyuga, jounin or not. The scarecrow jounin, for his part, was calmly analyzing the woman's reaction. The more time they wasted, the less chance he had of returning to Naruto and Itachi. He had faith in them, though, to survive the battle. Both ninjas had extensive knowledge in facing multiple enemies and Itachi knew enough about odds to realize when it's better to retreat than fight. Your lack of answer authorizes me to choose it for you, Kakashi said, alerting Kurotsuchi. The man quickly threw shurikens after her with deadly accuracy, forcing the woman to dodge. Kakashi opened his Sharingan once more and charged in plain taijutsu against the Iwa jounin. Kurotsuchi was a long-range ninjutsu user and thus only passable in close-ranged combat. She was defending as best as possible, but it was clear that Kakashi would start landing hits quite soon. Quickly summoning a mud bunshine to take some distance, the woman performed a great sequence of hand seals, before gathering a great level of air inside her lungs. Yutan Yugen name, Lava Release, Lava Wave Technique. Kakashi saw the technique coming and simply jumped away from the wave. Looking down, he realized that the woman ended up forming a river of lava. If he landed there, he would need a lot of chakra to avoid direct contact. Quickly going through hand seals, Kakashi created a small jet of water towards a specific location of the river, before seeing the lava dissipate for a short 3 seconds in that location. Quickly, he landed on the spot and jumped away from the river of lava. Kurotsuchi took the opportunity and threw a couple of shurikens at Kakashi, but the man deflected them all with a kunai, before landing on the nearest tree. Unleashing a strong fireball, Kakashi didn't wait for the technique to hit the earth wall lifted by the enemy and charged quickly, knowing that the woman's sight would be limited. He immediately sank on the ground and waited until the wall of earth was dissipated. To his surprise, something happened, or rather something beneath him, expelled him from the ground. Looking at the girl in front of him, he realized that she had extensive knowledge of earth-based techniques to be fooled that easily. Throwing more shurikens, Kakashi moved with great speed towards the enemy, realizing that she had the advantage in long range. With the help of the Sharingan, he could dodge the lava and mud bullets coming his way, as well as unleash a new wave of shurikens, without alerting her. The woman was surprised and managed to evade most of the weapons. One managed to create quite a scratch on her left cheek. She realized that this weapon could seriously slice her face in half and kill her. Kakashi didn't give her time and went through a great series of hand seals. Raiten Raiko no Okami, Lightning Release, Lightning Wolf Technique. The wolf charged with extreme ferocity at the woman. Lifting another earth barrier wouldn't do her any good, as lightning was stronger than earth-based techniques. She had to evade the damn wolf. All of a sudden, though, a wave of invisible chakra hit her back and she was thrown directly towards the wolf, receiving thousands and thousands of volts through her system, damaging her organs. Her scream echoed throughout the valley as the pain became too much for her to endure. She only had enough time to know that the Hyuga was extending his arm directly at her, meaning that he was the one who created the invisible force of chakra. She had failed her village, and probably for the last time. Deactivating the Sharingan, Kakashi sighed and quickly took every scroll that the woman had at her disposal. He later on found the one and stored inside a seal inscribed on his wrist. The two, then, went back to Konoha. Neji carried the unconscious enemy after sealing her Tenketsu, and Kakashi took Guy. With nothing more to do, both of them hoped that Naruto and Itachi would return to Konoha as well. The mission was hereby a success, but a success is only truly measured by the sacrifices of the shinobi involved. Because of Naruto's sacrifice, the team managed to increase Konoha's odds of survival at the war. With Naruto . Itachi was already on the ground unconscious and Naruto was kneeling next to him, panting for breath. In front of him were the remnants of the Iwa's battalion, and in all of their faces, Naruto could see the unhidden satisfaction upon finally having the chance to take his head off and present to the Tsushikage in a silver platter. Naruto wondered if Kakashi managed to stop Kurotsuchi from handling the scroll to Kumagakure. The mission and reason for his sacrifice was for Konoha's odds to improve in the upcoming war. Looking at his enemies once more, Naruto remembered every damn situation he had ever had with a ninja from Iwagakure. As each event passed, his blood started to boil. No matter how many attempts were averted, they still wanted either his or his father's head. Realizing that attacking Minato was stupid, Iwa focused their attention on Naruto instead. And even so, they failed. After Naruto, no doubt Iwagakure would go for the next target, perhaps his little sister Misao or his mother Kushina. With that realization, Naruto's slowly closing eyes opened up with surprise intensity. He couldn't allow Iwa to go after them. But he was too weak to pose any threat. His chakra was the only thing that kept awake as he pondered on what was about to happen. He had to do something to stop them. Passing his hand through his bleeding arm, Naruto quickly performed hand seals, before slamming his hands on the ground. Smoke had erupted, but he was already unconscious. Konoha, 2 days later. By this time, Namikaze Minato was already growing worried over the possibility of Naruto and Itachi never returning from their assignment. Yesterday, Kakashi, Neji and Guy arrived with their captive and the scroll, indicating that the mission was a success. All of them learned that the captive was in fact the Tsushikage's granddaughter. Upon hearing his student's report, Minato couldn't help but feel proud of his son's decision. Proud and even more worried, considering that Naruto chose to remain behind and face an entire battalion worth of Iwa shinobi. In less than half an hour, Minato had analyzed the contents of the scroll, sent the captive to Ibiki for questioning, sent a team to investigate Naruto and Itachi's situation and informed the Daimyo to initiate the dealings with the Earth Daimyo, regarding Iwa's cease and desist, as well as obtain the financial compensation which would contribute to Iwa's bankruptcy. He couldn't tell what happened at home before knowing exactly what happened with his son. Kami knew that his wife wouldn't take it. However, the pain in his chest was uncontrollable and he had trouble breathing a bit. The thought of losing Naruto was even more palpable. All of a sudden, Kakashi stormed inside the office with urgent news. It appeared. Sensei, one of our scouts found a wolf approaching Konoha and it fits the description of Fenrir-sama, the leader of the wolf clan. He should be by the west gate in 10 minutes. Minato's eyes widened suddenly as he considered the possibility that Fenrir came to inform of Naruto's demise personally. Kakashi only needed to blink, before he was grabbed by Minato and teleported instantly towards the place where Fenrir was scheduled to appear. Kakashi took a while to acknowledge that he had just crossed the entire village in little less than a second, before seeing his sensei standing next to him and looking at the horizon. His eyes were fixed on the shape that appeared, walking towards the gates. The leader of the Wolf Clan walked towards the Hokage carrying the unconscious forms of Itachi and Naruto on his back. Both of their bodies were bloodied and full of bruises. The Yondaime Hokage waited for anything to come out of the wolf's mouth as his anxiety was uncontrollable. The wolf could hear the Yondaime's heart pounding like crazy in anticipation. He knew the reason, though, as through the entire mission, he could feel Naruto's situation decreasing. It was lucky that Naruto had just enough chakra to summon him, or Iwa would certainly be able to kill him. Fenrir wished to be called upon sooner, but it worked out in the end. "You don't need to worry, Yondaime-sama. Naruto here called me just before succumbing to chakra exhaustion. Both of them are just unconscious, with considerable bruises and extensive loss of blood, though the big, exuberant and relieved smile on the man's face was evidence of his relief." He and Kakashi immediately took Naruto and Itachi to the hospital, while Minato sent a Kage Bunshine to tell the news to Yuigao and Kushina. Their Naruto had returned, after all. Chapter 32, A Fool's Demise. The day started just like any other in Konoha, cerulean blue sky, gentle winds, and scorching hot. Compared to the events that transpired 3 days ago, the village in the morning was an oasis of tranquility, with the population enjoying the nice day blessed by the previous Hokages that stood watch through the monument built for them. Ignorant by the events that transpired between ninjas from Konoha and Iwagakure, the village's population proceeded with their current duties. The two heroes that managed to quite possibly save the village from yet another war were currently in their respective peaceful sleep within 2 hospital rooms, each surrounded by their loved ones. In Naruto's room were Kushina, Yuigao and little Misao, and in Itachi's room was his mother Mikado. In Naruto's room, the 2 women and girl were anxiously waiting for Naruto's awakening, which according to Tsunade, would happen any minute now. The 2 women were already used to these kind of situations, but Misao wasn't, and the girl was quite anxious to see her Niazan awake once more. "Misao-chan, could you please stop for a minute? Your brother is alright, he's just sleeping." The little girl looked down in shame, but nodded. Kushina had to control herself actually not to be anxious as well. She was used to seeing Minato like this for a long time, but this was her son lying there sleeping for 3 days already. Misao looked at her mother to see that her eyes and smile were somewhat different from before. She had yet to see her mother like this, and it worried her. Yuigao, though, understood. She remembered how relieved she was that her Naruto had returned to her safe and sound. The Anbu was already picturing how she would run to Iwa and kill as many Iwa shinobi as possible if something were to happen to Naruto. As an Anbu, though, she couldn't just skip duty and stay there, but her unit, hence her family, understood her need to be by the man she loved. She was covered for the time being. She had to laugh, though. Even her almost mother-in-law was willing to back her up in case anyone figured out that she was skipping duty. The Anbu looked at the man that stole her heart there sleeping like a golden angel, and she couldn't help but smile, since in a few minutes, he would be there once more to keep her heart warmed and filled with joy. Neither women nor girl were startled when a bright yellow light enveloped the room, before the village leader appeared to check on his eldest son. "Nothing yet?" Both Kushina and Yuigao confirmed it before looking at Naruto for a while. Tsunade said he should wake up any moment now, Kushina said, earning a nod from Minato followed by a sad smile. "I was hoping to be here when he woke up, but I have a meeting with the Fire Daimyo in a few minutes. He has some urgent news for me. I wonder if it's in relation to either Kumo or Iwagakure." Minato then left just as he arrived, through his famous technique. == and Kumo == Far away from the hidden village in the leaves, another hidden village was in uproar with ninjas from Kumagakure running around frantically throughout the hidden village in the clouds. It was their Raikage's wish that the village got ready to invade the now weakened Konoha. Because of that, the village had to make the necessary provisions, establish security measures in case of retaliations from other villages, and assess their weaponry so as to be as ready as they could possibly be and overcome once and for all one of Kumo's worst enemies, Konohagakure. Every shinobi, from Chunin and above, knew how pissed their leader was when he was told that the scroll detailing Konoha's strengths and weaknesses wouldn't be arriving anytime soon. It should be at least expected that without said information, then it would be too risky to attack a village that managed to remain victorious after the invasion of not one, but 3 hidden villages at the same time. However, the Raikage wasn't known as cautious, so it came to no surprise that the man was even more adamant than before about attacking. Currently, he was inside a giant meeting room next to his most trusted jounins, as they conversed about the plan of the invasion. The man's appearance was enough to intimidate anyone, no matter what. His tall and muscular frame was easily bigger than most shinobi out there. He used a loose white cage's robe, which was open to reveal his highly defined chest muscles and Tone's abdomen, as well as a belt giving the image of a professional wrestler. Once the meeting started, the village leader got up from his chair, ushering everyone to quiet down as he spoke. "Alright, let's get this thing started. Even if our plans were ruined, regarding the scroll from Iwa, we still have the advantage in numbers and power. It was damn foolish of me to believe that anything good would come from a lowly rock nin. She, where are we with the village's weaponry?" The man named She was at least half the size of the Raikage, if not less. He had short blonde hair and wore the Kumo's jounin vest, on top of a full black shirt. Despite his presumably lack of muscle built, he was one of the most trusted jounins under the Raikage's charge. When the Raikage needed to leave the village, she was always chosen as one of his personal bodyguards. "We should be ready by tonight, Raikage-sama. A couple of katanas were still due to be purchased, but the supplier will deliver them in a couple of hours. The rest is all set." The Raikage nodded and then took a seat with a smile on his face. Soon, the world would know Kumo's strength as Konoha burns to the ground by lightning. "Okay, then, our army will leave in 2 days, so everyone must be ready by." The Raikage suddenly stopped talking as he was disturbed by a man who entered the meeting room, flanked by his samurai division. He had dark skin color and wore glasses. His outfit was extremely familiar as only a select few throughout the elemental nations were allowed to use it. Actually, only one man in each country had the power to use such outfit and each one hold great power over things. The Lightning Country's daimyo held an aloof expression on his face as he approached near the Raikage's seat. He was probably the only one who was able to shut the Raikage up, which was saying something, despite him being a daimyo. "Greetings Raikage-sama, I've received some interesting news upon arriving in your village this morning. An old friend of mine said you were seeking to invade Konohagakure. I do hope he was just telling me a joke as I don't remember any information in this regard coming from you." The man's face still remained aloof as he now waited for the Raikage's response. The other occupants inside the room looked at their leader in question, since they all understood what the daimyo just implied. "Because of the recent invasion against Konoha, the village is now weakened and therefore won't be able to resist against an attack from us." The daimyo just snorted at the man's hunger for even more power. "It was by luck that I happened to be here today, otherwise you'd proceed without my consent. Lightning Country has a lot of trading agreements with Fire Country that certainly would be terminated once your army crossed the border. Your income comes from missions and I understand that with Konoha gone, you'd be receiving more. But Lightning Country's income comes from its many trading agreements with other countries, which would be seriously endangered if I were to approve your invasion." The daimyo as well as the others could see the Raikage's muscles trembling in anger, but he was used to the man using violence instead of arguments. He, then, turned his back to the Raikage and turned to leave, but not before finishing the fight with a jab. "You should sometimes focus on the bigger picture, Raikage. Your short-sized nature would possibly ruin this country." The jounins that were in the room began to leave the room as they had to communicate the village to abandon everything and resume the village's hired missions. Konoha's hospital . Slowly but surely, Naruto felt the light from outside as he slowly opened his eyes to see the white ceilings once more. Last thing he remembered was doing the hand seals required for summoning the King of Wolves, hoping that he had enough chakra for the task. By the looks of things, Konoha was still standing. He assumed that Fenrir came through for him in the end and dealt with the rest of the Iwa platoon. He was so engrossed in his thoughts, before the mark on the fourth monitor awoke him from his wonderings. Pretty much the same thing happened to all the 3 girls inside the room, before they all approached the surprised Naruto. Not surprisingly, Misao was the first to greet him by literally jumping on him. His screams echoed throughout the entire Konoha, as his body was aching all over the place. He was covered in bandages after all. Despite everything, though, both Kushina and Yuigao started laughing at the sheepish look on Misao's face after realizing what she had done. "Thanks for that, Misao-chan." Despite the pain, Naruto smiled upon seeing the 3 women he most treasured in his life there with him. It would be better if his father was there, but he knew that with the war looming, his father would be extremely busy. "Are you alright, Naruto-kun?" Kushina asked, earning a nod, albeit painfully, from her son. "Not really, but I will be. Can anyone fill me in on what's happened? What happened to Itachi and the others? His eyes landed on his girlfriend, earning a subtle nod as she would explain. Kakashi-senpai managed to stop the Iwa nin from crossing the border and retrieve the scroll. He, along with Neji and Gai-san, managed to bring the Iwa nin as captive. Itachi is alive and well inside the room next to you being treated. You had us all worried, Naruto-kun. Sorry for that, Yuigao-chan. He smiled, which in turn forced her to do the same. She just couldn't avoid it. Fire country's capital equals. It has been 2 hours since Minato arrived at the meeting with the fire daimyo, and he was now busy trying to comprehend exactly what the man was telling him. According to the daimyo, because of Iwa's reiterated actions, the Earth daimyo ceased all funds to Iwagakure, thus not allowing it to continue as one of the 5 great hidden villages. The daimyo appeared to be smiling because of it, as the Earth daimyo would be passing all his missions to Konoha from now on. He even smiled more upon telling that the Tsushikage committed suicide since he couldn't handle the shame of ruining the village he and his ancestors believed in. Despite the amount of pain Iwa has caused to Minato's family, the Yondaime Hokage wouldn't wish for this to happen. Because of their hatred, not only the ninjas but the population will certainly suffer. No one would be associating with the population from Iwa anymore. It's quite sad that an entire village was ruined because of what happened almost 20 years ago. You don't seem as thrilled with the news as I hope you would be, Minato-kun. I know how much Iwa wanted to kill both you and your son. Minato lifted his head and locked eyes with the fire daimyo. For all intents and purposes, it was the Tsushikage who dug his own grave, but I can't help but feel sadness for the innocent part of the population who now has to suffer because of a fool. Forgive me, daimyo-sama. You don't need to ask forgiveness, old friend. It's just in your nature to care for others, and I happen to respect you for that, considering that you were responsible for most of Iwa's casualties during the war. Iwagakure has been targeting your family for 17 years now, but still you feel pity for them. It's quite admirable in a way. The Fire Lord, though, evidently, believed in what was best for his country, as he was already picturing the amount of income that Konoha and Fire Country will receive from the Earth Country daimyo's hired missions. Minato also acknowledged the greedy nature of the man in front of him, but merely nodded in response for his comment. Now, if you'll excuse me, daimyo-sama, I have to return to the village in order to prepare for the war against Kumo. The daimyo nodded and was about to dismiss, when one of his advisors barged inside the office. Daimyo-sama, we have just now received a letter from the Lighting Country daimyo. No sooner had he announced the letter's arrival, the advisor handed it to the daimyo, who started reading in front of Minato, who in turn decided to stay and hear what the letter says. The daimyo of Fire Country was holding the letter close to his face as he read with severe concentration and a small amount of eagerness. After all, it wasn't common for the daimyo of Lightning Country to send a letter without someone sending him one first. Now I'll be damned. It seems as if heaven is protecting Konoha, Minato-kun. The Yondaime's eyes widened instantly, before he nodded with a smile on his face. I bet the Lightning daimyo didn't want to risk the end of our trading agreements, hence why he prohibited this war from happening. Whatever the reasons were, I can now relax knowing that the war was averted. However, if the Raikage isn't going to attack Konoha, we both know he'll be aiming for Iwa now that's weakened. The daimyo nodded at Minato's cunningness, but the smile on the Hokage's face indicated that what meant more to the guy was the village. Minato, then, stood up and bowed to the daimyo once more, before turning his back on the fellow ruler of Fire Country. I thank you for your time, daimyo-sama. Now, I must go home to deliver the splendid news. The daimyo knew Minato well enough to realize that the Hokage was already in the village before he had the time to blink. At the hospital . The sudden yellow light once more appeared, startling everyone. As Minato saw that his son had awake and smiled, before asking him how he was feeling. He asked his son about the mission and gave the recently promoted Jounin the appropriate praise after completing one of the toughest S-ranked missions assigned to shinobi after the last war. Everyone was curious why Minato still maintained his easygoing smile after hearing that his son was feeling better. Minato told them everything, at least to those who could grasp what was happening, before seeing the sudden relieved looks on everyone's faces. He knew, though, that Naruto was once more thinking about the level of hatred harbored by Iwa for their family and how it drove them to, after almost 20 years, still seek revenge. Minato did understand now what his son felt all this time, and he was also responsible for the situation in Iwagakure, even if none of the confrontations were started by Konoha. He calmly approached by his son's bed and placed his hand on his shoulder with a smile on his face. Naruto briefly nodded as he could see in his father's eyes that the two Namikazes were thinking the same thing. Even if Minato had started, it was Naruto who finished it. In the end, it was unavoidable, though, and Naruto learned how to live with it. Surely, he wished things happened differently, and somehow Iwagakure learned not to meddle with what happened in the past. They remained inside the room for a while, before Minato and Yugao left for their respective duties. Kushina and Misao left as well, in order to purchase some new kunoichi clothes for her. Naruto was alone inside his room as he pondered on what he had to put aside, because of the war that was looming. I guess that there are no further reasons to postpone it, Naruto thought as he looked at the window with a smile on his face. Konoha's interrogation department Inside the Anbu headquarters, there was a private room meant to torture/interrogate every ninja from other villages that were caught conspiring against Konoha. A lot of enemies had met their end, being tortured to death by a man everyone in the world came to fear because of his mental torture methods. Special Jounin Morino Ibiki. The name alone brought chills even to his fellow Jounins, as he was considered a sadist by Kakashi and Asuma. Almost every time, Ibiki would make an enemy scream, using both physical and psychological torture. Only those who had the stomach for it was able to assist him while he performed his job with ruthless efficiency. This last enemy managed to hold her own for a couple of minutes more than the previous records, but it was impossible to keep on for long, as Ibiki hardly got tired of doing what he did. There were lots of brutal torture that could be performed without having to kill the interrogated. Eventually, she had spilled everything he wanted to know, about Iwagakure and every other information she possessed about the ninja world. Her body was trembling and both her arms were broken and covered with her blood from deep cuts performed by Ibiki's partner Anko. Her fingers were broken one by one and her fingernails were ripped off without mercy each time she did not answer Ibiki's questions. If one thing could be count was granted, was the mental state after someone sits on Ibiki's chair. Her trembling eyes were completely visible as she had relived her suffering again and again by the hands of one of Ibiki's most prized genjutsu techniques, similar to Itachi's genjutsu Tsukiyomi. When the man left, another came in and looked at the woman with lack of any form of pity upon seeing her state. He was tasked with the mission of ending the enemy's misery after Ibiki was done with him or her. He grabbed her arm and administered a special type of poison that went straight to the heart. Only 1 second of pain on her chest and Kurotsuchi stopped breathing instantly. As a couple of Anbu had taken her body away for analysis, one man stood behind a dark glass, trying as much as he could in controlling his breathing. No matter how much he saw it, Minato couldn't get used to it, but he assumed this to be a blessing. He sighed once more and wished things could be different somehow. He turned and with his eyes closed, he convinced himself that it was Iwagakure's fault for holding a grudge for so long and sacrificing Kami knows how many of their shinobi just for either his or his son's head. Epilogue 6 months had passed ever since the war was averted and things went smoothly for the Namikaze family in Konoha. Kumagakure, like Minato predicted, did invade Iwagakure, or at least what was left of it. It was no mystery that since the village was no longer being funded by Earth Country, which led to the fool Tsushikage's suicide, the entire village was transformed into chaos. Supplies of any kind was more worthy than money, and people, there, would sacrifice anything, including becoming a monster against those who once were called fellow citizens and friends. When Kumo reached the place, there was fire and destruction everywhere. In the end, all they managed to acquire was the weapons division and some ancient scrolls of earth manipulation and jutsus. Apart from that, though, nothing significant had happened. In Konoha, the sun was shining and people were happily roaming throughout its streets. The many shinobi clan members were at their homes congregating with the other members. The Namikaze state, though, was rather empty, at least for those who passed by in front of the estate and couldn't see anything unusual. The garden to which anyone could see from the road was clear, empty. However, if someone were to check it more thoroughly, they would see seals located in 4 corners around the garden, hiding what appeared to be a congregation of sorts, albeit a small one really. The entire Namikaze family was there, as well as Yugao's mom and dad. Naruto's Junon team and Anko were there as well, together with Kurenai, Kakashi, Guy, Itachi, Sasuke, and Mikado. Sarutobi and Hyuga clan managed to attend, as well as the Sanins Jiraiya and Tsunade. The Sandaime then ushered Naruto and Yugao together from the crowd and urged them to join hands as the occasion was about to get started. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in order to join Namikaze Naruto and Uzuki Yugao in matrimony. As the Sandaime Hokage prepared his speech, everyone that was invited to attend started smiling, with the exception of a few, of course. Kushina was crying her heart out for her baby. Minato was busy calming her down, while Misao just laughed at both of them. Jiraiya was busy taking advantage of the moment and hugged Tsunade from behind. Tsunade was busy slapping the man real hard. Both Naruto and Yuigao looked at their friends' antics and smiled as they turned to hear the Sandaime speak once more about the devotion and compromise needed to sustain their relationship. When both looked at each other, images from their previous years passed through as Yuigao remembered how Naruto just kept surprising her each and every time. One thing she knew, though. If someone told her that, when she first lay eyes on Naruto, that she would be marrying him 10 to 15 years later, she would never believe him or her. Looking at the veteran warrior from the special shinobi force, no one would be able to picture her as a badass kunoichi, but a purple-haired goddess with a nice blue kimono that belonged to her mother when she married her father 30 years ago. After the Sandaime declared them husband and wife, Naruto and Yuigao started a much deep kiss that actually took longer than normal, earning a whistle from Anko followed by "Get a room you two" speech. Alright guys, that's it for this story. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. Anyways, until next time, peace.